Now, today, we are gonna see. What if Izuku Midoria had villain Redemption Quirk? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Boys Pav, I brought up my hand, which was covered by a pair of thin leather gloves up to my shirt collar, and shifted around my blood-red tie. Looking over my shoulder, I saw the sun as it dropped over the threshold of the horizon. Perfect. Now, just a bit longer, and I should be good to go in. Maybe I should tell them beforehand? I lifted his arm to my face, and fiddled around with the black watch that occupied the space on my wrist. Maneuvering through the different menus on the small screen, I eventually reached a list of contacts. Pressing one of the names, creatively labeled Handsy, I brought the watch to my mouth, and waited for a response. "What is it, brat?" A scratchy voice called out from the speaker. "I just wanted to let you know that I'm in position. Anything else you needed while I was here, Handsy?" I joked. A low growl could be heard from the receiving end, and I let out a chuckle. "Why can't we just kill him, Kurogiri?" The raspy voice whined from where I assume was the bar. A deeper, calmer voice sighed. "Because, we need him to intercept the package. We can't do it, because someone can't keep their act together." There was a slight pause. "Plus, he can get in and out quietly. No unnecessary confrontation with the heroes, which is a definite plus." "Ah, I'm flattered, Kuro," I remarked, "but, seriously, do you only want this package? They have weapons stored there as well, not to mention all the drugs and other things I could get my hands on from the busted deal downtown. We could get rich, you know." He does have a point, Shigaraki," Tamura said. "It wouldn't hurt to have some extra cash in case we need it. Plus, extra firearms could be beneficial." "Yes, that would do. Are you sure you can get it all, though, kid? Even with your quirks, what makes you think you could get much more?" Shigaraki asked. "Don't worry about me, guys. Just get some extra space ready in the storage room. Oh, and talk to Shigeru about setting up a deal," I said, shifting around on the brick wall I was on. "Fine. And you better not blow it, brat. Too much is riding on this," Shigaraki reminded in a cruel rasp. "I'll see you in an hour or so," I chuckled, feeling a devilish grin curl on my face. Another sigh was heard, and then silence. "Well, that was fun," I laughed. "Now, let's get this over with." I saw an envoy of armored vehicles pull onto the adjacent road, and I watched as they drove what appeared to be important cargo through the large front gate. My, what do we have here?" I laughed again. I couldn't help it that time, for one reason or another. Who knows, maybe I was crazy. Or maybe I just relished how paranoid they were about this particular package being stolen. Oh, if only they knew. Two men, one with a fairly large tail, the other with green, peckish skin, hopped out of the vehicles. They scanned the area briefly, then called the area clear. This made me chuckle again. "Well, I suppose I should go, now," I said, eyeing the roof of the warehouse. I was surrounded in a purple-ish mist, before feeling myself slide down into what felt like air. After a second, my feet touched down on something hard. I looked down, where I could now see the warehouse I was just looking at. "Man, that quirk is cool. I'll have to thank Kuro and the doc later," I thought aloud, shuffling quietly to the front. I felt my steps become quieter, and though my footsteps on the loose metal should have caused a lot of noise, they did no such thing. Peeking over the roof, I didn't see any targets in the immediate area. Taking a sigh of relief, I briefly scanned the front entrance for anything I could use. The truck is a definite no, assuming I don't want to make a scene. They probably already secured the box, so I doubt it would be there. Although, thoroughness is part of the job description. Eyeing the truck, I was again engulfed in purple mist, and then I was right in front of the truck. I carefully slid the door open. Well, lo and behold. It pays to be thorough. Sitting in the seat was none other than a rather small, white metal crate. The digits QRS5 were labeled in bold on the box's side. Well, that was certainly easier than I expected. Now, all I need to do was secure this in a safe space, and go in for the weapons and other stuff. I grabbed the crate, looked back to the other building I was just at, and in an instant, I was back to where I was at moments prior. I leapt down onto the concrete below on the other side, out of view of the warehouse. I brought up my watch again and pressed the call button again. What? The raspy voice asked. I got the package. Sending coordinates for Kuro's pickup, I said, smiling. Already? Damn, kid, you never cease to impress. I'll come get it now, Kurogiri said in the background. And the weapons? Shigaraki asked. After I'm sure you have the package, I'll go back for seconds, I assured. I just wanted to make sure I completed the mission before having some fun. Well, all right. I'll be there in a few, Kurogiri said. I grinned. K. I hung up the phone and pressed a button on the side, causing a small beep. In a few seconds, a figure made of purple mist appeared. 2 yellow slits glowed from inside the mist, which was contained by a large metal brace. The man wore a simple black vest, black pants, and a new pair of black gloves that held his mist in, and allowed him to grab things easier. Hey, his deep voice said. He walked next to me, leaning on the brick wall. Hey, here's the box. There was only one, like the file said, but at least you have some of whatever is inside here, I said, lifting the package towards him. He grasped it in his own pair of black gloves and took it from me. Thanks for this. You'll get your pay once you come back, and then 20% of whatever stuff you grab once you go back, he said, making my heart skip a beat. 20%? I never get that much. Ooh, getting generous, now, are we? I teased, though I was genuinely curious. Apparently that showed through, because he let out a laugh. Don't get used to it, kid. Think of it as a reward for breaking your record today. He nudged my arm, and he and I grinned. Well, I grinned, and his eyes crinkled at the edges, at each other. Despite Shigaraki's constant disapproval, Kurogiri and I have gotten quite close. Sort of like a father-son type thing. If fathers paid their sons to kill, steal, and torture, that is. How are things? Kurogiri asked, pulling on the rim of his gloves. As good as you can get doing my work. I trailed off. He gave an apologetic hum and fixed his tie. Toga still being a bother? He asked. Nah, she's mostly backed off. Although, sometimes I do wake up with cut marks, which makes me think she drugs me occasionally, I say. Casually, and I see his eyes lower briefly, like a nod. Well, you know Toga. I bet she enjoys being in your shoes, though, he says with a chuckle, and I roll my eyes. Seriously, Kuro? Why'd you have to bring that up? I groaned, and he laughed. I mean it. Come on, kid. Ask her out, already. It would definitely save me from hearing your voice obsess over your own body through the walls. I saw him tense, and groaned again. But you realize that would just mean hearing Toga's voice instead of mine. Wouldn't that be kinda weird? At least it's a girl's voice, he retorted, and I gave a hum of understanding. I guess I'll think about it. I sighed. Toga is one of those girls who you have to be really careful with. I mean, not like other girls don't need care and stuff. But with Toga, when you allow her certain privileges, she'll blow it way out of proportion. And then it's a big hassle to get her to calm down. As such, I've grown accustomed to watching my tongue a lot when I'm around her. Otherwise, she'll find some loophole which allows her to cut it off, or something like that. And then proceed to lick the severed tongue for multiple minutes while you just watch. And then she climbs on top of you, holds you down, and licks the remaining part of the tongue inside your mouth. Please don't look any more into that than you need to. It was a rough couple days at the clinic. That's all I'm asking for. Though, just go slow with your relationship. Please, please, set up boundaries if you do take the leap. Wouldn't want another incident to spring up. Hey, we weren't going to talk about that week, I reminded, and he hummed an apology. What the hey? The serum is gone. We heard a scream from the warehouse. Looks like it's time I take my leave. You sure you don't want to call it for tonight? He asked. I shook my head. Nah, the night is still young. We wouldn't want all that sweet money slipping through our fingers, right? He looked conflicted for a second, before putting a hand on my shoulder. Just make it back safe. That is all I ask. Don't worry about little ol' me, I reassured, a wide grin curling on my face. You should worry about the heroes. And hello. Thanks for reading, and I hope you enjoyed the first chapter of my story. This chapter may have been a bit slow-moving, and that's probably because it felt a little awkward at first to imagine the little cinnamon roll as a ruthless killer. I'll get better as this story continues, though. Please vote my story if you enjoyed. Seeing those numbers increase gives me a major confidence boost, and pushes me to continue with the story. I'll see you all next chapter. Bye. Chapter 2. The Plan, and the Goodbye. And here's to our most successful mission yet. Kurogiri, as well as the rest of the love, raised their glasses in my direction, saying basic congratulatory sentiments like, "Good job, kid," and, "Yeah, you killed it," I smiled, raising my own glass before taking a sip. "Thanks, guys. I couldn't have done it without you," I said. Half the team laughed, while the others glared playfully at me. "Stop lying. You totally could have if Shigi would let you," an ecstatic Toga yelled in a sing-song voice. Shigaraki, who was not pleased at all about this comment, muttered about killing her, to which she just stuck her tongue out at him. "Anyways, what matters is that we got the package. Now that it's over with, can I please know what's inside? It's been killing me to find out," I whined, earning a "good" from Shigaraki. "Come on, Shigaraki. Let the boy know," Kurogiri urged the mopey adult. Fine, he caved. "We wanted the crate because it contained a serum allowing us to remove quirks like the pro-hero Eraserhead," he said, making my eyes go wide. Toga let out a giggle when she saw me, and I quickly shook it off. "Really? Is the effect permanent?" I asked, and he shook his head. "In the testing papers, which you thankfully grabbed as well, it says the effect only lasts for 30 to 40 minutes. I gave a hum of understanding, and egged him to continue. "Instead of erasing the quirk entirely, it mostly just nullifies the body's response to the quirk's activation." "Kurogiri, come up with a good analogy," the man whined. Kurogiri shrugged, pausing for a moment to think before continuing. "Think of a stick of dynamite. Once the string attached is wet, the ignition fire is harder, if not impossible, to start. However, after enough time, the string dries, allowing the fuse to light without a problem." "Thanks," Shigaraki said. "So, who do we use this on?" I asked. "Well, we were thinking we could use it on someone big in the hero industry, like All Might. Boot. He's a teacher at UA, so that's kinda hard now." One of the members chipped in. "We could use it on my darling so he couldn't run and then." "Or not," I interrupted. Toga sent me a pout, which I pretended to catch. I then made a throwing movement with my hand over to the nearest garbage. Toga pouted harder. "Wait, so if we have some form of temporary quirk cancellation, that would mean heroes in our immediate way wouldn't be able to stop us, right? So, technically, if we were to increase the riskiness of our heists, but use the serum, that could dramatically reduce the danger element. The only problem with that—" "Geez, kid. Just talk to us, you don't need to mutter," Kurogiri said. "Wait, I was muttering again?" I asked. A few of the recruits just silently nodded. "Well, what is it, brat?" Shigaraki pressed, slightly more energetic than before. "Well, I was just wondering. Since we have the serum now, we could potentially increase the riskiness of the heists, right?" I asked. A few heads nodded, so I continued. "So, if we were able to, I dunno, attack a well-established hero agency." I trailed off, hoping someone would finish my sentences. "Then we, with the help of the serum, could potentially get access to higher-ranking information, with almost no roadblocks along the way." Kurogiri finished. I nodded, and his eyes crinkled slightly. That could work," Shigaraki said. The look on his face was priceless. Distaste and happiness, welded together by bewilderment. "So, who would we attack?" I asked. "We could just go all out and attack Might Tower," Toga suggested. "No, that place is too heavily guarded. Getting in would be a pain." Shigaraki denied, and Toga's pout grew almost too large for her face. "What about Genius Office?" I suggested. "They aren't too heavily fortified, and they're all buddy-buddy with the higher-ups. They might have something." Silence followed my statement, and for a second, a drop of worry trickled into my mind. And, yet again, the kid has some good ideas. "What do you think, Shigaraki?" Kurogiri finally broke the silence, and a wash of relief fell over me. Yeah, that's a good idea. Shigaraki agreed. How about, say, 2 days from now? That would give me enough time to see the doc about the quirk I ordered, and for us to set up a deal with the Yakuza. Sound good? I asked. Another quirk? Really, kid? Kurogiri shot me a disapproving look, but I just shrugged. I need self-healing, so I can stay active in case things don't go my way. The doc said he got enough extracted from a few of the targets, so I was going to go pay him a visit. I said. Kurogiri sighed and nodded. Okay, if we're done here, I need to go. See you when I get back? I said to the team. They nodded, and a few waved. Smiling, I left the bar. The trip to the clinic was usually a short one, just a few blocks from the League's hideout, but even still, it took my time dodging the ensuing crowd. Right after a heist, I usually lay low for a little while to avoid any heroes on high alert. Which brings me to probably one of the most illegal things I've ever done: buying quirks. One of the shadier businesses that sprung up with the introduction of the Yakuza. Quirk selling is exactly what it sounds like. It's a trade where you extract the blood of a certain person holding a desired quirk and then extract the cells powered by the quirk. This is then fermented to increase the potency and effect of the quirk, which some genius somehow figured out how to do, before selling the final product to buyers. I don't necessarily feel bad, per se, about taking other people's quirks. It's more like, I feel sorry for them, that their power is now harbored in another vessel. But that vessel is me, so it's not a super strong feeling. After the walk, I came across an old-looking building, a flickering red sign saying, "Open," hung inside one of the foggy windows. The handle was rusted slightly, attached to a chipped wooden door. The whole building screams evil, but somehow no heroes pay attention to it. It never ceases to amaze me how good this guy is at blending into the background, even if it does send a brief chill down my spine to know I'd probably never be able to sense him if he turned on us, even with the quirks he's given me. I walked over to the do, where one of the hinges is displaced slightly, while also missing a screw. I reached over to it, reaching past to take a chipped piece of wood taped on. I removed the tape, shoving the chip of wood into the hole of the hinge. After hearing a small click, I removed the piece, reapplying the tape and sticking it to the other part of the hinge. I turned the handle, walking into the musty interior. Looking to my right, I see the now disarmed bombs, which have gained a considerable amount of dust since my last visit. Doc, I called, looking around the other parts of the room. Tables were thrown about, and pieces of furniture were ripped to pieces. A pit formed in my stomach as I raced to the back room. What the? Blood dripped from the walls of the small room, dimly lit by a single overhead light. The drawers were wide open, and practically everything was gone. Parts of the shelves were torn out, also seeping with blood. Looking to my right, my eyes fell on a frail figure, caked in blood and breathing heavily. Doc. My voice weakened as the figure nodded shakily. I quickly rushed to his side. What happened? Can you speak? I asked. They came, looking for the shipment, he grunted. I said it hadn't came in yet, but they became impatient and... He groaned in pain, his breath getting choppy. Shish. Okay. Where is the shipment? Did they take it? I asked. He shook his head. Under the tile, right here. He pointed to a tile. I knelt down and lifted it off. Inside was a switch. Pull it, then input the following code, he forced out. I quickly pulled it, and in front of me, the wall retracted enough to fit a keypad. 0, 6, 2, 3, he said. I chuckled a little. Nice combo, Doc, I said. His weathered face curled slightly into what I could only guess was a smile. The happiest day of my life. He sighed. As I input the combo, the ground under me shifted. I backed away, as the trapdoor fully lifted, revealing a medium-sized crate. I have no use for them anymore, he said. Take as many as you want. My eyes widened. But, Doc, I'll tell you how to administer the quirk. Healing first, the one you asked for, he said. I quickly opened the box and dug through the various syringes, before finding one, labeled, Recharge. Is this the one? I asked. He nodded. Move the tip just below your collarbone, and press just slightly in, he instructed. I did as he was told, feeling the needle push faintly into my skin. Now, slowly release the fluid. Make sure you don't move the syringe. I pushed the liquid in, feeling the familiar electricity as the quirk bonded with my body. Now, take the crate and teleport away. If need be, administer each needle a half-inch away from each other, and the same with the other side. Wait until the needle marks heal before administering over them. I can't just leave you here. Maybe I can find some other doctor who could treat you. No, my time is done. I need you to go, now. The doctor coughed out, along with a bit of blood. No, damn it, I'm not going to lose you, Izuku, the doctor yelled. I stopped and stared at him, my blood going cold. He just, no, doc, please, I begged. Go. I relented, standing with the crate. Walking over to the door, I stopped to look back at him. Tell her I loved her, all right, tell her. I'll see her soon. And with his wish came his last breath. He shrunk down, lying motionless on the floor. I will. Thank you, Doc. And with the final goodbye, I was enveloped in the purple fog, before staring at the wall of my room a few seconds later. And I'm not crying. Shut up. Don't you just hate it when underdeveloped side characters die, with no concrete purpose? And you're just left with, wait, why? Well, have fun with that feeling. Yay, another chapter. Please vote if you enjoyed, as it gives me a major confidence boost, and allows me to continue uploading. One more thing. If, at any point, I decide to stop uploading for over a week, and without a reason, please feel free to yell at me to upload and to stop procrastinating. Anyways, see you all next chapter. Bye. Chapter 3. The Girl on the Roof. I stood in my room for what felt like ages. It's not like I didn't have anything to do. It's just that I was in a slight amount of shock over what just happened. I mean, sure, it's not like I wasn't expecting something like this to happen. Actually, I was already starting to prepare for it. I guess the main thing bothering me was how fast it happened. Like, I didn't properly get to say goodbye. My good friend, whose actual name I had never learned, only calling him Doc, had just passed away. No. He was murdered. I still can't believe it. The scenario just keeps running, over and over, through my head. The way how, even on the brink of death, he still helped me. The way he groaned and clenched his teeth at merely talking me through the steps of administering my new quirks. He was suffering, and yet he still helped me, Izuku. He used my name. He was the only person I trusted with that little bit of information. Everyone else, I tell to call me by using pronouns or directly talking to me. Or, in Toba's case, an assortment of pet names. And now, he's gone. Damn it. I thrusted my fist against the wall, letting out a raspy cry as it hit. I needed to get this crap out of my body before I get too distracted. But where would I go? Darling? Are you okay? Toba's worried voice chimed in from the other room. Why yeah, sorry, I tripped. I'm fine now. I tried to reassure, but the crash was directed to the wall. Listen, I have to go somewhere, so watch the house for me, okay? I cut her off. There was silence for a few seconds before she agreed. Okay. See you when I get back. I knelt down to grab the crate, filled with the doctor's final gift to me, his recent shipment of stolen quirks. My body and the crate were enveloped in a purple mist. After a few seconds, I felt the wind brush against my face, as I was now on the roof of one of the apartment buildings I go to when I need to let off some steam. I carefully set the crate down. I didn't want it to be left in my room, but I also didn't want to be careless with it. After setting it down, I turned back, only to see another person here on the roof. A girl. A girl. She had long periwinkle hair that wove around her like a blanket, all the way down to her knees. The tips of her hair met with a pair of black stockings, which formed around her legs. Covering her feet were a pair of pink shoes with white soles. I couldn't see her face, so I decided to get her attention. Taking a few deep breaths, I braced myself. Hello? She tensed, and slowly turned around to face me. Oh, my. My eyes met with a pair of sparkling blue orbs that completely took my breath away. Her hair formed around her gentle face and spread to cover parts of her white dress, which ended just above her knees. My eyes jumped back up to hers before a pang of worry hit me. Is she crying? Are you okay? I asked, and she looked down to avoid my gaze. Okay, definitely not. Here, let's start over. What's your name? En Najire Hado. A soft, slightly quivering voice responded. I took a step forward, but she took one back defensively. That's when I realized how close she was to the edge. Okay, Hado-san. I'm going to need you to step a bit closer to me, is that okay? I asked, slowly reaching my hand up. Why should I? She took another step away defensively. Because you're nearing the edge of the building, and I don't want you to fall. What if I want me to fall? Damn it. Listen, Hado-san. I want you to talk through, with me. What is going through your head right now? I asked, stopping in my tracks. She also stopped, and a single tear fell down her cheek. Why should I? She yelled. Okay, keep calm. Get her to talk through what she's feeling. Because getting out what is building up inside you is going to help you feel better. Please, talk to me. I pleaded, taking a small step back. Oh, show I won't try anything. Her eyes fluttered down to my feet, and her shoulders relaxed. My parents. They. She started tearing up harder, more and more tears falling down her cheeks. Oh, so that's why. I understand. I really do. I understand the pain you're feeling, and I understand why you're doing what you're doing. I paused, seeing her pull her hair around her body. But this isn't going to make it go away, Hado-san. Okay, now start taking small steps forward towards her. I need to get her to take a step forward now. I took a step forward, and she didn't take one back. Okay, this is good. I just need to get close enough, and she'll come with me. But it hurts, so much, she lashed out, stepping back again, and I stopped moving closer. I know it does, and you may feel like this is the best way to make it stop. I reassured, taking a step closer, and then another. She didn't fight me. Good. But nothing is going to change. Nothing will get better if you fall. I assured. She opened her eyes to look into mine. I gave her a reassuring smile, and she took a step forward. Okay, now I need to get closer. But things will get better. I continued to smile as she took another step forward. I see her crack a small smile as well, and relief floods my chest. Now, to get her to open up a bit further, maybe tell me about her school life. In your life, are there people, friends, teachers, anyone, who you can confide in? I asked. Tears started to well up again, but she nodded. Good. That's really good. I reassured, slowly reaching my hand up as I approached her. She hesitantly took another step forward, now only a little more to go. You can talk to them, and tell them how you feel. They can help you through this, if you only take the final step to approach them, I gave. Another reassuring smile. The tears released down her cheeks, as the distance slowly closed between us. Now. I started, my hand fully reaching out to hers. She looked from my hand, back to me, and her smile grew a bit wider. Please, take my hand, and you will make it through this. Her hand slowly rose towards mine. I didn't make any more movements, and didn't reach for her hand. I just let her come to me. Her quiet voice said, and she stopped lifting her hand for a second. A bead of worry lodged in my throat, but I continued to hold my hand out to her. I trust you, and with that, she grabbed my hand. I slowly pulled, allowing her to follow as I took steps back. She continued to follow me away from the ledge, and my smile grew as we came further away. I let out a sigh of relief, and her own smile grew. She came closer, bringing her other hand out from behind her hair and towards me. A small blush grew on me for a second, as she engulfed me in a hug. I thank you so much, she breathed, letting out a few more tears onto my shirt. I just continued to hug her back as she let it all out. Suddenly, she tensed, backing away from me. I am so sorry, I haven't even met you yet, and you've already seen me being such an idiot. Talk about a first impression, am I right? She giggled, and I let out my own small laugh. Well, I told you my name. It's only fair if my hero reveals his identity as well, she said with a smile. Should I? But. She looked at me for a moment, waiting for my answer, but as I thought about it, her smile fell a little bit. Well, if it makes her smile again. Izuku, a pleasure, I said, bowing a little. Her smile brightened in relief. Wow, for a second there, I thought you weren't going to tell me, she said in a laugh. Although, Izuku, if you don't mind me asking, do you have a last name? She asked. A knot tied in my throat as she said that. I looked away, and her smile fell again. No, you don't have to tell me, I'm sorry if it. Midoriya. I cut in. Why did I say that? Oh, well, thank you, Izuku Midoria, she smiled again. Hey, it's no problem. If you don't mind, is it okay if I walk you back to where you need to go? I asked. She thought for a moment. Sure, I think that would be nice, she said with a small smile. I also smiled with her, and we sat for a moment staring at each other. I cleared my throat. Okay, then. Where am I taking you to? I asked. Well. She started, though she quickly grew a bit flustered. I patiently waited, though, and eventually, she gave me a response. UA. Oh. Oh no, no, wow, you go to UA? I asked. Please say no. Yeah, I'm actually a third year there, she responded with a smile. Please don't say hero course. What course do you take there? I'm in the hero course, of course, she giggled. Damn it. Great, I'll take you there, hopefully to someone like a teacher or faculty member, and then I'll get out of your hair. I chuckled awkwardly, and she giggled again. Okay, also, what's in the box? I froze, looking back to the crate I brought up here. Oh, nothing important. Anyways, we should get going, I said, a little too fast. Listen, if it's porn or something, I'm not here to judge. What? No, it's just a few things I grabbed to play around with. I in a completely innocent manner. Arg. Frick my inability to not get flustered. Okay. Well, let's go then. Yeah, sure. Time skip brought to you by Izuku's secret porn stash, lol. As we neared the school, I suddenly got a bit nervous. What if one of the heroes recognized me? What if I looked like a villain, and they arrested me? What if I still have a little blood on my shirt from being in the clinic, and they see that, and arrest me? Izuku. I was pulled out of my trance by my name being called? Yeah, Najire? I asked. She gave a slightly worried look, before brushing it off. You were mumbling a little bit. Sorry if that's just your way of thinking, or anything. Wait, did you hear what I was saying? I asked. Practically no, I was definitely freaking out inside. Well, no, but I did get a bit worried for a second. She gave a sheepish grin, and I sighed in relief. Why, is there something you wish to tell me? She said teasingly, skipping slightly in her step. Not particularly, though I'm sure you're incredibly curious. Wow, you know me so well already, she giggled. Well, I'll tell you some other time. We're coming up on the entrance, I said, pointing up at the huge metal wall. She gave a hum of understanding, and we continued for another minute in silence. Hey, how are you feeling? I asked, looking back at her. I saw her face tense, but then grew a bit brighter. Well, I'm happy now. I made a new friend today, and he's really cool, so overall, good, she chirped. I gave a sigh of relief, then let what she just said play back in my head, followed by a small blush. We eventually reached the huge metal wall that marked the entrance of UA. I felt my heart rate spike, and tried to calm it down. Eventually, I managed to get it under control. Then, I made the mistake of looking at her face again. Let's just say I had limited success cooling my heart rate the second time. I paused for a moment, and looked down at my feet. What do I say to her now? Well, I guess, goodbye. For one thing. Well, I guess I'll see you around. Wait, you're leaving? She asked, furrowing her brows. So cute. Well, it's not like I can get in. I don't have one of the entrance cards. I said, to which she pouted. Way cuter than Toga's pout, that's for sure. Well, I'll just stay out here for a bit longer, then, she argued. No, you need to go find. I trailed off, thinking about anime. She gave me a confused look. Izuku? Wait, let's try something, I said. Okay? Give me your hands. What? Just for a few seconds. Her face heated up, and she looked away from me as she lifted her hands up towards mine. I gently took them, earning my own blush, and I could vaguely see her become a tomato. Chuckling, I walked towards the entrance, which towered over us like we were mice. You have your student ID card with you, right? I asked. She nodded away from me, and I smiled. I spread her arms out, still entangled with my own. My blush instantly grew 5 times darker as we grew closer, but I brushed off those thoughts and started walking through the gates. Wait. Why aren't the gates shutting? She asked as she looked up. Oh my gosh. Atsushi Nishigori is a genius. Haha, it worked, I shouted. Thank you. Darling in the Franxx. Once we were past the gates, Najire burst out laughing. You got that idea from anime? She said between breaths. Shut up. It was as good an idea as any, I said defensively, which only made her laugh harder. After about a minute, we collected ourselves, and started walking towards where she had to go. In all honesty, I just followed her, making she was okay as we approached our destination. She pointed at a set of large double doors, which sat on top of a large staircase. On either side of the doors, a giant pillar stood tall, connecting itself with a large veranda. This place is so extra. Let's go in there. My teacher is usually in the staff room, so we could just look around that area. Okay, sure, I responded nervously. Never, in all my time doing villain work, have I had the thought, yeah. Let's go to the room with all of the big, strong, famous heroes. That's a good idea. Nevertheless, I pressed onward, following her like a lost puppy. When we reached the huge set of doors, I walked ahead of her a little, and pressed the door open with my hand. Despite how big it is, it was surprisingly easy to move, and I held it open for her effortlessly. My, a real gentleman, she teased, and I chuckled alongside her. Oh, if only she knew. The halls of UA were just as magnificent as the entrance, each one sporting some kind of school spirit memorabilia. Stuff like trophy cases, which were both everywhere, and completely filled, and inspirational posters lined every wall. Wow, this is a bit excessive, I said aloud without thinking. I heard a giggle, and was immediately flustered. Yeah, we take the title of Best Hero School very seriously, she joked, and I laughed awkwardly with her. Ah, we're here already, she whined as she reached a rather underwhelming-looking door. I mean, more underwhelming than usual for, a door. It wasn't decorated with signs saying, "We love you, teachers," or anything. It was just a single door, labeled, Staff Room. Don't be like that. They can't decorate every part of the school, She giggled, and I realized I said that out loud. I apologized, and she gave me a weird look. Why? Well, never mind, I said, looking away to hide some of my blush. She giggled again, and then knocked on the door. The door swung open, revealing, what the heck? Staring back at me was a bear mouse thing, wearing a business suit. He wore a happy expression, and I couldn't tell if he was actually smiling, or if it was just how he looked. Ah, hello, Miss Hado. We unfortunately missed you in a few afternoon classes, if I'm not mistaken. Care to explain? The weird creature said. Principal Nezu. What a wonderful surprise, she said, dodging the question. Wait, Principal. I seem to not recall your friend, here, being a student at this facility. Is this part of your, absence? Nezu asked. He maintained the same blank happy expression, though his voice reeked of suggestive implications. What? No, it's nothing like that, she stuttered, and I blushed, looking away from the two. Why don't you and your friend come to my office for a few minutes? He asked, though he said it more like a statement. Najire looked at me apologetically, and I shrugged, though inside I had one thing run through my mind. What did I just get myself into? And wow, that lasted forever. Geez. That was, almost 3,000 words. Sorry about that. Phew. Another chapter done. And this one was incredibly spur of the moment, as I didn't even plan on them meeting until the next few chapters. Also, I think my brain was subconsciously telling me, you should really listen to Izuku in this chapter, and I'm like, IDK. What you mean, but okay, and then the first half of this chapter happened. Anyways, remember to vote the chapters if you enjoy. It really helps motivate me to continue, so thank you. Anyways, see you next chapter. Bye. Chapter 4. Oh. Well, I've certainly gotten myself into quite the predicament. Right now, I'm sitting next to a girl I met less than an hour ago, and who I managed to save the life of. Now, that wouldn't be inherently bad. I really only one slight issue. I'm a freaking villain, and I'm in the principal's office of the UA Hero Academy. What a turn for the worst, am I right? Currently, I'm attempting to form a plan where I can get back to my crate, which, in an attempt to save the girl's life, I had neglected to secure. She was more important, unfortunately, which is why I had the bright idea to escort her back to UA. Now, that may raise a question. If your plan was to bring her to UA, then why am I currently inside UA? Well, what if I told you that, after seeing her smile fall when I mentioned leaving, I had the stupid idea of finding a loophole in their security, allowing me free access to the school? I know. The dumbest thing I could have done in that situation. But, she smiled again. Never mind. It was the greatest plan I've ever had. We certainly had no idea about what you were going through. My sincerest apology, Miss Hato, the bear, who was apparently named Nezu, said. It's really all right. I'm sorry for just running off like that. She looked away from the bear and towards me. I gave a reassuring smile, well, tried to, anyways, and let her continue. And if he wasn't there to help me, I don't know if I would have returned to school. She chuckled. I'm such an idiot. Trying to end my own life, just because of my parents. Yes. As unfortunate as this may be for you, I do not think that would have been wise. For you or for the school, he stated, if word got out that a member of the Big 3 Feet had died. He visibly tensed. Wait. The Big 3? She's a member of the Big 3? Wait, hold on. I interjected. They both turned my way, and I swallowed my sudden nervousness. You're a member of the Big 3? I asked. Najire giggled, most likely at the shock on my face. The bear, however, narrowed his eyes. Yes, she is. Is that a problem? He asked. Najire stopped to look at him, and then back at me. No, not at all, sir. I was just a bit surprised, is all. I tried to cover up just how shocked I was, to little avail. And there is another matter I would like to discuss, the bear continued. It is of how you managed to infiltrate this school in the first place. The bear still smiled, though I could tell it was a front. Well, I'm not sure if infiltrated is the right word too. No, I do believe it accurately describes your actions. He cut me off, and I swallowed. You were an unwelcome party, and yet, you were allowed in. Even though we have put numerous countermeasures to stop just anyone from walking in. So, tell me, how did you get in? He finished. I gave him a few seconds, in case he wanted to add anything, which he didn't. Should I tell him the truth? Najire's right here, so if I did lie, there's a good chance she'd rat me out. But if I tell him, he might fix the issue. Well, he asked again. I found a weakness in your security. I confessed. Just like that? He asked. Yeah. Well, I wasn't even sure it was going to work. I just tried it, and it worked. I shrunk a bit lower in my chair, trying to seem nervous. Either I'm a really good actor, or this is going to be a problem in the future. Pray tell, what was the weakness you found? He scooted up in his seat a little. Well, students have an ID card given to them, right? So, when they go through the scanners, they, along with anything attached to them, goes through without any issues, right? I asked. He nodded, so I continued. Well, what if a person is attached to the ID user? Then what would happen? I asked him. We already put in place safety precautions in case someone tried that. The scanner can detect unidentified carry weight and check for multiple pulse signs. That still doesn't answer my question, though. Well, it might not have detected us, because we were so close. I turned to her, and back to the bear. He thought for a moment. Well, if that were to work, the both of you would need to have matching heart rates, as our scanners pick up on irregularities such as that. Then, well, we were pretty close to each other. I felt a blush spread across my face, and turned to see her face do the exact same. We must have had the same general heartbeat in those moments, and the scan didn't pick us up, I stated. The bear continued to think for a few, agonizingly long seconds. You're right, that would be a potential flaw. I'll have someone look into that. He said, thank you for discovering that, and not some villain, he finished, staring at me. I felt a chill roll down my spine. Does he? Yeah, that would be very bad. I repeated. We stared at each other for a few more seconds. His eyes, I noticed, were completely black as he stared. He was still smiling, although I doubt it wasn't forced. Miss Hato, you are welcome to head back to your dormitories, where you should find directions to your teacher, he said, staring at me with his, now eerie, smile. What about Izuku? No, don't say my name, Izuku. He repeated, I would like to chat with him for a few more minutes. I trust you'll get back safely? He asked. Yeah, okay. It was nice meeting you, she said. I tore my eyes away from the bear to look at her. It was my pleasure, I said, giving her as much of a smile as I could muster. And with that, she left, closing the door behind her. I kept staring at the door, hoping she would come back, and not leave me here alone with her principal. Well, I believe we have much to discuss, the principal's eerily chipper voice said behind me. I tore my gaze away from the door, to stare at the principal. Well, what would those things be? I asked. I felt a rush of heat flow into my head, and, closing my eyes, I envisioned everyone in the immediate vicinity. Principal Nezu, of course. Another figure, probably Najire, walking down the hall towards a set of stairs. Two figures in the waiting room right outside the door, standing on either side of my exit. And another figure, motionless, in the room down the hall. I would not like to dawdle too much on the good guy, bad guy talk bit we've been doing for the past few minutes. I do hate these, won't they? Situations that always seem to play out, he said, hopping out of his chair. He slowly approached the seat Najire was sitting in, and I watched as he tried, and failed, to reach the cushion. It was almost sad. Here, let me help you, I said, walking over to pick him up. As if this was natural, he lifted his arms into a T pose, and I hoisted him into the chair. Wait. Why did I do that? Yes, I would like to know the same thing, he said, and I realized I said that bit out loud. You see, Izuku. Indeed, I am aware that you are a forerunner for the League of Villains, he said, making my skin crawl. Damn it, how did he know? Why, I don't know what you're talking about, sir, I said, folding my arms. I would like to ask you to, as the kids say, cut the crap. He made air quotes with his paws. Last night, you infiltrated one of our warehouses, where we transport contraband and special weapons. You single-handedly stole 3/4 of the weapons, drugs, and other items we stored there, including a serum which allows the temporary deactivation of a quirk. He explained, looking up at me. That's... How did you, acting on a hunch, installed video surveillance in all our warehouses, including the one you recently stole from, he said as he brought out a small remote. After pressing a few buttons, the room dimmed, and a large TV was brought up from the floor. Turning the screen on, he flipped through a few surveillance video, showing me, in different places of the warehouse, taking crates filled with weapons and other stuff. Why are you showing me this? I asked, my eyes darting around the room, looking for something I could potentially use to my defense. Because, even though you did all this, he said, gesturing to the TV, you still helped rescue Miss Hato from the roof, escorted her to the least safe place you could possibly be, bypassed our security, and came with her all this way, despite the possibility of you being captured at any given moment. He then gestured to his chair, and, in my moment of apparent weakness, you assisted me, though it wouldn't have benefited you in the slightest. What about it? I asked. Though you may not see it yourself, you do have the qualities of a true hero. Something I would rather nurture than quench in an effort toward security. He pressed another remote, and a few seconds later, two heroes walked in. The first was a man who looked incredibly tired while wearing a gray scarf. The other, a woman, who wore a provocative dominatrix outfit with grayish-white fabric covering the parts fabric usually wouldn't cover. Instinctively, I jumped out of my seat, crouching into a stance I learned on the streets. The two heroes looked at each other, looked at me, and had one of two reactions. The first was a sigh, coming from the male. The second was a low giggle and a lick of her lips, coming from the lady. What are you going to do to me? I furrowed my brows, releasing the heat like before. Closing my eyes, I envisioned the two figures, the principal, and three other figures behind the door. Damn it. We are going to take you to the 1A dormitories, by the name of Heights Alliance. There, We will hold you until you decide to conform to school regulations. Shortly thereafter, we will allow you to attend class with the other students, where we will make you the hero I know you can become. He said. No, 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 this can't be happening. I won't let it. Aizawa, Kayama, if you may, he motioned. The tired one looked between us, before shooting out his scarf at me. Using another one of my quirks, I thrusted my right hand out, now shining purple, and the scarf turned away from me. The woman ripped away her sleeve, to release what I could only assume to be some form of neutralizing drug. I used the same quirk to mold the mist into a spherical shape, before flinging it into the other hero's face. Aizawa, oh, I'm so sorry, the woman said, and I used the distraction to run at her. Grabbing her head, I brought my knee into her stomach, before stepping behind her and putting her into a lock with my arms and legs. Seeing the ripped patch on her clothes heal back, I sighed, and released her, only for me to chop her neck. She fell down, like the other hero. Standing straight again, I looked at Nezu, who still wore his smile. Is that all you got? I said, loud enough for the people behind the door to hear. I lowered again, and sure enough, the door opened. Immediately, I brought my leg up to kick the first person who walked in. That, unfortunately for them, was a man with spiky white hair and a scar on his left cheek. He was very buff, so I was honestly surprised when he was knocked out just like that. I jumped back, as two more teachers came in. One of them had spiky blonde hair and wore black clothes, and the other was shrouded in a white trench coat, with his face menacing looking. The one in black inhaled sharply, before screaming. However, following his scream, was a huge energy wave that I just barely managed to dodge. What I didn't dodge, however, was the noise. Well, from what I could hear, anyways. As soon as it flew past me, my ears began to ring, and I could barely hear anything else. Quickly, before he could fire another blast, I sprinted towards him. The other, in the trench coat, tried to stop me from reaching him. However, because he's so tall, I was able to duck past him. The man with the blonde hair started to inhale, but I reached him before he could. I punched him in the jaw, making him recoil back, and then pressed my hand over his mouth. I felt a slight tingling through my hands, and after a second, I released, bringing back my hand and punching him again. I was going to finish him off, but the other teacher ran up behind me, trying to grab hold of me. Quickly, I ducked, jumping away from him. All of him? Now, standing in front of me, were 5 of the one man. His quirk. Using my telekinetic quirk, I pinned all of them against the wall. Running over to the lady, I ripped open her sleeve again, and the mist released like last time. Again, using my telekinesis, I wafted the mist over to all of the pinned men, and they slowly fell asleep. I dropped the men, walking back over to Nezu. In the background, I could hear the man with blonde hair trying to scream, but no sound came out. Was this a test? I asked the bear mouse. Well, it can be, if that would help you stay, he suggested calmly. I really don't want to stay, though. I'm sorry, but I'll take my leave now. Not so fast. I looked back at the doors to see the last person I wanted to see at the moment. Hey, All Might. How've you been? I asked nonchalantly. I've been better. Now, I suggest you come along with US, without fighting. Let US talk peacefully. About your arrangements here, he said, slowly walking towards me. Should I try to fight back? Who am I kidding? He would ground me into dust if I tried. But, I need that crate. Let's talk now. I need to grab something given to me by a close friend. It's sitting on top of the same roof I saved Nijire on. We can go there, grab it, and then I'll come back with you. I don't think either of us would like to fight each other, I suggested. I believe that to be fair. All Might, please escort Izuku to the proper location, and if he tries to run, you know what to do, Nezu said. All right, then. Come along, young Izuku. I'd prefer it if you didn't use my name, please. I cut him off. He looked at Nezu, who I could feel nod behind me. Very well, I suppose. Now, come along, young man. He motioned me to follow, and I did. How'd I get out of this? Phew. Another chapter done. I'm literally on the edge of my seat while writing this, and I hope you are, too, while reading. This was definitely a really fun chapter for me to write, so I hope you enjoyed. And, if you did enjoy, remember to vote the chapter, as it helps motivate me to continue writing. As always, see you all next chapter. Bye. Chapter 5, A New Opportunity. The trip to the rooftop wasn't necessarily a long one. Not that I was counting the seconds in my head or anything. I just mean that, relative to All Might's speed, we should have been there in a few minutes, tops. So why was it so agonizing? Here I am, sitting on the back of the #1 hero, All Might, as we fly through Musutafa. And yet it's taking forever. Finally, I see the rooftop I was on. I pointed it out to All Might, and he slowed down to land on the roof. I climbed off of him and ran over to where the crate was. Picking it up, I inspected it to make sure it wasn't tampered with, before wedging it between my arms. Is that it, young man? All Might asked. I nodded, but paused to tighten my grip on the crate. This isn't my business, but it seems to me like the previous owner of the box has passed on, if I may. How long ago was it? He asked. I tensed. I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell him. A few hours ago. I continued to cradle the box in my arms as I looked away. I heard coughing behind me, and turned to find a lot of smoke covering where All Might was. All Might? I asked. The smoke cleared, and in the same spot as All Might was, stood a frail, skinny man. He started coughing immediately, and blood coated the hand he used to cover the cough. So that's what All for One did to you, I said under my breath. You know about the fight? A deep, weary voice asked. Yeah. I chuckled. Shigi won't stop obsessing over the fight. If he saw you in that state. I trailed off. Is this, Shigi, person you speak of, by any chance, Tamura Shigaraki? He asked. I nodded, and he sighed. All right, then. About your friend, I'm sorry you lost him so soon ago. This was moments before you saved young Hado, right? He asked solemnly. I nodded again. I came up here to let off some steam, so I don't accidentally blow up our hideout. I let out a chuckle, and that's when I saw her. A beautiful girl. With a heart of gold, about to end her life because she had also lost someone close to her. I couldn't let that happen. You saved her, young man. Not because you wanted something for her, like gratitude or compensation, but because it was a life you were able to save. I looked back at him, his weary eyes looking into mine. Whether you're a hero or a villain, it's an admirable act. So, thank you. My eyes widened. He thanked me? A villain. The aggressor in a fight. Against the school's faculty. The person who stole from them, thanking me. Well. I couldn't speak. Dang it, why couldn't I speak? It's fine, young man, now. Suddenly, All Might's signature formed again, stretching the clothes of his other form to their limit. Come along with me. Let's get you back to UA, he turned around and crouched down, waiting for me to get on. I did so, with a surprising lack of reluctance, and in a flash, we were in the air. TIMESKIP brought to you by me posting 3 chapters at once because I was too impatient to space out uploads. We arrived at the entrance gate to UA, and I dismounted All Might. All right, young man. I'll take you to Heights Alliance, where we can get you settled in, he told me, and I nodded. I haven't been in an actual, good-looking, room for me to stay in for years, so it'll be a welcome change. Are you able to keep your transformation for that long? I asked. Well, I'll just drop you off at your dorm, and be on my way. I wouldn't want anyone to see me in that other form. He replied. I nodded, stretched my legs, and then hopped back on top of him. After a short flight, we landed, fairly loudly, outside a large building. It had multiple floors, and looked kind of like an apartment building, but for millionaires. Here you are, young man. Let's get you settled, he said as he started walking forward. I followed behind him, in case any of the resident students are still up. Thankfully, the entire trip went successfully, without any encounters from my new classmates. I was honestly surprised they would let me in here. Even though I'm, a murderer and stuff. Okay, here's where you'll be staying. Unfortunately, there are a few precautions we will take to ensure the other students are safe. If you behave, you will start with them next week. Until then, I advise you don't leave this room. Everything will be provided, so don't worry. Oh, that was the catch. I had to be in lockdown for a week. That's not so bad. Thank you, All Might. I'll see you around, I said, and he gave another heroic smile, before dashing away. Bracing myself, I opened my door. This is, surprisingly normal. A single queen bed sat against the furthest wall, with a few blankets and sheets already folded on. Adjacent to that was a small desk, with paper, pencils, and a laptop. Next to the entrance is a door leading to what I assumed to be a bathroom, with a closet on the wall next to that. The first thing I do is sit on the bed. I lift up my watch and scroll until I find my contact for Kurogiri. I press it, and wait a few seconds. "Where the hell are you, kid?" he asks. "Are you alone?" I ask instead. "Yeah, I'm in my room. Now answer my question. Be quiet, and don't tell this to anyone. I've infiltrated UA, acting as a student attending their villain rehabilitation program. I'm going to get close, pretend to turn my life around, all while trying to find a way for you guys to break in. Don't call me back. Don't tell anyone. Do you understand?" I asked. He was silent for a minute. "Kid, this is crazy. Are you sure?" "I have to be, if I want this to work. Tell the others they'll have to push the attack on Best Jeanist and his agency back, or to do it without me. Either way, don't tell them where I am. I don't want Shigaraki to get impulsive." "Okay, then. I trust you, kid. Just make it back safely, okay?" he asked. "I will. Thank you for everything, Kuro," I said, and ended the call. I sighed, laying down on my bed. Well, now that that's over with, I guess I'll just have to wait and see what they want me to do in a week. As I drifted from consciousness, I thought of the girl I saved. Najire Hato. Man, so much has happened. In a single day, I witnessed the death of my close friend, gained access to a boatload of quirks, saved a girl from committing suicide, held a girl's hand, infiltrated the highest security academy in the country, defeated 5 pro heroes in a small room, and got accepted in the same school via a villain rehabilitation program. Why is my life so complicated? And hello, again. Phew, finished yet another chapter. This one was a little bit shorter than the previous ones, but that's because it was the end of the day in the story, and I didn't want to drag the plot on for more time than it needed to. If you enjoyed the chapter, please vote, as it helps keep me motivated to continue writing. See you next time. Bye. Chapter 6. Meeting in the Courtyard. No Pav. All right, class. Listen up, Aizawa addressed. The class quieted down. The students looked around to see each other's expressions, which all showed signs of confusion and attentiveness. "Starting on Monday, we will have a new student joining us in Class 1A, he said. The class erupted into whispering, with almost every student suddenly expressing a lot more interest than they were previously. "Shut up, I'm not finished," he said blandly, and the class quieted again. "There's something about this student that you may need to know. Now, obviously, I would recommend caution with anyone you don't know. But, this student in particular, I would advise to minimize confrontation with. We're not entirely sure how he'll act in here with you, so you need to be wary. Sir, if this student needs this much tending to, I don't see him fit to join Class 1A, much less UA entirely," a blue-haired boy said, while waving his arms around cartoonishly. "Yeah, I have to agree, Mr. Aizawa. Do you really think someone like that should join the hero course?" a girl with a long tongue added. "I know. I don't like it either. However, this student joining is requested by Principal Nezu himself," Aizawa added. "Ooh. I hope he's really strong, right, Bakugo? Shut your mouth, you damn extra." "I'm still not done," Mr. Aizawa said. The class quieted down yet again. "The reason why you should be cautious around him," he paused for dramatic effect, "is because he's a villain." "What?" the whole class yells. "Excuse me. You are letting a villain trample the pristine grounds of UA Academy. I demand you refuse immediately. You can't let a villain here, he'll kill us." "Ooh. A boy with a dark history, captured and taken to his polar opposites. But, past that hard exterior, a beautiful girl finds his inner shell, filled with the utmost kindness and love. Squeal, asterisk. Enough. The class freezes, looking at their teacher. This kid is no joke. When he was first brought here, Midnight and I tried to take him away. He took us down in seconds, along with Vlad King, Ectoplasm, and Present Mike, before he, get this, agreed to stay." Aizawa yelled. The class was in shock at the sudden outburst. This kid is dangerous. The only reason he's here in the first place is because Nezu sees good in him, and thought he would be a good first candidate for the villain rehab program. So stay away. And with that, the class now knew they'd be getting a new student. Izuku's Pav. I am incredibly bored. I've been cooped up in this room for the past week, with nothing to do except surf the web or sleep. I have had it. Hopping onto the computer, I looked up the UA website, and found the phone number for students to call their administrator. I put the number into my watch, and hit the call button. Hello. This is the UA Academy Administration Office. This is Hikaru. What can we do for you? A chipper voice responded. Hello. I'd like to speak to the Academy's principal about some behavioral issues in the school. I said, making my voice a little deeper and scratchier. All right, sir. Unfortunately, Principal Nezu is in a meeting with the school board, but they should be out in around 5 minutes, or so. Should I put you on hold for a moment, sir? She answered. Yes, that will be all right. Thank you, miss, I said. You are very welcome. Before you go, can I have a name to address you by? She asked. Damn it. Think, Izuku, think. Izuku, of the National Environmental Wellness Association. Thank you, I responded. Thank you, sir. Have a great day, and I'll get him on for you in a moment, she said. A few seconds after, I heard dated uplifting music come out of the speaker. Setting my watch down, I laid down on my bed to rest my eyes for a few minutes. If this actually works, then I've been such an idiot for not trying this sooner. A few minutes later, I hear the other line pick up. I sit up and grab my watch. Hello? The principal's voice came in through the speaker. Hello. I am from the National Environmental Wellness Association. I heard about a slight mistreatment happening with one of your students, and our executives were wondering whether those rumors were true, or not. Well, yes, actually. One of the students we have is being held in a solitary state as we speak. I'm afraid he was being too much of a nuisance to be allowed out of his room, so we locked him in there. Is that a problem? He said. What the hell, you stupid mouse? Actually, yes, it is. According to Article 69, Section 420 of the Let Me Out of Here You Stupid Mouse bylaws, it states that students exhibiting bad behavior must be allowed at least 2 hours of outside time per day, I yelled. Yes, but he hasn't asked for that yet. This makes me think he doesn't want to go outside, so we've kept him in there. What the frick? So I could have just asked, and you would have let me leave for a bit, I yelled, before clapping a hand over my mouth. Crap. Ah, Izuku. What a pleasant surprise. I was just talking about you with someone, about your alleged mistreatment, but I guess it was you, all along, this freaking mouse. So, can I go outside? I asked. Sure, why not? Just try not to kill anyone, or we'll have to restrain you while in your room, he warned. Thanks. Wait, I need someone to come let me out. Can that happen soon? Sure. I'll send in Aizawa to come let you out. He will also be accompanying you as you take your stroll. Anything else? He asked. Did I need anything else? I mean, I don't want to wear the school's garbage clothing, so maybe I can ask for a suit to be delivered as well? Yes, actually. I was wondering if a suit could be delivered to my dorm? I asked. Formal, semi-formal, or casual? He asked. Semi-formal, please. I remember you measuring me for your file, so those measurements will be fine. Splendid. The suit will also come with Aizawa. That will be all, and with that, the line went dead. Well, that was fun. Who knew I could order a suit from the principal? Time skip brought to you by Nezu being a personal tailor. After about a half hour, I heard a knock on my door, notifying me that Aizawa was here. Turning off my music, I walked over and tried to open the door, only for me to realize it only unlocks from the outside, and I had been tricked. Ha, very funny. You can come in, I said. The lock clicked open, and the door opened. You seriously asked Principal Nezu for a suit? He asked, clearly annoyed with my fashion sense. No matter, I'll put him in his place. Why, yes, did. Suits are awesome, unlike the garbage fire they give us for school uniforms, I said. But, you know what? I'm too tired to argue with you. Just go change. He growled, handing me the suit. From the looks of it, a maroon button-up, black vest, black dress pants, and a black tie. I like his style. When I escape, I am so wearing my suits like this, I thought aloud. Sure, kid. Just go change already. He motioned towards the bathroom. Ah, don't want to see me strip here, teach? I can put on a good show, you know. Just get in the bathroom. I'm already sick of being here. Fine. I finished having my fun and went to change in the bathroom. Hey, eyebags, I yelled. What? Did he give you any gloves to go with this? I asked. No, he said he wants to see your fingerprints, should something happen. Oh, all right. After I finished putting everything on, I came out of the bathroom. Geez, you take long. Are you ready? Aizawa asked. Yeah, I'm good. Are my classmates in the building right now? I asked. If they were, we would have to either be really stealthy, or Aizawa would have to do an early introduction. I don't think I'm quite ready to not kill anyone immediately, so it'd be best if they were in classes. No, there shouldn't be any stragglers in the common room, so you're probably fine, there, he replied. Okay, then let's go. I exited the small room for the first time in what felt like ages. The distant smell of perfume wafted into my nose, along with the lingering aroma of a fresh cooked breakfast. Damn. That smells amazing. The building, which I didn't get a real good look at because of the author's awful pacing, was decorated with many inspirational posters, not unlike the actual school. The hallways were pretty long, and well lit, with green carpets and wooden walls. Listen, eyebags, would you please stop calling me that? He interrupted. Okay. Mr. Aizawa. I guess I wanted to apologize for, knocking you out. I said. I didn't know why I said that, but I did. Thanks. Why are you apologizing now? He furrowed his brow. I don't know, it just sort of slipped out. Forget it. No, it's fine, kid. Really, I was just surprised a bloodthirsty villain would apologize for something so trivial, he confessed. Nah, I'm not bloodthirsty at the moment. Hey, you should see Toga. Geez. I chuckled, massaging the back of my neck with my hand. Toga? The blonde? He asked. Yeah, she's crazy about me, so of course, half her ideas involve dismembering or declothing me. I got used to it after a while, after she mellowed out a little. I felt a little itch on my tongue after saying that. She was worse with you. How did that go? Well, she sometimes laced my drink with stuff like pain relievers and sleep medication, so she could come in my room at night and suck my blood. We both shivered. Sometimes I wake up with visible marks, like cuts, syringe marks, and her favorite teeth marks. Sheesh, kid. How did you grow to live with it? I invested in a bolt on my door. We chuckled a bit, and continued walking down to the exit. Exiting the building, I took a deep breath of fresh air. Why did I ever agree to staying in my room for a week? Maybe that's the most insane thing I've ever done. Listen. Don't tell Nezu, but I'd really rather be sleeping than babysitting you. I feel as though you won't try anything, but if anything happens, you knocked me out beforehand, alright? This guy is now my new favorite teacher. If anyone disagrees with my opinion, I'll rip them to shreds. You got it. I'll see you in a few hours, Mr. Aizawa, I said, giving a little wave. He gave a small smile, and left. I could get used to this kind of treatment. Nah, never mind. I continued to walk around the outer campus, enjoying the fresh air's gentle brush against my face. Because the school is so oddly shaped, there's a massive courtyard in the center of all the buildings. I decided to head there, seeing as it's probably the best-looking area in the school. Eventually, I reached a large entrance to the courtyard, though, just from looking in, I feel like park describes it a bit more. The area was massive, with large terraformed land making up a large part of the area. Small hills were sprawled out across the entire right and back sides, dotted with small trees and covered areas for recreation. To my left was a freaking tennis court. Like, a full-size tennis court, just thrown over there. They also had a very detailed, very large fountain in the very center, with pebble concrete surrounding it and extending to the rest of the courtyard. Various students were there, doing different activities, from reading to using the tennis court. I tried to avoid their gaze, but seeing as how I was dressed in a suit, while everyone else had those awful school uniforms on, It felt a bit hard to keep out of sight. After a few seconds of silence about me, I heard people start to talk. Whoa. Who is he? I don't know, but whoever he is, I hope he's in my class. Geez, that guy is hot. Is he a new teacher? Seems kinda young, don't you think? Wow, I hope he teaches me. Geez. Do these people have anything better to do? Who am I kidding? This is probably the highlight of their week. I continued to walk towards the back of the courtyard, seeing as how there were less people over there. Maybe then I could just relax. Hey, you, over there, spoke too soon, I guess. A boy with a really cartoonish face jogged over to me. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Mirio Tagata, he said with a very enthusiastic wave. I feel like this guy doesn't get out much. Hey. I replied with a forced smile. So what brings you to our school? He asked. Well, I was sort of forced into coming here. Didn't have much of a choice when All Might steps in the room, am I right? I knew he wouldn't fully get what I was saying, though it was technically the truth. Yeah, being in the presence of the symbol of peace sure does make some people a bit impulsive. Are you currently attending classes? He asked, looking me over. Not at the moment. Plus, the school's uniforms are garbage, so I asked the principal to bring me this instead. I motioned to my outfit, and he gave a slow nod. You can ask the principal for a suit? He asked. Yeah. I was on the phone with him earlier, and when I asked him about it, he asked about what mood the gathering, or whatever was, like, formal, semi-formal, or casual type stuff. I met him yesterday, so he knew what I looked like and stuff. I think it turned out pretty good, I said, and he shrugged. Yeah. I never knew the principal had such excellent taste, he complimented. Hey, would you like to come join me and my friends? You don't have to stay long, I just want to introduce you to them, he offered. Sure, I guess. He beckoned me to follow with his hand, and I followed. You'll love them, I'm sure. Plus, it'll be good for one of them to branch out and grow a bit of confidence with others, he assured. I continued to follow him, getting more star-gazed looks from the girl students. Eventually, we came across a table secluded by some large bushes. Sitting there was, wait, Najire? She looked over to me, and her eyes widened for 2 reasons, I believe. Oh my gosh, I was so worried about you. When the principal requested to speak with you alone, I thought he was going to murder you, or something. She yelled as she embraced me in a tight hug. A large blush formed on my face as I hesitantly returned the hug. Yeah, no, he just wanted to clear things up with me about the whole thing. Sorry to have made you worry. I comforted. She didn't break the hug, and I felt her hands start to move around my back. That's enough, Najire. I know he looks good in a suit, but you don't have to be like that. Mirio jokes, sending a ton of red to her cheeks. Mirio, you idiot, she yelled defensively. So, wait, is the guy? Mirio trailed off, looking at her. She gave a nod behind her hands, which remained firmly clasped around her burning cheeks. Wow, I can't believe it. Thank you, so much, for helping her. You're a true hero, man. He complimented, though it just made me feel uncomfortable. It's no problem, I said, then turning to her. By the way, how are you feeling? I asked her. I'm doing a lot better. Thank you, she said, her hands still clasped around her face. So, I'm kinda curious. Najire never stopped talking about you after yesterday. What did you do that made her so? Mirio, I swear I will make your life a living hell if you finish that sentence. She screamed with the cutest, threatening face I have ever seen. Geez, all right, he said, bringing up a hand to rub the back of his neck. He looked around for a moment, and a look of confusion spread across his face. Where's Tamaki? He asked. When he saw you two coming, he ran away. I think he's inside, now, she said casually. Darn, I was really hoping I could have him meet. What is your name? He asked. Izuku. I forced out. He gave a small look of concern before brushing it off. Well, Izuku, I wanted to thank you again for helping out Najire, and I hope you don't mind, but would you like to spar? Mirio. Najire shouted again. Why do you always ask that immediately after meeting someone? Sorry, I can't help it. He grinned sheepishly. Sure, I'm down. They both looked at me. Seriously? Thank you, he said. Najire gave me the same look as she just gave Mirio, and I laughed. What's so funny? She pouted, making me laugh a bit harder. Nothing, nothing. I brushed it off. So, where are we going to spar? I asked Mirio. Probably the gym. Don't tell me your quirk, just yet. I want to see it in action, he requested. Ooh, yeah, you never did tell me your quirk. This is going to be awesome. Najire said happily, replacing her pout with a very bright smile. Okay. I guess I'll need to follow you to the gym, then, I said, rubbing the back of my head. Yeah. Let's go, Mirio said enthusiastically. I really hope I don't get in trouble by doing this. And wow, that chapter was long. Just over 3,000 words. Thank you for reading. I really appreciate it, and I hope you enjoyed. Speaking of enjoying, if you enjoyed this chapter, please leave a vote, as it helps keep me motivated to continue posting. I'll see you all next chapter. Bye. Chapter 7. Sparring with Tagata. A few minutes later, we arrived at the school gym. I swear, they just make these buildings to show off. The gym was massive, with the main room being bigger than a few city blocks, if my sources were correct. Just standing near the building is daunting, and that doesn't even describe it fully once you enter the place. Now, unfortunately, Najire may have hyped our sparring match a little too much, because tons of students have come to watch. If I had known at the time that he was a part of the Big Three, I probably wouldn't have accepted the deal to fight. Now, because word doesn't just reach students, a few teachers were there, as well. Currently, the dominatrix woman and the blonde guy were the ones supervising the match, and they were raising the crowd's hype even more than before. Well, I guess we can't back down now, Mirio said sheepishly, watching the crowd gather. Yeah, well, I figured, what, with you being a member of the Big Three, and all, that word of someone challenging you would spread fast, I said. He nodded, and started walking towards the arena. And it looks like our competitors have arrived. Member of the Big Three, star student Mirio Tagata, facing off against an unnamed competitor. Who will win? No one knows. The blonde guy yelled. The cheering intensified, and I sighed in relief that he didn't name me in front of all these people. Wait, you're going nameless. Why? Mirio asked. I'll tell you some other time. You ready? I asked, lowering into a fighting position. Definitely. He smirked as he also got into a position. All right. It looks like these two are ready. On the right, Mirio Tagata. On the left, a handsome man in semi-formal attire. We will go until one or both are unable to continue fighting. The lady yelled. A small blush formed on my cheeks as she called me handsome, though I quickly blocked that from my memory. Geez. This was supposed to be a quick sparring match, not some major event. Well, whatever. I already see a girl holding up a phone, most likely recording, streaming this. I guess it is kind of a big deal now. On the count of 3, our competitors will start the match. Ready? 3, 2, Oni. A cool feeling rushed into my head, and I closed my eyes. I felt him running way faster than I anticipated over to me. Starting with a right hook, Well, I'll just do this. When he was just a few meters away, I shifted my body to grab onto his, looking more like a hug. I shifted my body around once I had him, and pulled him over my head, throwing him into the ground. Oh, look at that, folks, he got past the first attack. This is going to be interesting. Wait, most people don't make it past the first attack. What a bunch of wimps. I felt him move again, and jumped to avoid him trying to sweep his legs into mine. Activating my telekinesis quirk, I pushed him, and myself, back by about 20 meters each. And he manages to recover instantly. He's fighting with his eyes closed. What? I hear Mirio yell. I feel him getting back up, launching towards me with greater speed. It feels like he's going to try and use his legs next, so I need to dodge like this. I feel him trying to kick the side of my stomach, so I push that part of my body out, hearing it whoosh past its target. Now, he's going for the face. I bend backwards, managing to just miss his leg again. What the F*** is hap? I hear a slap from the other part of the room. Looks like the blonde forgot they were in a school. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect you to be this good. I hear his voice ragged and a bit faster. Likewise, It's nice to see someone keep up with me, I taunted. Well, I guess I'll stop going easy, then. I guess it's a good thing I changed into my hero costume, he said, despite the author failing to mention prior that he had changed. Yeah, let's not hold back anymore, I said, feeling my hands burn with energy. I pushed the energy out, hearing it crash into the opposite wall of the stadium. It didn't hit him, though. Wait, where did Tagata go? What? I opened my eyes to see a distinct lack of my opponent. Looking around the arena, I only saw the anticipated onlookers as they watched from the sidelines. I started walking forward, only to feel a foot to my back. Before I could even think, I was sent flying to the other side of the stadium. Phew, didn't mean to hit you that hard, Mirio called out from the other side of the stadium. I stood up, pulling my tie off me and throwing it to my right. How did you do that? I asked, walking towards him. My quirk, of course. I call it permeation. It allows me to make my body pass through anything, such as the ground, then I get rocketed back up to the surface after I loosen my quirk's power, he said, before clapping a hand over his mouth. I probably shouldn't have told you that, he gave a sheepish grin. You probably shouldn't have told me that, I repeated, assuming the same position as before. I closed my eyes again, but I didn't sense any movement with Mirio. You have multiple quirks, he observed, causing me to open my eyes. Yeah. How many? I smirked. Where's the fun in giving it away? He chuckled along with me. Promise to tell me afterwards, okay? He asked. Sure. Although, it may be a little while before you're able to hear me out, what, with me winning, and all. My smirk grew wider. You sure hold strong to your act, all right. I'll make sure I beat it out of you, though, he retorted. Who said it was an act? And with that final remark, I charged at him. He lunged in my direction, only for me to see him sink into the ground. Wait. So he's going to come up to attack E. Like last time, he'll probably aim for the back. I kicked my leg back around, where Tagata had just emerged. I felt my leg land, and heard a grunt from Tagata. You good? I asked. Why? Yeah, nice kick, he complimented. Standing up straight again, he lunged forward in attempt to punch me, but I grabbed his hand and threw him back, sending him the other way. He stomped on the ground, launching him back towards me with his leg outstretched. I grabbed his leg and twisted around, throwing him pretty far in the other direction. I heard a gasp from the crowd, and looked back at him. He was panting pretty hard, clutching his leg and grunting through clenched teeth. Damn it. Hey, can you walk? I asked, walking over to him. Doesn't look like it, he forced out. You did good. Yeah. Though I went a bit too far. Here, let me take a look. Once I got near enough towards him, I knelt down and pressed my hand on his knee. He yelled out in pain and recoiled away from me. Please, just let me see it. Don't move it away, no matter how much it hurts. Got it? I asked. He nodded, bringing his leg around towards me again. New healing quirk, please don't fail me now. I pressed my hand on the leg once more, but he didn't move it this time. I felt around, and discovered a big fracture and a bunch of little bone pieces floating around in his leg. Wow, I didn't mean to hurt you this bad, just hold on. I shifted my hands around so my palms were directly on the fracture. I activated the healing quirk, and a warm, bubbly feeling drifted into my head. I heard him grunt, as I pressed harder on his leg. It was a weird feeling. I felt all the little pieces of his bone shift around to realign themselves with the main fracture, and how the main fracture closed itself up. Tiredness engulfed me, as I released the quirk. I fell back on the ground, panting hard, and I felt him move around his leg. He slowly stood up, took a few steps, and then went over to me, holding out his hand. Thanks for that. Man, you sure are powerful. He chuckled like normal. The crowd erupted into cheers, and the announcers were awestruck. Well, that was awesome. The perfect way to end this battle, the blonde said. I took his hand, but then another wave of exhaustion hit me as I was hoisted up. I unwillingly almost collapsed again, though Mirio just put my arm around his shoulders and helped me out of the gym. That was amazing. Immediately after I left the gym, I was tackled by a girl with periwinkle hair. Thanks, Najire. I had a lot of fun. I mumbled tiredly. She immediately let go, a huge blush coating her face. Why yeah. Well, it was really fun to watch, too. She directed that towards the both of us, pulling her hair over her cheeks. Cute. Yeah. Up until the end, there, I was really fighting hard. You were really fun to spar with, man. He clapped my back, and I gave him a small smile. You were, too. I haven't had a fight that intense in years. Even with the teachers, it didn't. Wait, what teachers? Shit. You Never mind. It was nothing important, I quickly choked out, though I'm sure it made me even more suspicious. Screw my inability to fluently lie. And my apparent inability to withhold information. No, I think I'd like to know, Mirio said wearily, giving me a suspicious look. Look, I'll tell you later, okay. Right now, I'm really tired, I said. Oh, yeah. When you healed him, how does that work? Nejire asked, suddenly way more animated. Well, one of my quirks is recharge, which, allegedly, should allow me to heal my wounds by using the energy in my body. Back there, I guess I wanted to see if things I were touching could also get healed. I let my words sink in a little before continuing. Apparently, it worked. However, I guess it uses up a lot more energy because of the increased mass of the object being healed. I pondered. Well, that's really cool, she exclaimed. Yeah, and how do you have more than one quirk? Mirio asked. Ooh. I was just about to ask that. You looked like you had 3 or 4. How? I'll also tell you that later. I replied hastily. Are classes still in for first years? They looked at me skeptically. Yeah, shouldn't you know that? Mirio's voice was filled with suspicion. Right. Of course. I guess I got hit harder than I thought. I covered, but I never hit your. Well, I'm gonna head back to my dorm now. Gotta rest up for class when I feel a bit better. Bye. And before Mirio could ask any more questions, I practically bolted away. Then, I remembered I was incredibly tired, so I stopped and walked a bit slower. Checking behind me, I could see they weren't directly following me. Activating another quirk, I felt the same cool liquid as earlier enter my brain. 2 people were behind me, moving slowly in the same direction. I stopped, turned around, and opened my eyes. I felt the figures stop. Damn. Way to go, Izuku. You made yourself literally the most suspicious you possibly could. Now they're following you, and they're going to want an explanation, and then they'll find out I'm actually a villain and won't want to be my friends anymore. And why'd I even care? I opened my eyes, looking around again. Where are the dorms? Wrong way, Izuku. I turned to see Mirio and Nejire staring at me. What? Yeah, sorry about that. I trailed off, unable to come up with a good excuse. So how could you mix up the back of the school for the way to the dorms? Mirio crossed his arms. Our previous mood was completely gone, replaced with suspicion and hesitance. Damn it. Think, Izuku, think. What's more suspicious is how we barely know anything about you. Mirio took a step forward, and though I debated taking a step back, I decided to hold my place firmly. Well, we just met, after all. That's how friendships work, learning more about people over time, and hanging out with them based on commonality. Good friendships aren't built on withheld information, he countered. We just want to know more about you, Izuku. Why is that so hard to ask? Nejire cut in, giving me a look of rejection. I don't know why, but my heart broke seeing her with dejected eyes. A million different outcomes ran through my head about how this would end. I get punched. They stop being my friends. I never get to see Nejire again. Nezu tries to restrain me, leading to me either killing and hurting most of the pro heroes on duty, or getting restrained after little effort and detained. The list goes on. I'm going to ask these questions again, and I want you to be honest with us. Nothing bad will happen if you just come clean. Mirio reassured. Please, Izuku. Just tell us. Nejire whimpered through her hair. At that moment, I think I broke. I just want them to know, but I don't want them to leave me if I tell them. I don't want her out of my life. Frick. Fine. I said finally, let's go back to the courtyard. We can sit there, and I can tell you. They nodded, and we started walking towards the courtyard again. Hopefully this will give me enough time to think about what I'm going to say in the nicest, unriskiest way possible. Okay. We're here. Now, Talk to us about it. What? I snapped out of my thoughts and frantically looked around. How? Oh, okay. Here, sit down. We sat down, and they eagerly awaited my explanation. Okay. So I need you guys to stay calm, okay? Don't freak out. I looked to make sure they were ready. I'm a villain. And oh my gosh, what's going to happen? So, the way I write consists of me coming up with a prompt, and just rolling with it. So, honestly, I'm pretty much as clueless as you are about how this story will happen. Heck, I didn't even know I was typing him being caught by Mirio and Najire until it happened. And I was like, WHAAT? So, anyways. Thank you all for reading this. I was about to post an announcement thanking you guys for 100 views, and then all of a sudden the view count was 200, and I was freaking out inside. I wanted to say thank you for reading my story, and I sincerely hope you enjoy. Thank you, and I'll see you all at the next chapter. Bye. Chapter 8. Confession. I'm a villain. Shock covered their face, as I expected. I watched as Mirio's arm shot up to shield Najire, making my heart plummet. How are? Mirio was incredibly confused, and I couldn't blame him. I'll explain. Just lower your arm, okay? I'm not going to hurt her, I assured. He kept his arm up, though, and that bothered me. A small heat trickled into the palm of my hand, and I whisked my fingers down. His arm repeated a similar motion, and he looked at it, confused, before looking back at me with, I'm not sure what. I'm sorry, but you guys don't need to worry, or anything, okay? I tried to reassure him especially, though I was met with a lot of resistance against my telekinetic quirk. Why shouldn't I? There's a villain, in my school, with abilities that surpass one of the strongest students attending. He was freaking out as he struggled against my telekinetic grasp. Looking at Najire, I motioned for her to move away from Mirio. Najire, don't, he yelled. She looked extremely conflicted, looking between the two of us. I could feel my eyes start to plead with her whenever she looked my way, and he stared back into them with furrowed brows. Eventually, she slowly started to inch away from Mirio. Najire. Mirio looked at her dejectedly, and I could feel his power grow against my telekinesis. What are you planning? He yelled at me. I was going to release my grasp on you, but because I didn't know how you were going to react, I wanted her to move to somewhere a bit safer beforehand. I confessed. For the second time, he was frozen in shock, and I took that as a good time to lower my grip on him. He lifted his arms, moving them around a bit before tightening them into fists. He looked at me conflictingly, before lowering his fists into his lap. Thank you. I sighed in relief, before turning to Najire. Are you okay with me continuing, or are you going to try and throw a few punches beforehand, too? I joked. She violently shook her head, and looked back at me so I could continue. Okay. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I honestly didn't recall the questions they asked, whether it was short-term memory, or that the last upload was yesterday and the author was too lazy to check. First off, I'd like to know how you're here in the first place, Mirio asked. Well, short version or long version, I asked. I'm down for story time, if you are, Mirio. Najire chimed in. Sure, why not? He replied, sitting back. Well, after saving Najire, I decided to walk her back to where she needed to go to make sure she didn't try anything else. Unfortunately, for me, that happened to be UA at the time. I was still on the forefront of everyone's minds, since I had just done some things. So it was probably the worst possible choice for me to make. However, I wasn't able to change my mind. I trailed off as I caught Najire's eyes. Her beautiful, innocent blue eyes. Anyways, I broke our gaze, looking down at my feet. When I got to UA, I noticed that Najire was adamant on spending a bit more time with me, so I did the most logical thing I could think of, that being finding an exploit in the front gate security that allowed both of us to pass through instead of just her. I paused, giving time for Mirio to process the information. After a few seconds, he nodded. So, I was taking her to the teacher's lounge, where she could get directions to her teacher. Then, we ran into Principal Nezu, who recognized me from the security tapes from one of my jobs. I cleared my throat saying the last word, and he asked us to come with him to his office. So then what? Mirio sat up. Well, after he sent Najire off, he confronted me about me being a villain, and offered me a position in their villain rehab program. I declined, of course, so he sent for the teachers to come detain me. So is this the part about you fighting with the teachers? Najire asked. Yeah. I sort of took them all out. I rubbed the back of my neck. Incredible. They both said under their breath, bringing a slight blush to my face when I heard Najire say it. Yeah, well. Anyways, when All Might showed up, I figured I would rather not get punched by him, and decided to just cut my losses and try it out, I said. So, technically, you are a student here. So, are you not attending class? Mirio asked. Well, yeah. You see, after All Might flew me over to get what I needed, they asked me to stay in the dorm for a week, or until I showed them that I wouldn't kill people or something. Wait. All Might flew you to your base? They both screamed. What? No, just to grab a package from the roof Najire was on. I bit my tongue. Do I tell them everything? What? Come on, please tell me. Najire begged, and I looked back into her eyes again. Those damn eyes. I swear. Fine. I took a deep breath. So, in order to understand the rest of what I'm going to tell you, you're going to need to understand why I was on that roof to begin with, I said. They nodded. Well, I had just seen a really close friend of mine get murdered. I forced out. Mirio's face stayed blank, and I heard a small gasp from Najire. It was around an hour before I met you, Najire. I went to go get another quirk. I confessed, and their eyes went wide again, when I saw the small clinic he lived in was wrecked, and he was bleeding everywhere. Wait, so you can receive quirks? How is that even possible? Najire asked. Well, illegal quirk trading, I whispered. What? I said. Illegal quirk trading. I forced out. That's really a thing? Najire asked. Yeah. My friend was a distributor in the business. In exchange for info and other stuff, he would allow me to order a quirk of my choice. Wow, that's messed up. Wow, Najire. Best oversimplification of the century. Yeah. But, when you're on the streets, trying to survive, every edge counts. I looked away dejectedly. So, what happened next with your friend? Mirio asked. Well, he gave me the quirk I wanted, the same quirk I used on you. When I accidentally fractured that bone in your leg, he also gave me. Well, it's not important, but that was the crate I had on the roof. I'd like to know what's in the crate, Izuku. Najire pressed. Why did she have to ask? I'm sorry, that is something I can't just openly share. I said. Well, then tell me what quirks you have, she asked instead. Well, I have telekinesis, which you've seen in action. Then, recharge, which is the healing quirk. It allows me to convert a large portion of my energy into my cells, which allow me to heal. It's a bit more complicated than that, but that's all I know. Then, volume, which allows me to control the level of sound objects make. Like, when I fought that blonde guy that screams a lot, I put my hand over his mouth, and when I took it away, he couldn't talk. Then, I have radar, which, when I close my eyes, I can see who is where they are going, and can predict what they are doing. I can convert a large portion of my energy into a concussive blast, like the one I tried to use on you during the match. I can also fire that energy wave downward, to propel myself into the air for a few seconds, but I can only use it consecutively a few times before I get too tired. Oh, and I can teleport, too. I think that's everything. I finished. Wow, that's... Mirio paused. Awesome. Najire screamed. Well, yeah, you have so many amazing quirks. It's really cool, she said, though immediately after she grew a huge blush and hid behind her hair. Thanks. If I may ask, which one of those is the quirk you manifested when you were younger? Mirio asked. Crap. Do I? But. I looked at Najire, who was practically bouncing with anticipation. Oh, what the hell? Actually. And none of them. I forced out. They were quiet for a second. So, did you not tell, Najire? It means he never manifested a quirk. Mirio corrected, she. Well, I couldn't really read her face, but she sort of looked. Well, surprised, obviously, but also, worried? Confused? Yeah, well. We can't all get born with quirks. I added in an attempt to move off the topic. So. All those quirks you have. All of them were given to you. She said weakly, and I nodded. Suddenly, I felt her tackle me. Why would you do that to yourself? I mean, genetically altering yourself like that. That's dangerous. You could have. I felt a bead of water drip onto my shirt, and I felt my eyes widen. She was crying? For me? Hey, it's okay. No, it's not. What if the quirks backfired on you, or something? What if something reacted with your other quirk, and you blew up? What if? She continued to bawl in my chest, causing confusion and worry to spike in my head. Hey. She looked up. I'm fine, see? There's nothing to worry about, I said soothingly, deepening our embrace by hugging her back. She tensed for a moment, before I felt her melt into my hug, crying into my shoulder like it's the last she'd ever see it again. I started to rub my hands on her back to soothe her, which eventually worked. What's in the box? She asked. Najire. What's in the box, Izuku? I tensed. I saw Mirio sit up, also carrying a worried expression. I sighed. If it'll get her to stop crying. The doctor's latest shipment of quirks, I said finally. I felt a small gasp escape her lips, and Mirio's eyes widened. WWH what? She asked. While I was at the clinic, the doctor, he gave me the latest shipment of quirks he was going to sell. He didn't want them in other people's hands, so he entrusted it to me. I felt her tighten her grasp around me. If I ever see you using any of those, I will make you regret it. She gave me what is probably the most threatening face she could make, which isn't saying much. It just looked too cute. Her brows were furrowed, and her face was in an angry pout. Her eyes, though, told me all I needed to know about how much I needed to worry. You should really work on your threatening face, I commented. Her face was replaced with confusion. What? You need to work on not making it so cute, then I would take you seriously, I added, and a huge blush flared up on both of our faces. Well, I think I should go. We turned to see Mirio dusting off his pants. What? Already? Najire asked. Yeah. I wouldn't want to. Get in the way, he replied with a smirk. Mirio. Her face flushed as she gave that same cute pout. Are you sure? I asked. Well, after that whole thing, I think I trust you enough to not cause any harm, however. He crouched down to look me in the eyes, wearing probably the most threatening glare I've ever seen. If you even try to hurt her, I will personally see to it that your body is never found by the police. Got it? I gulped and nodded. His frown was replaced with a mischievous smirk as he stood up to leave. And, Najire? He asked. Why yeah? Try not to get too comfortable, okay? I wouldn't want to be an uncle just yet. Mirio, I swear, she yelled. She tried to hit him with her quirk, but he just dodged and laughed harder. It was at that moment where I decided to notice just what kind of position we were in. Her legs were wrapped around my lower torso as she straddled me. Her skirt was pressed up against my body, making it drift up a bit. I also noticed her body pressed against mine, with something soft becoming all too present on my chest. Her hair draped over us, luckily preventing anyone else from seeing what I was. However, for me, it was almost too much, and I felt a different kind of warmth travel down my body. I felt her pull away, looking into my eyes with the same sweet look she always wore, though I could see that her face was flushed, and her eyes were puffy and red. Hey, she said with a smile. Hey, I replied. Damn my stutter. Do you think it's all right if we stay like this for a bit longer? She asked. What? What? I don't really want to leave you right now. It's perfectly fine if you don't like it, though. I wouldn't want to force you to keep hugging me. And if you feel uncomfortable, I should stop, right? Yeah, I cut her off by deepening the hug, earning a small gasp from her before she giggled and hugged me back. Oh okay, then. She trailed off, sighing into my chest. Unfortunately for me, it was that express moment she decided to notice just how close she was to me, and heat flared up in her face as she scrambled away. Sorry. Oh my gosh, sorry, I didn't mean she was stuttering like crazy, turning entire shades of red darker than she already was as she pressed down on her skirt. Hey, it's fine. It was an accident, right? I tried to reassure, though my brain wasn't helping me at all. Why yeah, sorry. She apologized. We sat in silence for a moment, each of us slowly trying to recover from that awkward moment. Eventually, I felt her scoot close again, sitting next to me and laying her head on my shoulder. I hesitantly put an arm around her and rested my own head on top of hers. See, can we stay like this? She asked again, her voice a bit more shaky. Of course, I said, squeezing my hand on her shoulder a bit. She responded by nuzzling her head into the crook of my neck, and I let out a small hum in response. That position, though. Shut up, brain. It's happening. Yay. They're sort of, not really, but maybe accepting their feelings for each other. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Towards the end, it was a little weird, but I hope it was interesting, nonetheless. If you enjoyed, please vote, as it helps motivate me to continue writing. And, as always, I'll see you next chapter. Bye. Chapter 9. The talk. Well, this is my stop. I was currently walking Najire back to her dorms after a wonderful afternoon in the courtyard. She was skipping slightly in her step, meaning she also happened to enjoy our time together, which I was happy about. Ah, already? I whined. She gave a playful glare and twirled around to face me. Yep. Lucky for you, mister, I happen to not have classes today, so you should be thankful, she said. Well, lucky for you, miss, I never have class, so you can see me whenever you want. I attempted to flirt. Is this a good thing for me, or for you? She jabbed back. I'd like to think we both benefit, for one reason or another, she gave a goofy smile from behind her blushing. Well then, I guess I'll see you around. She attempted to be flirtatious, but had limited success due to her being visibly flustered. I laughed at her attempt, which made her stop. Oh, come on. You knew it was good. She pouted, crossing her arms defensively. So you were trying to grab my attention? I asked playfully, making her blush grow deeper. Well, it's all right. It definitely worked, so I won't hold it against you. I flirted back, making my voice a bit deeper and quieter. She let out a squeak as I finished, making me laugh and pull away. Well, I'll see you around, Najire, I said as I stepped back a little further. She turned to walk into her dorm room, but before I knew what was happening, I felt her soft lips pressed onto my cheek. She pulled away, her face flushed slightly and with a goofy smile, before she waved and walked into the building. I continued to stare at the door, long after it was closed. I reached my hand up to touch the spot her lips touched. That went well. I started to walk around, trying to find the 1A dorms, though with Najire clouding my mind, it was a bit harder than expected. Eventually, I found my way to Heights Alliance, and walked up to the door. I was so focused on what happened in the last few hours that I completely missed that the lights were on, and that there was motion from beyond the windows. I opened the door and walked inside. The front hall is empty, so I just continued on my way to my dorm. I reached the part where the entrance into the common room and the stairs met, and went in the direction of the stairs. Halt! I froze, looking to where that sound came from. A guy with tamed blue hair and glasses was running over to me. I demand to know who you are, and your purpose here in these dorms. Especially at a time like this, he yelled, waving his arms around animatedly. Well, he's definitely a character. I decided to ignore him and continue walking, though I was stopped when he put his hand on my shoulder. Instinctively, I grabbed his hand and twisted it awkwardly. He made a small yelp, and I released it. Iida. Stop harassing him. I looked over to see a group of girls, and the one who called him out had pink skin and small horns. Excuse me? I'm the one harassing him. I was merely asking for why he's here, and he twisted my hand. Iida defended. I took this as my opportunity to leave, but was stopped by a few students coming down the stairs to check out the commotion. One had spiky red hair, had a mixture of red and white hair, and one was a girl with earphone jacks on her ears. Whoa, who's the guy? The red-haired kid asked. That is what we are trying to figure out. He is being very rude, Iida said, massaging his wrist. What a bunch of idiots. I looked up, seeing a balcony-like thing overlooking the common room. Next to that were a few pillars. Walking over, I used telekinesis to float myself up a bit, before grabbing the bottom part of the rail. I released and pulled myself up, before swinging my legs over the side of it and climbing over. "Why, I demand you come down here this instant," Iida yelled. I responded by flipping him off, and the other kids let out a few snickers at the way Iida fumed. I just walked away and back to my dorm room. "Geez, that kid was annoying. Common room Pav. I demand you come down here this instant." The strange boy responded by flipping Iida off, which caused him to practically explode with anger. "That wasn't very manly, you know," the red-haired boy said to Iida. "I was merely requesting an introduction. We should go after him and demand an answer," Iida yelled, animating his phrases with hand shopping. "We could also ask him to strip for us," the pink-skinned girl chimed in from the couch. "Mina," the girls yelled, to which the girl shrunk back in her seat. "I mean, you saw him too, right? I hope he's in our class," she sighed dreamily. "I'm going to have to agree with you there, Mina." Mina and an invisible girl started squealing together, causing the other girls to face palm. "But just who was he? And why is he here?" Iida asked. "Wait. You don't think?" The spiky-haired kid paled a bit. "Could he be the student Mr. Aizawa was talking about?" the man with split hair asked. "The villain?" everyone shouted. "I mean, the only other explanation for why he's here is if he's seeing a friend. But why wouldn't he just come outright and say that?" the split-haired boy continued to ponder. "That would make the most logical sense, Todoroki. However, I don't necessarily want to bias our thoughts on this student based on speculation." A girl with a ponytail said. "However, it does look like he's the student." "Man, he really didn't want to talk to us that much?" the spiky-haired kid asked. "Seems like it. He didn't even try to ask us to move. As soon as his first exit was blocked, he found another one and took it," the ponytail girl remarked. "That's pretty manly," the spiky-haired kid marveled. "And very dangerous. If this student has that level of problem-solving skills, he must have been doing this type of thing for years before coming here," Todoroki said. "So, what? Do we just leave him alone?" a girl with short brown hair asked. "We have to. We don't know how he'd react to us paying him a visit, so the safest option is to let him be," Todoroki finished. "I guess. But I hope he joins our class soon." Mina and the invisible girl started squealing again, much to the annoyance of the other students. And so, some of the students of Class 1A have encountered the villainous student. Izuku Pavman, that was a pain. I definitely could have played that better. If I did, maybe I wouldn't have even got caught. So much for not seeing them yet. I went into my dorm room, making sure the other end was unlocked, just in case I wanted to sneak out. I undid the buttons on the vest, throwing it in a small hamper the school provided. I then undid the shirt, also throwing it in the hamper. I sat on my bed, staring at nothing in particular. My mind flashed back to Najire hugging me, pressed up against my body like she never wanted to let go. And how her chest was pressed up against mine. Damn it, brain. Stop. And the way her skirt rode up against her long legs. Brain, I swear, if you give me another thought I will end you. That would also kill you, you know. I don't care. Just stop. And with that, I laid back on my bed, frustrated. I looked at my watch. Maybe I should call Kurogiri? I pressed the contact button, and sat back up. The phone rang once, before I heard him pick up. "Geez, kid. How are you? They haven't brainwashed you yet, have they?" his worried voice immediately asked. I'm fine. No need to worry. How are things?" I asked. "I told Shigaraki you decided to take a break after, you know, so we were planning to infiltrate the genius office ourselves. We're heading out 2 days from now, to give us enough planning time," he said. "Good. How is OL Shigi doing?" I asked. "He's better, now that you're gone. He keeps rambling about not needing the help of some waste of space brat," he chuckled. "Yeah, well, he always did hate me," I laughed with him. "So, why are you calling? Have you started classes yet?" he asked. "No, I was too busy fighting the upperclassmen and touching girls' chests," I said, which wasn't a lie, though it made my day seem pretty weird if I just said that. "Kid, you'd better be joking," Kurogiri warned. "Well, I did do those things, but the upperclassmen I fought came to me to ask if I wanted to spar, and the girl's chest I touched was clinging onto me, I said. Well. Okay. I guess I'm proud of you for finally becoming a man, I guess. Remember when Toga tackled you, and you almost fainted when? Yes, I remember. Please, I thought we weren't going to bring that up. I cut him off. Why? It was the first time you'd actually been in close proximity with a girl. It's exciting for a pseudo-dad, he chuckled. Yeah, whatever. Do you like her? What? You heard me. Do you like the girl you were with, or was it just a one-off thing? I don't know. Do I? I mean, she's really nice and sweet and stuff. And I flirted with her a bunch. Yeah, I think I do. I finally answered. Is she in the hero course? Yeah. One of the top 3 students in the school, actually, I answered truthfully. Damn, kid. Way to go, he said happily, before clearing his throat. Falling in love with a hero is. He tried to force out. Before sighing. I can't do it, kid. If she makes you happy, I say go for it. Screw being a villain, he said. Wha. Yes, you heard me. Don't let us hold you back, kid. I thought for a moment, is he for real? But I thought. I don't care. Does she make you happy? He asked. Why yeah. Does she know that you're a villain? Why yeah. Does she care? And not that I know of. She does care about me, though. When I told her about my quirks, she started crying and told me off. Do you care about her? Yeah, I do. Do you see yourself with her in the future? What? Answer the question. I mean, why yeah, I think so. Then I say go for it, kid. Screw being a villain if you could be with someone you love. Love. You heard me. But we've only known each other for a few days. Sometimes, that's all it takes, kid. We sat in silence for a few seconds. Listen. I've gotta go. We're dealing the weapons tonight, as I have to prepare in case things go south. Do you have a laptop with you? Yeah, it's on my desk. Good. I'll wire you the money when we're done. Make sure to use NordVPN when receiving the money. Why wouldn't I? With their military-grade encryption software, highly safe anti-data tracking, and all for the price of a cup of coffee, it's the easiest way for me to be safe while on the internet, I said. Plus, you can send your clouded data anywhere in the world, making it harder for attackers to locate and extract it. And it changes the region on your devices, allowing you to watch shows hidden behind Netflix's region lock, Kurogiri said. And, kid? Yeah, I asked. You got this. As long as you don't get too caught up in anything and blow it, I think what you have with her could be really special. Thanks, Kuro. Anytime, kid. Bye, and with that, the line went dead. I laid down again, repeating in my head the things Kurogiri said. So, I love her. But, it's only been a few days, that doesn't. Sometimes, that's all it takes, kid. His words rang in my head, over and over, like an inescapable cacophony of surprisingly effective dating advice. But, why? My mind filled with the image of her smile, and her innocent blue eyes staring up at me. Her playful attitude, the way she cared about my well-being, and how she cried when I told her about what I did to myself to get where I am. How she cared about me for me, and not. I sighed, covering my eyes with my hands. Damn it. Phew. Chapter 9 is done. I almost didn't have enough time to finish this chapter today, and then I would have felt bad, but nope. It's done, and I'm crying because I made Izuku doubt his feelings for Najire. Anyways, if you enjoyed this chapter, feel free to leave a vote, as it helps motivate me to continue with writing. I'm honestly shocked at how many views I have already, and I just started posting it last week. It seriously means a lot to me, so thank you. As always, see you next time. Bye. Chapter 10. A kerfuffle with a candy cane. Start of dream sequence. I know they're used a lot, but yeah, sorry. Hey, Izuku? My childhood friend walked up to my younger self confidently, with his small group of the neighborhood kids tailing behind. Hey, Kachan. Holy whoa, your quirk is amazing. How did you do that? I asked, looking completely bewildered by my friend's quirk. Here, let me show you. He held out his hand, and small sparks started to fly off. As he continued to do it, the sparks grew bigger. That's amazing. When I get my quirk, I want it to be just as strong, I yelled. Yeah, whatever. Whatever power you end up with, it'll never be as strong as me, he boasted. Well, that doesn't matter. I'll still save people, with a smile on my face. We both will, I said, and we both smiled. The scene shifted. I was now a few weeks older, and I watched as my face slowly broke into tears. The doctor's unamused face looked back at my mother and I, telling me about my lack of a quirk. Sorry, kid. It isn't going to happen, he said with the most unamused voice ever. But both my husband and I have quirks, isn't there something? My mother's called out with a worried expression, just not for the reasons you may think. Ma'am, you see. He went on to explain the anomaly with the feet stuff, as I just sat there, motionless, with a look of utter despair, holding a bear with half-black, half-white fur. Oh. Well, I think we should be going now. My mother's voice was a bit deeper now, quivering slightly. That you should. Sorry, kid, he said again, before ushering us out of the door. I remember the drive home being silent, the only noise being outside the car. When we arrived at our house, I trudged through the driveway and to the front door, where my mother shakily unlocked the door. The image of myself as I slowly put down the half-black, half-white bear next to the others, who still maintained the same shape, only with minor coloration differences. I liked to pretend they all had different voices and personalities, and I played with them like we were in a school, or sometimes on a beach in my room. Izuku, come here, please. My mother called from the other room. I slowly made my way to the living room, only for me to be pushed down on the ground. Sorry, Mama Inko, sad face, you had one purpose. And you messed everything up. My mother yelled through gritted teeth. Mom. Why are you? I was cut off by being thrown to the ground again. Why? Because you ruined your father's and my chance of a good life. You were supposed to become a hero. You were supposed to make our lives easy. She screamed, and I just sat there, crying, red marks on my arms from where I landed and parts of my body in pain. I can still be a hero, though, I just have to work hard, and I raised a hand to my cheek, which now stung really bad. I looked back up at my mom, as she stalked off to go vent in a different way. I simply cried. End of dream sequence. Thank goodness. My eyes shot open, and I frantically looked around. Everything in the room was the same. The small window had midday early afternoon light seeping through it, which means I slept later than I wanted to. I looked down, seeing my bed, which was drenched in a pool of sweat. Cringing a bit, I got off my bed and looked around for something I could use to clean the sheets, but to no avail. As I looked around, I eventually opened the closet, to see, oh, heck yeah. In my closet were an assortment of different suits, vests, blazers, and casual tees that were all matched perfectly to one another. A small shelf under these shirts sported different types of dress pants, jeans, sweatpants, and shorts. Next to those were two belts. A thicker black one with a fully silver buckle, and a gray pleated belt with a custom metal buckle. Next to that were some socks and undergarments, and then a few pairs of both dress shoes and, from the looks of it, pretty cool casual shoes. Rifling through the torso wear, I found a really nice blue-ish white denim jacket, next to a white tee with a black asymmetric design. Picking that up, I then found a pair of ripped black jeans. Finally, I grabbed a pair of black socks, and a pair of casual checkered shoes. I decided to call the principal, to ask about fashion. I just want to see what he'll say, to be honest. After a few rings, I hear him pick up the other end. Ah. I was just about to call you, young man. There are beanies in a small compartment under the shelf. Pick the gray one. Flare the jacket a few times to straighten it, and, if you're wearing a belt, choose the thicker, darker one. The pleated look fits better with the tan leather, so keep that in mind. Any other questions? What? And no, nothing at all. I paused for a few seconds to think it over. Wait, can you see me right now? Well, no, but I had a sort of intuition about what type of outing you were going for today, as well as a general idea of why you called. The first thing to catch your eye was the light blue denim, yes? Yeah, you nailed it. Good. The door to your dorm should be unlocked, since you failed to do so when you came back in the previous evening, and I trust you to stay safe. No gloves. Classes for you are going to start tomorrow, so be prepared. Wait, class? I half yelled. Well, after that little show you put on for the 3rd years with Tagata, I figured you would be okay starting classes soon, since you can keep your cool around the other students. Actually, I ran into them yesterday. I decided to bring up. Really? Well, I didn't get any calls last night, so I trust you didn't kill anyone? His unusually chipper voice is especially unsettling when he addresses my expected behavior. No, just flipped the blue-haired kid off for bothering me. He paused for a second. Yes, well, young Yida can be a bit animated at times, but he means well, he said. I'll have to take your word for it. I'm going to take a shower, change, and then head out. Are 3rd years still out F class? I asked, hoping they were. Unfortunately, no, and the only way they can be released is through a special circumstance, such as injury, disruptive behavior, or recreational association with out-of-class personnel during the training period at Gym Gamma that happens to start in 45 minutes. Sorry. I could hear the mischievous grin on his face. What would happen if, say, the 3rd were to happen? I asked. Well, the 2 students would have to be brought out to the courtyard for the rest of the period. The training periods last a few hours, poohoo, he continued, practically giggling with how much fun he was having. He reminds me of a certain black and white bear, but I can't put my finger on exactly who. Oh, well, that would be a shame if it were to happen. I have to go get ready, but thank you for the fashion advice, I said. Anytime. And with that, the line went dead. Thanks. I smiled and went towards the bathroom to take a shower. TIMESKIP brought to you by too many Danganronpa references in this chapter. After I finished changing, and the beanie was placed securely on my head, I turned to leave, before freezing in my place. These outfits weren't here when I left yesterday. Why didn't I notice it sooner? Maybe because the closet is so similar to the one I have at base. I quickly squatted down, where the quirk box sat, allegedly unmoved. I reached over and pulled it back towards me, sitting it right in front. I carefully lifted the lid, and let out a sigh of relief. I was about to close the box, when one of the tags caught my eye. It was tilted up, so I could clearly read it. Enhance? What? Like enhance what? Strength, speed, brain power? I could feel curiosity spike in me. If I took this, then I could potentially have enhanced strength, which would be very useful. If I ever see you use any of those, I will make you regret it. Najire's voice echoed in my mind. If she found out about this new quirk, she would kill me. I pocketed the syringe, making sure there was a needle cap on so it wouldn't leak or anything. I'll ask her when we hang out. Taking a deep breath, I turned the knob on my dorm handle and exited into the hallway. Only to be met with the faces of 3 of my classmates. Their faces froze as they saw me exit, but I merely shrugged. I closed my door behind me, made sure to leave it unlocked, and turned to leave. Hey. One of the student, a girl with short brown hair, was the first to speak up. Who are you? She asked. I gave her a side glance, before starting to walk away. Wait, I stopped again. Geez, this is taking forever. You're in class 1A, correct? Our class? She asked, gaining a bit of confidence. I nodded, and turned to leave again, though I knew I would be stopped once more. Wait. Just stay here, for a little longer, please. What? I asked. It wasn't necessarily malice-filled, just a small mixture of annoyance and a lack of interest. Her face froze again, along with the other students who stayed back. Well, I was wondering. Are you the student Mr. Aizawa was talking about? I mean, of course you are. I was just wondering. If what he said was true, I finished for her. She tensed, but nodded. Well, that depends on what he said about me. Now, I have to go, I said. Straightening my jacket and walking away. Wow, that was surprisingly cold. Like damn, I totally nailed that. I heard her go back to her friends, and decided to cut a few corners on the way down. I mean, they've already seen me, right? No point in taking longer going downstairs. As I approached the balcony thing overlooking the common room, I saw more of the students. Some cooking, others eating, and others talking at the couches. I hoisted myself up over the balcony, activated my telekinesis quirk, and floated down to the first floor. I always love the silence that follows me after I enter a room. It happened back during deals, when we were helping the Yakuza, and when I first met the new recruits. This room was no exception. As soon as I landed, everyone stopped talking to stare at me. I simply continued to walk in the direction of the door. Suddenly, a huge wall of ice shot in front of me, blocking my path. I turned around, seeing the kid with 2 hair colors staring back at me. "What?" I said, this time with a little more anger in my voice. "Who does this guy think he is? I was just trying to leave the dorms." "I won't let you leave," he said. The nerve of this guy. "That's okay. You don't have to," and with that, I charged my telekinesis, condensing the power, before walking closer to the ice. As soon as I reached a certain distance away, the ice started shattering around me, forming a way for me to pass by. Another wave of ice shot at me as I neared the entrance, but it simply caved over me. "Was that your plan? Encase me in ice?" I asked. "Someone has to stop you from leaving," I heard him say. "Well, it's sad you thought that was enough," I countered. I increased the amount of energy I was using on my telekinesis quirk, and launched the energy built up out, shattering all the ice. I looked at him, and we both scowled at each other. I started walking, only to be stopped by the other students, who also decided to join in for a bit of fun. "We aren't going to let you leave here," the kid said again. "Look, I decided to humor you guys for a bit, since I have to kill some time. But now you guys are just being annoying," I said. "Why do you want to leave?" the kid asked. "I was going to see a friend. I wanted to ask her opinion on something, and talk with her for a bit." "Is that a problem, Candy Cane?" I jabbed. "Todoroki," he corrected, through gritted teeth. "Ah, so Endeavor's son. This'll be interesting." "Does it look like I care?" I asked. "So can I leave, or are you going to waste yours, and my, time?" "Is your friend in the hero course?" he asked. "That's my business," I said. "Then I can't let you taint the mind of a student," he said. "Does he know how stupid he sounds? Does any hero even know that all that crime-fighting gibberish just makes them sound really stupid?" I looked down at my watch. If it takes a few minutes to get to Gym Gamma, and I've been here for around 7 minutes, then I can stall for time for a bit longer before I have to go. "That's not your choice to make, half and half. I can do what I want, without your consent, if needed." C-C, can I do that, too?" a purple-haired kid asked, while drooling a bit out of his mouth. I promptly threw him into a wall. Strangely, nobody cared. "Who are you seeing?" Todoroki asked. "Again, my business. Actually, maybe it wouldn't hurt to be a bit early," I said, looking out the window. Again, the candy cane used his quirk to block the windows, preventing me from teleporting out, though I doubt he knows I have that ability. "I don't think so. Who are you seeing?" he asked again. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" "No," he replied truthfully. "Well then, what was the point of even asking? You know I'm not going to give you an answer, so why even bother?" Then that information stays with me. I looked at my watch again, seeing it was almost time. Look, this talk was riveting. Really. But I'm going to be late if I stay and chat any longer, so, bye. I sent a shockwave of telekinesis throughout the room, breaking all the ice. I quickly aimed my teleportation power OT the roof of the UA main building, since that was a good position. Dark purple fog seeped out of my pores and coated me, and I watched as Todoroki's face turned into a deep scowl. I merely smiled, before ending up on the roof of the school. Geez, and I thought I would be able to see Nijire this chapter. Oh, well. Zero, get the tape. We have a breach in the fourth wall. Sorry I didn't update yesterday. To make up for it, I'm going to be releasing 2 chapters today, instead of 1. This one, which I finished earlier today, and then the one I was planning on doing today, to make up for the lost time. If you'd like to, please vote the story, as it helps give me motivation. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Chapter 11. A wonderful evening. I walked around a bit on the top of the school. It was really cool. I might even take Nijire with me, too, if we have the time. I eyed Heights Alliance, waiting for Peppermint Patty to come shooting his little ice cycles at me. Thankfully, he didn't, and I continued toward Gym Gamma. TIMESKIP, brought to you by the nickname Peppermint Patty. When I arrived at the edge of the school's roof, I noticed a class of 3rd years going towards Gym Gamma. I found Mirio, who sticks out like a sore thumb in comparison with the other students. Next to him was a skinny kid with black hair, who shrunk behind Mirio, and my eyes caught on a large bed of periwinkle hair. Before I knew what I was doing, the purple fog was released through my pores, and I was in front of the students. We stared awkwardly at each other for a few seconds. Mirio was in awe, probably because of the demonstration of my teleport quirk. The kid with black hair squeaked and hid behind Mirio, though he was still plainly visible. Hey! I looked past Mirio to see a gorgeous pair of blue eyes, and I saw her run up to me. I felt her tackle me, and before I knew it, we were on the ground. Hey, how are you? I asked her, my hand unintentionally, or maybe unconsciously, clasped around her outer legs, and my thumb brushing circles around the space above her knees. Better, now. I didn't know you were coming, she said with a bright, sweet smile, completely unaware of what position we were in. She looked down, then around, and then immediately scrambled off of me. Sorry, she screamed with the darkest blush I've seen yet. Hey, it's all right. You were just happy to see me, that's all. I tried to reassure her, though she just scooped her hair in front of her face. Man, what did you two get up to while I was gone? Mirio yelled jokingly, before he was hit with a yellow spiraling wave of light. What is going on, here? We all turned to see the duplicating guy from my first visit. We? Najire tried to cover. That's it. Go to the courtyard for the rest of the period, he yelled. Clearly not into the third idea's punishment, though I suspect he was already aware this was going to happen. What? Najire asked, confused. You heard me, go, he said. I gave a nod of thanks, to which he just scoffed. What? Najire was completely lost, as the other students slowly started to leave toward the gym, staring at us along the way. Just make sure you two don't get into too much more trouble, if you know what I mean, Mirio, who had just started to get up, said jokingly. I saw Najire blush more, though she masked it by holding up her hand. Threateningly. Her hand glowed with yellow light, and Mirio quickly got the gist. So, what just happened? Najire asked me finally. Well, I may or may not be buddy-buddy with the principal, now, and he told me of a way to get you out of class. I confessed. Her eyes went wide. Wait, what? This was all. And the principal? She asked in disbelief. Yeah, I'll tell you once we're at the courtyard. Plus, I have something I want to ask you about, I said. I patted my jacket for the syringe, finding it securely in my pocket. Okay. She complied, and followed me to the courtyard. When we got there, we were surprised to find it completely empty. I thought it was the first year's day off. Did you orchestrate this, too? She asked. Well, not exactly, though I have a feeling the principal did indeed do something to help. Help? With what? Najire asked. Well, the sound of 2 helicopters cut through my response. I saw them floating overhead, carrying a large, slightly transparent black tarp. They released, and it fell over the building surrounding the area, before draping over the entrance to the courtyard behind us. The effect was immediate, darkening the courtyard so it had a more cozy atmosphere. The floor near the fountain retracted, and a small covered table was pushed up, with 2 chairs at either side. Around the fountain were small metal poles, with warm lights attached at the ends, and small rose petals were scattered throughout the stone. Are you surprised? Nezu had this all planned out. He ships it, too. Did you plan this? Najire asked through her hair. Well, not that I know of, I answered truthfully. Sir, Miss Hado? We turned to see Lunch Rush in a tuxedo? Right this way, he said, leading us in the direction of the table. I went ahead, pulling out the chair for Najire to sit in, which she took. I then walked to the other side, and sat down, as well. Lunch Rush made a pitcher of water, and poured it into glass cups, setting one down for each of us. I will be your waiter for this afternoon. Would you like your menus now, or a bit later? He asked. I'd rather wait for a bit. Is that okay, Izuku? Najire asked, and I nodded. If you need me, you may press the button on the side of your chair, he said, motioning to a small metal button. He bowed slightly, and then was taken under the floor. As soon as he left, we both flared up with a blush. So is this? She asked. I knew what she was talking about, and though I wasn't sure of it myself, I decided to tease her anyway. Is it what? I asked, making her a bit more nervous. Is it a date? She asked, incredibly flustered. I'm not entirely sure. Would you like it to be? I asked. She smiled at me. I'd love that. My heart skipped a beat when she said that, and though I tried incredibly hard to keep my cool, it didn't seem to work. So, how did you even do all of this? She asked. Well, to be honest, I sort of didn't. What do you mean? Well, I woke up and decided to ask Nezu about what to wear today. Of course, he gave me specific instructions of how to dress, like directions on straightening the jacket, and that a beanie would look really good, or that the black belt fits better than the gray pleated one. I get it. She giggled, cutting off my rambling. So what happened next? Well, after asking him about that, I asked if the third years were still out of class. He said no, and that the only way they could be excused is by a special circumstance, such as injury, disruptive behavior, or recreational association with out-of-class personnel during the training period at Gym Gamma that just so happens to start in 45 minutes, I quoted. He really told you that? The principal of our school purposefully sent us out together, she giggled again. It gets better. When I asked him about the consequence of the third one, he told me that it was spending the rest of the period in the courtyard together, before laughing mischievously. Oh wow, that's incredible. Do you think he gives advice to girls, as well? She asked, though she got flustered again. Why, in case we do this again. Maybe we can call him later, or would you like the outfit to be a surprise? I teased. Shut up. Why, you're as bad as Mirio. She hid behind her hair. I reached over, pulling her hair out of her face and behind her ear. She looked up at me. There. Now I can see you. I stated calmly, though I didn't retract my hand right away, instead caressing my thumb over her cheek, and then down to her jaw. When I pulled away, her brows furrowed slightly, but then went back to normal. What was that for? She asked. You kept hiding behind your hair. I know it's cute, but sometimes I'd rather see your whole face. She violently shook her head, trying to get rid of the blush, which caused me to laugh. We sat in silence for a few seconds, staring into each other's eyes. So, what did you want to talk about? She asked. Crap. Nothing. It can wait. I mentally slapped myself over and over. It sounds important. Please? She asked, giving me the biggest, brightest puppy dog eyes I've ever seen. I couldn't say no, I literally couldn't. Fine. I said. Fishing for it in my pocket, I took it out, though I kept it hidden under the table. I tensed. What if she gets mad? Then it would be awkward, and then she wouldn't have such a good time. What is it? Najire asked. Bracing myself, I set it down on the table. There was a moment of silence, where I had my eyes firmly shut in case she decided to shoot me with her quirk. Izuku. I felt a hand clasped over mine. I opened my eyes, seeing Najire sitting closer than before, and holding my hand. You were going to ask my permission to use this quirk, weren't you? She said with a smile, though I noticed how sad it was. Damn it. How'd I fix this? Yeah. It caught my eye when I opened the crate, and since I didn't want you finding out the hard way, I decided that when we were hanging out, I would bring it up and ask. I confessed. Why did you hesitate? She asked. Well, the hangout turned into a date, and I wanted you to have a good time with me, instead of worrying, I said, looking at anywhere but her. Me and my stupid curiosity. She gave a small laugh and took hold of the syringe. It's smaller than I expected, she commented, turning it over in her hand. We could put it away, and not think about it for tonight, I offered. She shook her head. No, I think we should make a decision. I sat in silence. Thank you for telling me first. It really means a lot, she said again. She pulled me closer into a hug, though she was holding on fairly tight. Izuku? She asked. Yeah? Can I be the one to give it to you? She asked quietly. Wait, what? I pulled away from her. Well, tried, anyway. She wouldn't let me go. Why? I asked. Think of it as a gift, for our first date. She giggled, finally letting me go. Plus it feels better in my head. Like it's me helping you. All right. We can do it after we're done here. You can come over and help me with it. I offered. She nodded and gave me back the syringe. So, are we ready? Or do you want to talk a bit more? I asked. I think I'm ready. I pressed the small button on my chair, and a few moments later, Lunch Rush was lifted back up towards us, carrying 2 menus. These are for you. You may press the button again when you are ready to order, he said, before disappearing again. Looking over the menu, I realized it was filled with everything. Pizzas, French cuisine, breakfast food, takeout. Wow. Najire's eyes sparkled as she read over the menu. Wow indeed. We can have anything we want, I replied, just as dreamily as her. We both laughed. I don't know. Do you just want to share a pizza? She said with a giggle. I think that's the safest bet, to be honest. I laughed. Plus, we could even move this over to the trees over there, and have a picnic. I pointed over to the back end of the courtyard. Oh, that's a great idea. She marveled, clapping her hands. What kind? I asked. She thought about it for a moment. Pepperoni and bacon. I love you. What? And nothing. That's perfect. I covered up. What the hell was that? What do you want to drink? I asked. Maybe a fruit smoothie. Those are really good, she thought out loud. Yeah, I think I'll get one of those, she decided. I pressed the button again, and the waiter came back. Are you ready to order? He asked. Yes. But, before that, I would like to ask if it's a possibility to move this over there. I pointed to the trees, and have a picnic? That is more than doable, sir. May I take your order now? He said. A pepperoni and bacon pizza, please. I ordered. An excellent choice. And to drink? 2 fruit smoothies, please, I told him. Excellent. While we make it, if you could please go over to a desired location for your picnic, he said, disappearing again. I stood up, offering my arm to her. She blushed again, but took it, and we walked down the stone path around the fountain. As we walked, more lights shot out from the ground, lighting our way. I guided her over to a small patch of flat grass, right near the edge of the artificial hills. Is this a good spot? I asked her. Yep. She could barely respond through her smile. Lunch Rush popped up again. Is this the spot you've chosen? He asked. Yep, I think this is it. The ground opened up again, and out popped a large blanket. On the blanket was a wicker basket, and the smell of bacon. Well, now he's just showing off. Thank you, and also thank the principal. Will do. Enjoy the rest of your time here, and with that, he disappeared again. Shall we? I looked down, seeing a beautiful smile on her face. We shall. Time skip brought to you by the sweet soundtrack from Persona 5, you know, the one that plays with romancing confidants. I didn't mean to, it just happened. We were currently walking, arms linked, down the path leading back to the dorms. We had been talking for hours, about every little thing we could think of, until it had actually turned into the evening. How do you accidentally shove a necklace into a CD player? I don't know, I was 5, she pouted, before we both burst into laughter again. How long did it take you to get it back? I asked. We didn't, actually. My parents were so tired from their jobs, that we didn't even try. They just bought a new CD player and tossed it, she giggled. Did you get a new necklace? I asked. Well, no, but that doesn't matter, she said. I made a mental note to buy her a new necklace, and shook my head. We arrived at the 3A dorms, but neither of us really wanted to say goodbye. Hey, do you want to come with me to my dorm? We could talk there, too, I asked. She immediately blushed, and I realized what I might have implied. No, just to talk, I assured. Then, sure, she said. We passed her dorm building, but through the window I saw Mirio giving a thumbs up and a wink. Blushing, I looked down, and we fell into a comfortable silence. After a few minutes, we came up to my dorm building. Oh, maybe we shouldn't go through the front door. What? Why not? She gave me a skeptical look. Well, my classmates are sort of mad at me, I said. What did you do? She asked playfully. Well, Mr. Aizawa had the bright idea of telling them I was a villain, so they tried to act all heroic and stop me from leaving. I explained. Well, you could have just told them you wanted to go meet with someone, she said. I tried that, and I got an ice wall blocking my exit and the windows, I said with a sigh. That's not very nice, she said, squeezing my arm. Yeah, so I may have, sort of, destroyed all the ice with my telekinesis, called this one kid a candy cane, and teleported away. Izuku. She hit me lightly over the head. What? You can't just do that, now you've been pegged as a bad boy, she yelled. Well, it's their fault, they were trying to be heroes, I countered. They are in the hero course, you dummy. That's how they're supposed to act, she said, hitting me again. She stopped momentarily to rub the top of my head, at the spot she hit it, as if to say sorry, but without actually apologizing. Well then, smart guy. How are we going to get in your room? She asked. We could teleport. I suggested. Can you teleport multiple people? She asked. I can try, I shrugged. Here, my dorm is towards the back. We can try it, there, I said, and we started walking to the back of the building. Can you not just imagine the place you want to go? She asked. Well, technically, I can. But I haven't figured out how to do it, yet. That job is designated to Kuro, I said without thinking. Kuro. Crap. Way to go, Izuku. You let another thing slip? I need to invest in a gag, I said to myself. Who's Kuro? She repeated. He's one of the villains I work with. Like my quirk, he can teleport, though he's actually made out of the mist stuff. He was actually the person that gave me the DNA necessary to get the teleportation quirk, I explained. Was this willingly? She asked. Yeah, he and I are cool, I said. You must be pretty cool with him for him to transfer his quirk into you. How close are you two, really? She asked. Well, it's kind of a father-son thing. He takes care of me, and I give him something to tae his mind off things whenever a deal went south or one of our other members got on his nerves, I explained. That's sweet, she said. I guess. So who else is in your little ragtag group of evildoers? She joked. Are you sure you'd want to know? I asked. Sure, why not? Well, the ringleader, as he likes to call himself, Shigaraki. I call him Shigi, or Hanzi, because he likes to wear hands on himself. Ew. She cringed. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Then there's Dobby, though he doesn't come around much anymore. He's pretty much solo, though he does like to come around from time to ask me to steal or threaten some people. So you have done those things, she said. Yeah. Well, it had to happen, and Shigi would have just killed them, so it fell on me. Are there others that could have done it? She asked. I scoffed. Yeah, plenty. But most of the newer recruits are doing odd jobs with the Yakuza, or setting up arms and drug deals with some of the other gangs. And then there's Toga. Toga. Yeah. I shuddered. She's either acting like a 6-year-old, or stealing my blood. What? Well, her quirk allows her to shapeshift into the people whose blood she ingests, so often she'll drug me and suck my blood. She has enlarged canines because of her quirk, as well. Wait, so she turns into you? She said with a tone I couldn't quite pick up. Yeah. Does she do it with anyone else? She asked. Not that I know of. Does she like you? Her tone shifted again to that of venom. I thought for a moment, and cringed as I nodded my head. Yeah, she. Yeah. I hung my head. She didn't say anything else, and just tightened her grip on my arm. We reached the window of my dorm, and I had to let go of her, much to the dislike of Najire. I thought a bit about that, smiled to myself, and floated up to try and open the window. Of course, it was locked, but the curtain was half open, so I could vaguely see inside. I dropped back down. Okay, so it's locked. That means we can try teleporting inside. I informed her. She nodded her head. Got it. So I just have to touch you, right? She asked. We'll try that, I said. She linked arms with me again, and I released the mist from my pores. Staring up at the window, I was suddenly in my room. Without Najire. Damn it. It didn't work. I was about to leave, when I noticed that my room was a bit larger than the previous day, and that my bed was bigger, like a king size. My bed had more blankets, and a small note was on the sheets. Dear Izuku. Just in case things go right, here's a bigger bed. There are also a few things in the end table for you that you need, just in case. Nezu? What? Things go right. What? Oh. I opened my end table to find a few packages of balloons, and immediately grabbed the paper, threw it in, and shut the drawer. Stupid mouse. I went to my window and teleported out. What took you so long? Najire asked. I blushed and looked away. Nothing, I said in an unusually high pitch. Well, while you were gone, I thought about it more. The mist started to spread to me, but it disappeared when you did. So I don't think it'll. Wait. I said. So the mist started to spread to her, but it stopped when I teleported? Did you think of something? She asked curiously. I think so. Maybe if I can hold back me teleporting, then the mist can spread around you, too? Well, that might take too long. It was spreading rather slowly, she said. Maybe it's because I wasn't close enough. We stayed silent for a few seconds. Slowly, Najire started to move closer to me. She opened her arms and wrapped them around my torso, her body pressed into mine. Does this work? She squeaked. I'll try, I responded. Slowly, the mist started to wrap around both of us, instead of just me, and a few seconds later, we were both standing in my dorm room. She squealed and hugged me tighter. We did it. We did it, she said happily, jumping up and down. I can't believe that actually worked. I marveled. I know, right? That could be so cool. We could go on vacation whenever we wanted, she said with a squeal. Where would you want to go? I asked. She thought for a moment. Well, I'm not entirely sure. America might be cool. Ooh, or France, she suggested. Both pretty cool places. I'll have to take you some time. Yeah, she gave a sweet smile. We quickly fell into conversation, talking about this and that, like earlier. She told stories about her childhood, and I answered some of her questions. About being a villain. You stole all those weapons? She asked. Well, yeah. After I completed the mission, I went back in and took a bunch of stuff to sell later. Actually, I should have the money on my account now. Do you want to see? I asked. Nah, I'd rather not poke around in your bank account. Plus, then you would have to get up, she said, scooting close to me and hugging my arm. Hey, Najire? I asked. Yep. She tilted her head to look into my eyes, still maintaining our position. Would you like to be my girlfriend? I asked, tensing a little bit. She gave the brightest smile I've ever seen her give and nodded a bunch, sending relief through my entire body. I would love that. She giggled and deepened our hug, climbing on top of me to hug me with her entire body. Warmth flooded my chest and quickly filled every part of my body as we continued with our embrace, with her hair covering the both of us. She brushed against something hard in my pants and looked down, the syringe. How you thought we both slowly looked each other in the eyes. Do you want to do it now, or wait? I asked her. Well, since it's late, I should probably do it now, so it can bond with you. Is that how it works? She asked. Yeah. Should I ask? What if she says no? Najire. Izuku. We stopped, and both started laughing. You first, I said. Oh okay. Well, I was wondering if I could stay here tonight, she asked. I started laughing again. Why, it's not funny, she whined, a small look of hurt in her eyes. No, I was laughing because I was going to ask you the same thing, I said, and she started laughing, too. Well, I guess that answers that, she said. Now wait, you said you have more quirks, right? She asked. For a different chapter, Najire. I said. She gave me a puzzled look, but didn't pry. Can I have the syringe? She asked. I nodded, taking it out of my pocket and giving it to her. So I'll need you to take off your jacket. I did as she instructed. And then your shirt, she stuttered. Oh, I don't need to take that off to administer. Who's the doctor here? She tried to sound confident. You. I said. Well, I need you to take it off, she said through a very large blush. I hesitantly pulled off the shirt, throwing it to the side. Her mouth fell open as she observed my chest and stomach area, her eyes the widest you could possibly imagine. Najire. Shish. I'm inspecting the patient, she said, and I closed my mouth. We stayed like this for a few moments, before I cleared my throat, snapping her out of it. Sorry. She hid her face in her hands. It's fine. Just. Here, I'll help you. I grabbed her hands, carefully pulling them over to my collarbone. I pulled off the syringe cap and guided the tip over to the spots the doctor requested, and then looked back into her eyes. Right here. You don't want to push too far, but you want to make sure the syringe is in far enough so that it is able to spread the liquid throughout my body, and not just in one section. She nodded. Okay, I'll push it in 3, 2, 1. She counted down, before sticking the needle in my body. Okay, that's good. Now, push the liquid in. Slowly. I said. She nodded, and slowly pushed it in. The liquid felt like fire coursing through my veins, and I grunted in pain. Izuku, are you okay? She yelled. Yeah. Just give it a few minutes. I forced out. She looked worried, but a few minutes after she put the liquid in, the pain ceased, making me relax against the new bed. Izuku. I'm fine, Najire. Just tired, now. Here, there are teas in the closet, and there should be a pair of shorts, too. They may be a bit big, but it's all right. I'll go change. Be back in a second, she said, climbing off of me and going into my closet. A few minutes went by, and she came back, wearing my clothes. Holy crap. Hey. She stuttered, pulling the seam of the shirt down a bit, bringing my eyes down to her long, pale legs. I couldn't say it back. Damn, she looks amazing in my clothes. She turned off the lights, crawling up in front of me in bed. I hesitantly put my arms around her, feeling her snuggle close to me in bed, before relaxing in my embrace. It's finally done. Oh my gosh, that took forever, 4,600 words. Thank you for reading this far. This is the second chapter I'm posting today, to make up for the lack of one yesterday. I hope you enjoyed. If you did indeed enjoy, feel free to vote, as it helps motivate me to continue writing. Bye. See you next chapter, Chapter 12. Morning Fluff and Other Stuff. We did it boys, thank you so much for 1K views, in just a few weeks. It means a lot. Anyways, enjoy. To say, I was in pawn wouldn't really do justice to the phrase. All throughout the night, the slightest movement sent waves of discomfort through my body, and, since I also had to account for the movement of another, I wasn't doing too hot, although having a smaller body curled into my chest felt nicer than anything I've ever experienced. It still sucked a little how squeezing her tighter was both a blessing and a curse. Eventually, I managed to fall into a semi-decent sleep, once I was sure she wouldn't move until morning. 2 seconds later, it was morning. I reluctantly opened my eyes, feeling her weight shift around in my embrace. I looked down, finding 2 innocent blue eyes staring back up at me. Her eyes glimmered with the light of the morning's sun, and this single moment made this one of the best mornings I've had, as well. Maybe I should just say that all the time I've spent with her is the best in a while, so I won't have to repeat it, because looking at the trends of what happens when I'm with her, it's pretty much a straight rising slope. She snuggled tighter, burying her nose in the crook of my neck. Hey, her muffled, groggy voice said against my skin. Good morning. Did you sleep well? I asked, briefly forgetting the pain I was in to shift around as well. I wouldn't be making that mistake again. Yeah. Are you okay? She asked. No, I forced out through gritted teeth as I rested back against the bed. It took a few seconds for her to connect the dots to what I was talking about, but as soon as she did, her eyes went wide. Oh, crap, it's the quirk, right? She startled, and I nodded. Wow, so it hurts like this every time? She asked, worry evident in her voice. She drew back, and I could faintly see tears well in her eyes. Crap. What? No, this doesn't usually happen. I swear. It's probably just super powerful, and that's why. I tried to make her feel better. But I did this to you. It hurts, and I did it to you. She crawled away from me. Najire, look at me. She reluctantly faced my eyes again. I sat up so I could stare into her eyes again. We both made the decision, and it just happened to work out like it did. I didn't know it would hurt, and neither did you. Neither of us are to blame. Najire. I reached out to collect her hand in my own, despite my body's adamant refusal. I'm okay. I reassured. She leapt into my arms, tackling me back against the mattress. I just don't want to hurt you. Who knows what that quirk is like? She said as she wrapped her body around mine. We stayed like that for a few moments. Despite the screaming of my muscles, it felt nice to be near her this much, I slowly stroked my hand along her back, feeling her hum into my neck in response. I am curious, though. I wonder what other quirks are in that container, she whispered. Maybe after class, you and I could look through the box? I haven't actually looked in it all that much, even though I've been trapped here all week, I suggested. I felt her tense under my words, before her grasp on me getting a bit tighter. Promise? She mumbled. Promise, I replied, and she smiled against my upper chest. Wait, class. Najire. You have class today, right? I asked. I wish I hadn't said that, because as soon as those words left my mouth, she shot up with a frantic look on her face. Holy crap. What time is it? She yelled. I tried to look at my watch, but it wasn't on my wrist. Hey, did you take off my watch? I asked. She nodded. Yeah, I thought it would be uncomfortable to sleep with. Plus, it was cold, she said, pointing to the small end table on her side, where it lounged against the wood. How she got it off me last night is an utter mystery, considering I was awake for most of it, though I didn't think about it too much. I reached over and grabbed it, lifting it up to check the time, which read 7:39 a.m. It's 7:39 in the morning. When do classes usually start? I asked. Usually first period starts at 8:40. She gave a sigh of relief. Will you be okay in bed all day without me? Wait. Oh, I forgot to tell her. Actually, I have classes, too, starting today. I said. She stopped and stared at me. Why didn't you tell me? She asked, frustrated. I don't know, I was sort of distracted. My eyes flutter down her body, though I quickly stop them. Her blush raises slightly as she does the same, though she quickly shakes whatever thoughts she was having out of her head. She climbs off of me, despite much complaining from the both of us, and walks over to my closet. A few seconds later, she returns with the uniform she changed out of. I should probably head back to my dorm soon. Is it possible to teleport me there, or would that be too much? She asked, though slightly hesitant. That's fine. Here, let me get a shirt on, first. Are you planning on wearing anything else? I ask, pulling my gaze away from her before I start again. I can change back into these for a few minutes, and then I'll get ready once I'm back in my dorm, she says, lifting up the uniform slightly. All right, I said, and started to get out of bed. Well, tried, at least. As soon as I stepped a foot on the floor, I immediately lost all strength in my leg, and tumbled off onto the floor. Najire gasped, Izuku. Are you okay? She ran over to me, trying to pull me up. I'm fine. Just didn't expect my legs to not work. Here, let's try again, I said. I put an arm on the bed for support, and Najire put the other arm around her body. You ready? I asked. She nodded, and we attempted to lift me into a standing position. After a few seconds, I was fully up, though my legs were shaking like crazy. I was bracing myself against the wall behind me, and a struggling Najire, who was attempting to lift me. Najire. Come on. Why are you so heavy? I noticed her eyes were squeezed shut, as she attempted to lift me even further, even though I was already standing. Najire, I'm up. She opened her eyes and looked at me, and then down towards my feet. Oh, she said sheepishly, letting go of me so I could try and balance. After a few minutes, I was able to walk again, though I probably couldn't do anything else. I certainly gained something from the serum, as I felt a newfound springiness to my steps, though it was mostly clouded by my muscles hurting. Okay, so I'm going to change now. Be back in a few. She waved at me, before shutting the door to my closet. What I would give to let her keep the door open. Shut up, brain. I sat down at my desk and opened my laptop. I was planning on checking my bank account last night, but that didn't work out. Opening my bank account, I received a notification of the latest deposit, and went to check out what it was. Deposited balance. 8,434,160 Japanese yen and 20 sen. Translates to about 40,000 United States dollars. Damn, so Kuro really did mean 20%, I said in awe. Because I don't usually spend all that much money, I still have a lot. Clicking over to the total balance screen, I could see just how much money I'd saved over the years. Total balance. 100,964,144 Japanese yen and 70 sen. Just under $1 million USD. Wow, that's a lot. I opened a new tab and searched for expensive necklaces that say I love you before clicking enter. A bunch of sites sprung up, from different jewelry stores to common shopping websites. Scrolling down, I found a company that does custom-made jewelry and clicked on the site. They looked pretty legit and had a number to call, so I dialed it in my watch. The answer was almost immediate. Thank you for calling Kitagawa Custom. My name is Rosie. How may we be of service today? A sophisticated-sounding voice greeted from the other line. Hello. I was wondering if I could schedule an appointment to come speak with you. You have stores in Japan, right? I asked, feeling incredibly stupid for asking that. Of course, sir. Our main building is in Japan, actually. The address should be on the website, so you can come whenever you'd like, she said. All right. Thank you, I said, and the line went dead. Okay. Now that that's done, I just need to get Principal Nezu on board. Putting in his number, I waited for a bit before he picked up. Yes, his chipper voice called from the other side. First off, thank you for yesterday. It was one of the best days I've had in my life, I said. You are very welcome. How is Miss Hato? He asked. She also seemed really happy, so that's a plus. She's changing right now, I informed. Well, that's good. What else did you wish to discuss? He asked. Well, I want to get something special for Najire. A necklace custom made, just for her. I called a place that does stuff like that, and I was hoping I would be able to meet with them. Could I maybe have a hero escort me to their building? I asked. That seems reasonable, as long as you don't try anything. Do you have a preference of who? He asked. No, not really. Why do you ask? No reason. All Might informed me of you knowing about his battle with All for One, so I was planning on him taking you in his powered-down form. I trust that will be okay? He asked. Sure. No problem. At that moment, Najire opened the door, now wearing her school uniform. She saw me on the phone, and tilted her head in question. Oh. Principal Nezu, here's Najire. I said. Why, hello, Miss Hato. I heard from this young man that you were interested in some of my other services. He will give you my phone number, and we can have a conversation about it once you have some time. He said. Although, I don't recall ever saying anything like that. Except for when we were on our date. Does that mean he had the courtyard wired? Thank you. I never knew you did this kind of stuff, she marveled. Yes, well, we all have our hobbies. Speaking of which, Izuku, about what we talked about, I will allot some time for you, he said. Najire raised an eyebrow, but I waved it off. Oh, and since I know you won't want to wear your school uniform, I suggest going with the gray button-up, dark green vest, and black dress pants, with green tie and same black belt. Brush downward on the vest a few times to straighten, and pull up the sleeves on the button-up by 2 folds. That will be all. And then the line went dead. We both stared at the watch for a few seconds. Wow, so he really does give advice, she said in awe. Yep. You ready? I asked her, and she nodded. I turned to the window, before she let out a squeak. Izuku, your shirt, she said. I laughed and put something on. I wrapped my arms around her waist from behind, making her let out a small noise, before I wrapped us up in mist. In a second, we were outside. Should we walk, or do you want to try teleporting again? I asked, not letting go of her. Let's see whether or not you can do it rapidly, or if there are any drawbacks to using it multiple times, she said, and I nodded. Grasping her tighter, we teleported all across campus, to the back of the 3A dorms, and then she pointed to a dorm window. There, I think, she said. You think? I repeated, and she nodded. If I end up in a different person's dorm room, you'll be in a lot of trouble, I said into her ear, trying to get a reaction out of her. It worked. She shivered against my skin, and I don't think it was from the cold. Just go in, Izuku, she said, her voice wavering at the end. We were surrounded by the mist once again, and in a few seconds we were inside. She let out a sigh of relief as she unwrapped herself from me, so I assumed we were in the right place. Though, that sigh seemed a bit more relief-filled than a normal one, so I assumed she bought into my teasing for a moment. The room was around the same size as mine from before. A note just like the one I received was on the bed, though I didn't dare open it, she can go through that herself. She also had a desk, though hers was white, with a blue cushioned chair. Scooted in. Her laptop had multiple stickers of different company logos and hero emblems, and multiple stacks of notebooks were tucked neatly in one corner. She had her own bathroom, though I didn't look in there, and a closet, which I could faintly see different outfits in. The main difference between her room and mine, however, is a rather large recliner in the corner, whereas I just have empty space. She has multiple pillows and a few stuffed animals on either side, and a table next to it has a few more of those notebooks. "Well, here it is," she said a bit shyly, gesturing to nothing in particular. "I like your room," I said, though it came out a bit awkwardly. She gave a small laugh and turned towards me. "Maybe, since we spent last night in your room, we could spend tonight in mine," she suggested with a small blush. "I'd like that." I smiled through my own blush, which I felt creep up as I thought of what that could mean out of context. "Really?" she said excitedly, and I nodded, my smile growing wider as she walked over and gave me a normal hug. She pulled away with a goofy grin, and I decided that would be a good time to leave her to get ready. "I'll see you tonight?" I asked, and she nodded. "Tonight," she repeated, and I saw her catch a glimpse of the letter on her bed as I teleported away. I hope the mouse didn't write anything too embarrassing. Arriving outside her dorm, I gave one last look at the window I came out of, before teleporting back to the 1A dorms, and then back into my own. And so, nothing really happened in this chapter. I guess this is prep for the chapters to come, and a little bit of fluff to brighten my, and hopefully your, day. Also, I never really gave my schedule for uploads, so I'll do just that. I plan on posting a chapter every weekday, Monday to Friday, and take a break over the weekend. So, if I'm not lazy, you should have 5 chapters a week. If I don't upload on a weekday, I'll try to compensate, though I hope you understand if I can't. Thank you for reading this chapter. It really means a lot, and I'm so happy we reached 1K viewers in just a few short weeks. It makes me so happy, so thank you. Remember to vote if you enjoyed, though don't feel obligated to. See you next time, bye. Chapter 13. First day of Class 1. Inwardly groaned as I entered my dorm room. Today is a school day. I haven't had one of those in years, and I sure as heck wasn't looking back at those times fondly. Although, seeing Najire before it all does make it a bit more bearable. I wonder when I'm going to the jewelry place with All Might. Like. Should I have specified the time? Or are my actions only dictated by Nezu's gut feeling? I shook those thoughts off. I should probably get ready for the day now, so I'm not late to class. I stepped into the shower, peeling off my clothes and throwing them on the floor. I couldn't be bothered with cleaning them up at the moment. Turning on the shower, I felt instant relief as hot water swarmed my body. The pain building in my muscles was temporarily forgotten, replaced with the gratification of having a principal who cares about hot showers. A few weeks ago, when I was with the league, the water heater never worked. I could have easily fixed it, but good ol' Hansi told me not to. I probably wouldn't have listened to him if he weren't in a bad mood about me always trying to one-up him. In my defense, I wasn't trying to one-up him. He's just really easy to beat in everything. So, I don't think I've had a warm shower in months. To be honest, I really should have just flipped Shigaraki off and done it anyway. And to think, Najire's probably taking a shower, too. And you be quiet, mister. Geez. What would Najire think of me if she could hear my thoughts? What if she thinks I'm like that purple-haired kid? Speaking of, does our class have to deal with that kid all the time? I mean, we all have those thoughts, too, but you don't have to say it out loud, man. And boy, do I have those thoughts sometimes. Multiple times throughout last night, I found myself thinking about Najire, and how she looked. Wearing my clothes. Even just casual clothes made my heart leap out of my chest, and having her curl up in my chest just felt so surreal. Isn't it crazy how she's my girlfriend, to think, after telling her I'm a villain, and making her cry? Not to mention how we've only really known each other for about a week and a half. It just feels so wrong, like I shouldn't be the person who she likes, but at the same time, it feels so right. Who knows? Maybe she's into the bad boy aesthetic. I can work with that. After spending a few minutes washing my body and hair, I decided it was a good time to leave my temporary heaven, and go change into the clothes Nezu suggested. I stepped out of the shower and dried myself off with a towel I found in a small closet thing. Wrapping my lower half in the towel, I stepped out of the bathroom. Why do I need to cover the lower half of my body? It's not like anyone can just waltz in, or anything. I mean, the door is technically always unlocked. So yeah, like I said, I'll make sure to never be naked in this room ever again. I guess that means we can only have fun in Najire's room. What did I just tell you? Once I stepped in my closet, and made sure the closet door wouldn't open, I released the towel and started to get dressed. Throwing on a pair of boxers, I then took out the black pants Nezu was talking about, and put them on, too. Then, I took out the gray button-up he was referring to, which had a mix of light and gray texturing, and put it on, as well. Then came the vest, which, by the looks of it, suited my hair nicely. Slinging that over my arms, I then folded a matching dark green tie, before tucking it under the vest as I buttoned it up. Sighing, I folded up the sleeves on each side like Nezu suggested, so the sleeves came to about the middle end of my forearm. I grabbed the belt and threaded it around my waist, before clipping it into place and folding the small excess under it. Geez, that took a while. I walked out of my closet and toward the end table, grabbing my watch and tying it around my wrist. In retrospect, since I'm already under the watchful eye of the school, I should really just get a phone, and not have to deal with the limited uses of the watch. Even if I built it myself, it still had a fixed limit, and that bothered me. Oh, I really hope everyone will keep cool and not bother me while I get to class. And where even is my class? I don't remember ever getting a tour, or anything. Am I seriously going to get lost on my first day? Shaking off those thoughts, I took one final breath, before stepping out of my dorm. The smells of a home-cooked breakfast filled my lungs immediately, and my ears picked up on multiple forms of movement from both my level and the level below. Can't I just go back in my room? I like it there. Shaking off another batch of thoughts, I decided that maybe if I entered the room like a normal person, people wouldn't bother me. Nah, jumping over the railing is so much more fun. Looking over to the railing, I once again see pretty much the same faces as yesterday, chatting and eating food together. Feeling like I want to disrupt them, I jump over the railing, not even bothering to activate my telekinetic quirk, and instead using the pillar in front of it as a temporary ledge to redirect myself. I landed with a small thud, with my back facing them, and the room went silent. Turning around, I met face to face with the peppermint stick. "What do you think you're doing?" he asks. "It's my first day of class. I was going to start heading over now, since I don't really know my way around," I said nonchalantly, as if he isn't invading my personal bubble. "We have stairs, you know," he reprimanded. "Who does this kid think he is? But jumping over ledges is super fun. You should try it sometime," I offered, to which he just scoffed. The other students started to crowd around us, which totally didn't make me feel uncomfortable at all. Why do I feel like I'm getting mugged? Listen, it's my first real day of school in years. I'd like for it to start off nicely, so if you could please get out of my face, I said as I pushed him back with my hand, then that would be great. The room remained silent, and the other students looked at me in shock, either because it's one of their first times seeing a villain's mannerisms, or because I had the balls to piss off Candy Cane. "You can continue doing whatever it was you were doing. Don't let me stop you," I said to them, to which they just nodded and left. Geez. And to think these people are going to have to face villains in the future. Pathetic. "Why are you here?" a now fuming Peppermint Patty asked through gritted teeth. "I kinda don't have a choice, dude. That's what happens when you get caught," I snarked. "Plus, it's definitely a breath of fresh air, compared to the streets." "Now, if you would excuse me," I said, walking past him. He did nothing, until our backs were facing each other, where he tried to send a wave of ice at me. I activated my telekinetic quirk and broke it all. "Geez, I thought we were done with that," I deadpanned, before walking away again. What a jerk. When I came to the hallway, almost all those other students who weren't crowded around me were crouched, apparently listening in on the conversation. When they saw me, they stayed still, looking up at me like I was about to take their dog or something. "You don't want to be late to class, right?" I asked. They looked at each other and slowly got up. One of them, the spiky red-haired kid from the other day, came up to me. "Dude, that was pretty manly," he marveled. I figured he was talking about facing that walking air conditioner, who I refused to say the actual name of, and shrugged. Thanks. What's your name? I asked. Ejiro Kirishima. Yours? He said, holding out his hand. I try not to give out my name all that much, though that doesn't really seem to be working out for me anymore. Just call me Izuku. I said, shaking his hand. He had a firm grip. Respect. Nice to meet you, Izuku. He said with a grin, before turning to the other students, who watched that exchange with open mouths. Well, aren't you gonna introduce yourselves? He asked. He looks like he's respected amongst the classmates, because they snapped out of it and started introducing themselves. The first classmate is a girl with pink skin, who eagerly jumps forward. Hi, I'm Mina. You're really cool, and hot, she says quickly. Interesting character. She was pushed away by who I assumed to be a girl, since I can only see her clothes. Sorry about her. My name is Toru Hagakuri, it's nice to meet you, she said, though I could barely hear her over Mina's whining. The next is a rather tall girl with a black ponytail. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, a pleasure, she says with a bow. Yaoyorozu, huh? Why am I not surprised? The next kid had blonde hair, with a black bolt running through it. He gave a fist bump to Kirishima, before turning to me and shaking my hand. Denki Kaminari. Oh, we're pretty cool, dude, he said, though when he pulled away, a little spark came out of his finger. Interesting quirk. Stop trying to act cool, Kaminari, said a girl with purple hair and earphone jacks coming out of her earlobes. Kaminari turned around and the two started to bicker. Her name is Kyoka Jiro, said a kid with a bird's head, and my name is Fumikage Tokiyami. He said, shaking my hand as well. He's pretty cool. Finally, the girl with short brown hair from yesterday. She was hesitant to greet me, which is understandable, since I was pretty cold towards her the first time. Ochako Uraraka. She forced out through her apparent nervousness. Geez. Maybe I should have been nicer. It's nice to meet you. I'm sorry about yesterday. I was just in a hurry. I apologized, to the disbelief of the other students. It's fine. No problem, she said, her smile turning brighter. Okay. Now that we've all introduced ourselves, let's head to class, Kirishima said, motioning to the door. There are others besides this, right? I asked. Yeah, though they're already headed to class, he said, and I nodded. I don't know the way, so can I just follow you guys? I addressed them, to which they nodded. The walk was relatively short, though it was filled with chatter from the other classmates. Kirishima asked about my outfit, to which I just shrugged. When we arrived at what I assumed to be the class, I laughed to myself. What are they trying to prove with this crap? The door alone was the height of a multi-story apartment building, with the huge characters 1A painted in red. Wow. I said aloud. Yeah, the door's pretty big, Kirishima remarked, chuckling at my face. We're going to go in first, to tell Aizawa you're here. He's probably going to want to introduce you to the rest of the class. I nodded, and they went inside. I waited for a few moments, faintly hearing the sounds of a collective gasp, and a tired man explaining stuff, before the door opened. Mr. Aizawa motioned for me to come in, and I gave him a pout as a joke. He rolled his eyes and went back in, and I followed shortly after. This is the kid. Would you like to introduce yourself? He asked me. Do I have to, teach? I asked playfully. Yes. He sounded fed up, so I decided not to pry. Okay, then. I've already met a few of you, and those people I have deemed worthy of my name. The rest of you will address me via pronouns and other generic words, until I allow you to use my name. I also request that the few people who already know don't use my name unless we're alone, until I trust you all with it. Got it? I asked. Excuse me? The kid with blue hair stood up. We're your classmates, and as such, we deserve to know your name. These mannerisms are extremely inappropriate for a school as pristine as UA, he yelled. Can it? 4 eyes. That's what I want, and you can't do crap to make me think otherwise, I retorted, earning a snicker from Kachan. Nope. No, 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 I don't like this school anymore. Take me to prison, please. Somebody, right now. Geez, kid. Any questions? Mr. Aizawa asked to the class. Why did you fling me into a wall yesterday? The purple-haired kid asked. Because you deserved it. I answered plainly. The girls gave me looks of appreciation, to which I just nodded. How long have you been a villain? Yaoyorozu asked. Around 6 years, since I was 10, I responded. Why are you wearing different clothes than the school's regulated uniforms? The Four Eyes asked. Because the uniforms look like crap, I said, earning a few nods of agreement and a few snickers, one of which came from Kachan. It looks like he doesn't recognize me, and I wouldn't blame him. I'm not a shrimp anymore. Are you single? Mina asked. Nope, I said, causing her to shrink down a bit. How long have you and your girlfriend been dating? Hagakuri asked. Since last night. I decided to humor them by answering. So the person you were going to see yesterday was your soon-to-be girlfriend? I want deets. How did it happen? She asked, putting her invisible head in her invisible hands. Later. I said, a bit embarrassed. Have you ever killed someone? I turned to see Kachan looking at me with a plain expression. Of course he would ask that. Of course I have, I said with a duh expression. Yeah, right. Like you could, he said cockily. In that case, would you like me to give a demonstration? Pick a student. I retorted, causing his face to pale slightly, though he disguised it well. That's enough, you two. Any questions that aren't dangerous? Mr. Aizawa asked. How did you get into this school? Four Eyes asked. I broke in. Why? I said. You what? You heard me. You want to know how? I asked. How? Their security sucks. I said, casually referencing an anime abridged series. Mirai Nikki, bro? Kaminari asked with an excited face. Hell yeah. I walked over, giving him a high five. Wait, so how did you manage to break into one of the most heavily guarded facilities in Japan? A girl with green hair and a long tongue asked. My girlfriend. A collective, rang out across the girls, to the disappointment of the Four Eyes. Any other questions? I asked. Fight me. I looked up to see Half and Half staring at me. His seriousness couldn't help but make me snicker. That wasn't a question, but okay. Where and when? I asked. During hero training, Gym Gamma. He repeated. We both looked at Mr. Aizawa, who merely shrugged. You're on, A.N. Oh, what's gonna happen? Thank you for reading today's chapter. I really hope you enjoyed. If you did enjoy, it always helps me to vote, as it gives me the motivation to continue posting. See you guys, and the 38.4 girls who read this story, tomorrow. Bye. Chapter 14. Izuku vs. Todoroki. I haven't been this bored in years. I mean, seriously. Who the heck needs to know what a hypotenuse is? Why does that even matter? If Shigaraki doesn't kill me, these classes certainly will. I mean, it's not like I don't understand this stuff. I've actually done math way harder than this. But it was of my own volition then, and it was stuff that would actually help me on the streets. You see, around 3 years ago, I decided it would be nice to get a bit smarter. I started off where I left school, and that was all I did in my free time. Toga can attest to that. One night, at around 2 in the morning, she snuck in my room to cut me, and I was huddled on my bed learning about planets. I love planets. They are all so far away, and all of them work differently from each other. What if there are other habitable planets out there? Would aliens exist on those planets, or would they be humans, just like us? Would they also have quirks? I wonder what other quirks are in that box. I can rule out mutation quirks, since those can't really be transferred to another person. Unlike most quirks, mutation quirks require certain body conditions in order to form correctly. Take Mina, for example. I learned that those horns are caused by a mutation, and that they grow back if a piece is broken. In order for someone to have that mutation, and have it work the same way, they would probably need the same hormones, chemicals, material, substances, whatever, used to grow those horns already in their body. Think of it this way. You can't make water if you don't have 2 hydrogen atoms and an oxygen atom. This can also be said for mutations, in that, you can't make them work in your body, if your body isn't suited for them. This rule can be bypassed if you surgically inject the means to which the mutation quirk can be activated, or if the prerequisites have already been fulfilled in your body. My telekinetic quirk works different from that. Instead of it bonding with things inside of me, it bonded me with things outside, like atoms and stuff like the wind. It changed the way my body reacts, and what my mind was able to do, with other things. It also allowed me to redirect forces to repel and draw in certain objects, and with enough training, I was able to do it seamlessly, and with lot of strength. I wonder how Najire's quirk works. I saw her use it on Mirio, and she told me what it is, but what does it feel like? Would she feel constant fatigue when using it, because it drains her energy? Or would she feel energized, as it activates a sort of adrenaline? I wonder how Najire's doing. Is she also bored? Is she tentatively listening to the instructor? Would she be thinking about me? What would she think about me in her head? Would she still worry about me if I attempted to use the enhance quirk? I'm still a little sore, but I think a few chapters is enough to fully heal it, right? How would I activate it? Or is it already? Hey! I snapped out of my train of thought, feeling a dark presence at the front of the room. Looking up, I saw Mr. Aizawa staring at me with killing intent, his eyes circled in red and his hair floating on its own. What is the third length of the right triangle with the legs 41 and 169? He asked, clearly trying to catch me off guard. Let's see. Blah blah blah, quick math later. That would be 173.9, right? I asked. He lowered his hair, though I still felt a bit of danger. That's correct. Make sure you pay attention, and stop staring off into space. It's distracting the other classmates, he said. I looked around, seeing multiple pairs of eyes on me. I mouthed an apology, and they went back to wasting their precious life. Time skip brought to you by Google's hypotenuse calculator. After what felt like ages, it was finally time for hero training. Freezer Burn over there challenged me to a fight, which I accepted, though I didn't stop and think about how taxing it would be on my body. This is what I get for being cocky, huh? My arms still hurt a bit, so I won't be able to use them fully. With my fight with Tagata, I barely used them. Anyways, so I doubt a first year will be as much trouble as him. Still, I have to be cautious. Knowing he's Endeavor's son, I bet he despises his father, Dobby told me. Enough to get a grasp of the crap he pulled on a kid with potential, so I bet he's not going to use his fire out of spite. All quirks have drawbacks, and though he's never used his ice enough in front of me for me to see a weakness, I guess I'll just have to make him draw it out. All Might rushed into the classroom, and everyone except for me greeted him. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him spot me. I see the young man is here as well. Good, he can train with us. There's been a change of plans for today. He was picking fights with the other students, so instead we'll be doing 1vs1 battles, Mr. Aizawa said. Really? It's your first day? Actually, Refrigerator was the one who challenged me, teach, I said, pointing to him. I don't care who did what. Get your hero costumes on, and meet at Gym Gamma, Mr. Aizawa said, before leaving the classroom. Everyone else left, some giving me looks, and others just going as fast as possible. All Might came up to me as I got out of my chair, shrinking down into his other form. I hear you want to get something for young Hado, he said once we were alone. Yeah. I was hoping we could go sooner, rather than later. Maybe after classes? I asked. I'll have a talk with the principal, and one more thing. I stared up at him as he hesitated for a moment. What agency is being attacked today? I froze, feeling ice trickle down my back. Today? What? We're heading out 2 days from now, to give us enough planning time. Oh, no. How did they know? Did one of Shigi's members leak the plan? Do I tell him? But then they might capture Kurogiri. Not to mention I'd probably not get to go get something for Najire if I didn't. If I tell you, you have to make sure the man covered in purple mist gets away, and that I can still get something for Najire, I said. I'll try to inform the police and other heroes, and we can go after class today. Now where are they attacking? He repeated. Genius office. I don't know what time, I hate myself. Thank you, young man. We'll see what we can do about your friend. Now, come on. And with that, he turned back into his muscular self, and we started towards Gym Gamma. Damn it. Another time skip brought to you by my inability to write any other transition. All Might and I arrived at Gym Gamma a little later than everyone else. On the trip there, I heard him call who I assumed to be Nezu, about my response. I really hope they keep their word about Kurogiri. I felt a strong hand on my shoulder, and looked over to see All Might. I warned him not to mess with your friend, to which he agreed. Are you ready? He asked me. Sure. I responded. I'm glad Kuro gets off free, at least. Walking towards the other students, they all looked at me skeptically. Where's your gear? Kirishima asked. This is all I usually wear. I gave a shrug, to which he just nodded. What about knives, or other forms of weaponry? Yaoyorozu asked as she walked up to us. Usually I'm not seen enough to warrant stabbing. I usually carry a silenced FN-57, though I don't think guns are allowed in training, I said. They both nodded slowly. What approach do you use for combat, then? Yaoyorozu asked. With close quarters, I have my telekinesis quirk, which allows me to immobilize them until I knock them out. Longer range, I usually shoot people's legs so they have a harder time escaping, and then go in. Damn, that's awesome. Kirishima marveled. That's it? No other tactics? She asked skeptically. Well, of course I have other methods of taking people out, but I won't spoil them. You'll see soon enough. I grinned, and they both gave uneasy smiles. With that, we went inside the gym. After a short warm-up, followed by a bit of stretching, the first few people started to fight. I didn't really pay attention, though, as I was trying to figure out how to activate my enhanced quirk. I walked over to the side, where I wouldn't be disturbed, and then started to brainstorm. What if I try calling on it? Nope. Tightening my muscles and thrusting my arm forward? Nothing. Lastly, I tried taking a deep breath, closing my eyes, and focusing on what I want to enhance: strength. I felt energy flow through my arm, and my arm muscles bulged a bit. Okay, nice. Now, to release. I felt the energy flee from my arm, before dispersing in my chest. Yes. Let's go. What if it works on other things, besides strength? Okay, so I want to increase my flexibility. Does that work? I felt springier, and like my body could twist fully around, and so I tried it. Didn't work, but I can definitely stretch farther now. Interesting. Releasing the quirk, I then felt my muscles stiffen like it was before. Now, let's try intelligence, please work. As soon as I activated it, my mind started racing, analyzing everything that moved, and thinking of hundreds of different possible outcomes for my fight with Hot Head. This is amazing. I should definitely use this on tests. I released it, and my mind calmed down, though I still retained what I thought of. So the added information is stored? That's so cool. Finally, I want to test if Enhance works to enhance my quirks. But what quirk should I use it on? Maybe teleportation. What if it allows me to teleport places without seeing them, like Kurogiri? Closing my eyes, I activated my quirk and envisioned going to a nightclub in America. I felt a rush, and a few seconds later, I heard loud music. Opening my eyes, I saw a lot of people, some dancing, some drinking, and some on couches and chairs towards the back. The room was lit with LEDs that alternate colors every few seconds, and a massive DJ board could barely be seen from behind the people. This is so amazing. Can I go to France, too, like Najire wanted? I activated my quirk again, and envisioned somewhere in France. I felt a rush, and then was hit by a lot of wind. Opening my eyes, I was on the highest part of the Eiffel Tower, overlooking all of Paris. That's so cool. Now, to get back to UA. In a flash, I was back, standing with the other students. Where the hell did you go? Turning around, I saw McFreezy walk to me, also getting the attention of the other students. Paris. Why? I asked. The other students gaped, while he just scoffed. I'm going to look forward to beating you, he said. You want to make a bet? I asked him, to which he just nodded. The loser has to apologize, I said with a smirk. Fine. He put out his hand, and I shook it. The class behind me was shocked by this exchange, and I couldn't blame them. I was also pretty startled, though I put up a face to stop them from getting any ideas. His posture, his tone, all point to a malice against villains. But I don't think I'm the villain he's angry over. A few minutes later, the fight between two of the students ended. The cement brick repaired the arena, and our names were called for the next fight. Walking onto the floor of the arena, the mood felt completely different from my spar with Mirio. While Mirio's fight was tough, he only wanted to see how I fared in a battle. It was a bit more lighthearted, and I knew how far I was allowed to take fighting him before it got too violent. With Todoroki, all that hesitance goes right out the window. The tone of the room was a lot heavier, and the students just watched in worry as we both went to the starting area. My competition wore a scowl, though it didn't feel directed at me. Something about me reminded him of someone he despises. His father, I'm guessing. The way I stood up to him, and the way I treated him when I first met him, probably resembles something along what his father did to him. And how, despite his wishes, I did what I wanted, not caring about the outcome. That's just a guess, though. He might just hate me. I can't imagine why. Mr. Aizawa explained the rules of the fight, though I wasn't really listening. It probably consisted of, please don't kill each other, or my job will get much more difficult. I let the cool fluid enter my mind, activating my radar quirk as I heard the countdown. He's motionless, not even getting into a fighting stance. He's probably going to start with a huge wave of ice, so I have to counter with my telekinesis. I'm bad at describing fight scenes, so bear with me. As soon as Mr. Aizawa said go, he stomped on the ground, and a massive wave of ice almost as big as the building shot out of the ground. Calling my telekinesis, I created an upward force, shattering it all and pushing it around us. He growled, shooting another one just as big at me. I repeated the action, and the ice tumbled around us again. He stopped for a second, and I used that time to activate Enhance on my legs. He sent another wave of ice, but I felt him moving along with it, trying to get close. I pushed it all back with telekinesis, and he continued to run at me. I pushed off the ground, and in a flash, I was right in front of him. His eyes widened as I delivered a punch to his gut, and he toppled to the ground, shards of ice breaking off his right side. When his hand touched the floor, huge sickles of ice shot up from the ground, and I just barely dodged them in time. He got up, wiping the dirt from his face, before giving me a death glare. That's when I noticed the ice forming around his right side. That's it. Overuse of his quirk causes his right side to freeze. You're looking a little cold, there, I commented, and he just scoffed, why not use your other side? I refused to use his quirk. Looks like I was right, although it doesn't make sense. His quirk? Aren't all quirks different? I asked. This side was my father's quirk. I will not use it, he yelled. Geez. Hey, All Might. Remember what you said on that one news special covering your success? I asked. Which one? He responded. The one where the conversation drifted off into how unique quirks are, I said. Yes, young man. We talked about how everyone's quirk is unique to them and them alone. Why? He said. You hear that? You may have gotten that quirk from your father, but it isn't his quirk. You may hate him, but get a hold of yourself. Your quirk is unique to you and you alone, so stop being a pansy and use it, I yelled. That was pretty inspirational, actually, like, damn. He was silent for a moment, before fire erupted out of his left side, like, a lot of fire. Maybe I shouldn't be a good person. Hey, I looked back at Todoroki. Thank you. No problem. Should we stop this, or are you still wanting a fight? I asked. He shrugged, I dunno. Do you want to throw one more attack? Sure, why not? I asked, channeling Enhance to my entire body, and making it enhance my body more than I was doing before. My arms stung a bit, probably a side effect of using this much power. He threw a bunch of fire behind him to boost him forward, and I jumped forward as well. We hit each other with all of our power, and everything went black. I'm not going to the jewelry place today, am I? And congratulations. You made it through that garbage fire of cringe. While writing this chapter, I noticed just how bad of a writer I am with fight scenes, so I'm sorry to those who have stuck with it. If you somehow enjoyed, feel free to vote, as it helps motivate me. We reached 100 votes today, which makes me incredibly happy. Thank you all so much. Shout out to my readers from Poland. Lol, what am I doing? Bye. Chapter 15. Repressed memories. Everything was black. And I mean everything. Geez, I think I went a little too far. I sat in silence for a moment, taking the darkness in. I mean, there wasn't much to take in, since everything looked the same, but at least I'm somewhat familiar with where I am now. Am I even somewhere? Or is this just in my head? Well, whatever. Next up on my list is finding a way to get out of here, if this even is a place. Darn it, Izuku. You're going in circles with these philosophical comments. Time to wake up. I tried opening my eyes, but I found that I couldn't. Or, at least, it was way harder than simply opening them. What if I try forcing them open? With all my might, I managed to pry them open a little bit, and I caught a glimpse of rectangular overhead lights, which were currently turned off. Hospital lights. Oh, crap. My eyes forced open all the way, and I sat up, gasping for air, which I just noticed I didn't have a lot of. My eyes darted around the room, before landing on a sleeping Najire. How long has she been here? How long have I been here? I looked down at my arms, which are covered in bandages. A heart monitor was placed on my finger, and what seemed to be an IV was connected to my arms. After calming myself down, I turned back to face Najire. What looked to be afternoon light sifted through the closed white curtains to shed a bit of light on her face. Her eyes were closed, but the spaces around her eyes were light red, and a little bit puffy. She was crying, again. And it's all my fault. I looked back down at my hands, which I just noticed had a bit of recent scarring around the fingertips and knuckle. You can always tell when scarred tissue is new, because it looks a lot redder in color, and the skin around it is paler. How could I be so reckless? I have someone who cares about me now. I can't just do whatever I want anymore. And how is Icy hot? If I killed him, that would kinda suck. I heard Najire stir from the chair, and she slowly rubbed her eyes, letting out the cutest yawn ever. She blinked a few times, seeing me stare at her, before she rushed over and tackled me in a full body hug. I was so worried. She cried into my chest, which I realized was unclothed as I felt her tears trickle down my abs. She pulled me tighter, bringing our bodies closer together as she continued to sob. What have I done? I'm sorry, was all I could say in that moment as I felt her hair drape over us, encapsulating us in long periwinkle locks that shone faintly in the dim afternoon light. My hands hesitantly wrapped around her back, rubbing circles around it to try and calm her down. After a few minutes, I feel her breath slow, and I look down to see her eyes closed. She's probably tired. I should bring her back to her dorm room. I carefully stood up, which was just barely possible because of the drugs. I ripped the IV out of my arm, and grabbed a small cotton ball from the end table to soak up some of the blood. When the blood flow slowed, I threw the cotton ball away and picked the sleeping beauty up into my arms. I activated Enhance, and imagined her dorm room. I felt the mist consume us both, and after a small rush, I opened my eyes to see her room. The lights were off, and everything seemed a bit less tidy than before. A few pieces of paper were thrown about, clothes were lying across the floor, and the sheets, I could tell, were stained with tears. And all because I was injured. I hate myself. Carefully, I set her down in the chair, making sure I didn't wake her up. I took one of her pillows, a fairly large kawaii avocado, and set it in her lap. She sleepily grasped it, hugging it close to her chest as she cuddled into the chair. If I wasn't so mad at myself, I would totally gush about how cute she looked right now. Carefully, I took one of her fluffy blankets off her bed and put it around her and the pillow, before planting a small kiss on her forehead. I then envisioned the hospital room again, and teleported back. When I opened my eyes, there was an old lady sitting on the bed I occupied a few minutes ago. There you are, dearie. Thank you for taking Najire back to her room. I'm afraid she hasn't gotten much sleep there these past few days, she said with a worried voice. Days? She had to go through that for multiple days? I'm sorry I didn't warn anyone first before I left. I figured she might wake up if I tried, so I made sure she was all right before coming back, I said with a frown. What's wrong, dear? Why are you so sullen? She asked, scooting to the left and patting the seat next to her. I took it, sighing and covering my eyes with my hand. It's Najire. I made her cry again, I responded. She tisked. This isn't your fault, kiddo. These things happen during hero training, and that specific instance was just one of the scenarios that could have played out. She said. Why, this was way better than it could have been. You should stop moping and move on. But it's never going to change. I'll keep getting hurt. Najire will keep crying. It's never going to get better, I yelled, accidentally amplifying my voice with volume, and causing the room to shake. My heart caught in my throat, and I slid onto the floor, letting out quiet sobs as I punched the tile floor. Dearie. Things will get better with you too. I know they will, as long as. No, I can't keep letting this happen. I stopped, my hands trembling as they covered my face. I have to stop seeing her. It hurt to say. It hurt to think about. I hate it. I hate that thought. But that will only make things worse, and you know it. Imagine how she will feel if you aren't in her life. It could ruin her, the old lady said. Voices rang out in my head. I tried to suppress them, like I've done countless times before, but I can't hold them back any longer. What have you done, young man? You ruined everything. And what about your own health? What will happen to you when you stop seeing her? She asked. Defenseless Deku. You worthless piece of trash. I don't matter. She'll be happier without me. I said. The room started to shake again, as I lost control over my quirks. I don't think he'll be coming back, Inko. I mean, look at him. Tell me one good reason I should stay and help you two? No, she won't. You need to listen to me when I say moving out of her life will only cause the both of you harm. You can fix this, she scolds me. Cracks started to appear around me, and the glass in the room started to vibrate. You worthless piece of shit. I wish you were never born. How can I fix something if I break everything I'm around? The room fell silent, only filled with my sobs as I toppled onto my side. Curling in on myself and hugging my knees to my chest, I closed my eyes and just cried. After a minute, I felt a small, frail hand on my shoulder, before moving and combing back my messy hair. You poor child. Her voice broke as she rubbing my forehead with her wrinkly hands. We sat there for a moment, until I started to doze off. I tried to stay awake, but eventually, my eyes closed, and I fell asleep. Najire's Pav, UWU surprise. Why did I do that? My eyelids slowly rose, and I blinked back the slight itchiness on and around them. When I registered my surroundings, I wasn't in the nurse's office like I thought I was, but instead, I was in my dorm room. I realized I was cuddling with guac, my avocado, and under a blanket, no less. But how would I get here without remembering I did it? What was the last thing I was doing? I'm sorry. I shot up out of the chair, unfortunately getting caught in the blanket, and I tumbled onto the floor. Luckily, guac broke most of my fall, like the gentleman he is. But this is no time to be thanking my avocado for his heroics. I need to get back to Izuku. I scrambled up to my feet, before stopping in my tracks. Izuku. He must have brought me to my room when I fell asleep. Then, he would also be the one to give me guac, and put a blanket over us, right? That means he's probably up already. And he used his quirk right after, too. That dummy. He should be resting, not taking care of me. I mean, he just got out of his recovery period. Jeez. All I wanted was for him to be okay, so we can snuggle together in bed like we did a few days ago. He still owes me a night in my room. I'll wait for a few days for him to fully recover, and then I'll ask for him to stay over. Stay over. I felt heat rush to my face as I stared at my end table, where the most embarrassing piece of paper I've ever received was. Hesitantly, I pulled the drawer open, and took out the note, flipping it open to read it again. Dear Miss Hato, in case the previous night was particularly eventful, take one of these just in case. No little ones until after graduation, I'm afraid. Nezu. I am going to murder that mouse one day, I swear. Plopping on my bed, my mind wandered back to Izuku. I wish he would be more careful. Like the crybaby I am, I always overreact, and then I make him feel bad. It's not bad to have fun, or to use your power. But I wish he didn't get himself hurt so often. I sighed, rolling over to grab my phone. I picked it up, and saw a text from Mirio. Hey. Just checking up on you, seeing as how you haven't been to class in a couple days. I know you're worried about Izuku, but that's not a reason to fall behind. I chuckle a bit and open my phone. Yes, it is a reason to fall behind in class. Think about how you would feel if your girlfriend got really injured, dude. I open Messenger and text him back. Of course it's a reason to fall behind. Wouldn't it suck if your girlfriend got really hurt? I sent the message, and a few minutes later, I got a response. You have a point. Though I don't think it's good to be in the nurse's office if you don't need to. I thought about it for a bit. I guess, but at least I can be with him. I could practically sense the mischief in Mirio, though I doubt he would say anything over text. Maybe you're right. Some of us actually have class, so I'll see you around. Say hello to Izuku for me. I hummed and set my phone down, rolling over again in bed. Maybe I'll go see him tomorrow. There's Garbage Fire Chapter 15, ladies and gentlemen. It really sucked, writing Izuku like that. It had to happen, though. If you enjoyed this sorrowful chapter, feel free to vote. Bye. Chapter 16. Counseling and a Story about a Rabbit. Number 2 in Izukunajire. Already. Dong, anyways, here's the chapter. All men are not created equal. I learned that at a very young age, and it's haunted my being for years. At the age of 4, I witnessed that firsthand, in the form of my best friend, Kachan. When he got his quirk, something changed inside him. He got cocky and prideful. He looked down on kids like me because we were different from him, in that our works were weak. If we had quirks at all. I still remember that day vividly. The day when I realized I was powerless in this world, compared to someone like Kachan. Why, I could barely even save the other kid from being pummeled, as well. One day, I was walking to the little playground by our house. It was small, but I didn't care. To me, this playground was the only place I could really be alone. At school, Kachan and his friends wouldn't stop bothering me, even when I tried to tell them to stop. At home, my mother was usually fighting with my dad, and I would always somehow get dragged into it as well, usually to be blamed for things completely out of my control. When I got to the playground, I saw that, instead of the quiet place I enjoyed, Kachan and his friends were beating up a kid from my school. I could have left. I could have not given it a second glance, and my life would have been so much better. But I wanted to be a hero. I've always wanted to be a hero. So I walked over, stood in front of the kid, and told them to stop. In retrospect, it was a good plan. If my parents, or his parents, saw the burn marks all over my body, they would call either the school, or scold him themselves. I could rinse and repeat, until he stopped bothering me. Like training a mouse to press a green button instead of a red button. Press the red, you get shocked. Press the green, you get a piece of cheese. Repeat it. Enough, and the mice will only press the green button. But of course, fate had other plans. Kachan and his friends didn't even bat an eye when they started beating me, instead of the other kid. They continued to punch, kick, slap, and burn me until they were tired, all the while insulting me, calling me weak, a loser, and useless. I was all right, though, because I had the second part of my plan. Only, when I got to my house, I saw my parents arguing again. When they saw me, my father just stared back at my mom, like my mere existence was enough justification for his side of the argument. I never saw my father again. In that single day, I realized just how worthless I truly was, and that nothing I could do would make anything better. You worthless piece of shit. I wish you were never born. Those words shattered me. In a single day, my father left, I was beaten by my childhood friend, and my mother wished my very existence away. We used to be happy, too. My father and mother were always so nice to me, and they had a wonderful relationship, that any couple would only dream of having. And what was the cause for them to start fighting me? My mother made sure to let me know that. Every single day. For 2 years, that went on. When I was 6, I was mentally scarred, my very being ripped away from me by my once loving parents, and my best friend. It got worse, when I was 6. Kachan and his friends were getting smarter, which allowed them to pull even worse things on me. They pulled pranks on me, and ostracized me from my fellow classmates. My mother turned to drinking to quell her problems, and when that didn't work, she used me as a throw pillow. But, like an unspoken rule, they never attacked my front. Kachan and his friends always snuck behind me to hit me, and they always hit me on my back. And my mother would only hit me on my back, as well. I'm guessing they did it so people wouldn't see the scars and burns when they first looked at me. To others, I was just a normal kid, and they didn't even bat an eye at me as they walked past. Because my tormentors never let others see what I was going through. This type of torture went on for another 4 years, until I saw a villain attack up close. The heroes weren't doing anything, only watching as a huge sludge monster wreaked havoc on the city streets. He also had a hostage, which was very unfortunate. When I saw who was being held hostage, though, I disregarded all restraint. Kachan. He bullied me, called me worthless, and tormented me for years, but I still ran out to save him. I was such an idiot. I wasn't thinking while I rushed in to save him, only that I needed to do something. I threw my backpack, and one of my pencils hit the sludge. Villain's eyes. He recoiled in pain, and I was able to pull Kachan out of the sludge. I thought I would be praised for rescuing Kachan, and that now the heroes could take care of the villain. I was right about the second part. My hero, All Might, rushed in and defeated him in a single punch. He turned to me as I was helping Kachan to the other heroes, and he said that I had ruined everything, and that everything was under control until I messed everything up. And then the other heroes joined in with him, scolding me and calling me a problem instead of thanking me for doing their job for them. That was the final straw. When I got home, I was treated worse than before. My mom saw me on the news, and was screaming about how I only heard everything. So I grabbed one of her alcohol bottles, and broke it over her head, and then proceeded to stab the glass into her over 30 times. And oh, did it feel good. In fact, the only reason I stopped is because the part of the bottle I was using broke on my hand, giving me 2 scars on my palm. I was 10 years old, and I had killed my mother. What was I supposed to do then? Go to the police? They'd arrest me, lock me up, and then harp on me for being a worthless, quirkless child. So I ran. I borrowed my mother's money, packed a few spare clothes, a notebook, and a large kitchen knife, and I left my home. Come 2 years later, I had a total of 17 victims under my name. Of course, the police didn't know that. I was smart enough to kill all my victims in a different way, so the police treated those cases as 17 individual ones, instead of a single case. 18, including my mother, though I think they were at least competent enough to figure that one out. They couldn't find me, though, however, the doctor did. He witnessed the latest of my murders, which was of a man who bumped into me on the sidewalk and didn't apologize. I was cleaning off my blade, when I noticed him. "I'd like to make you an offer, young man," he said to me. I was hesitant at first, but then I nodded for him to continue. "What is your quirk?" he asked, and I snarled, "I don't have one." He grinned. "Well, why don't we change that?" He took me in, gave me food, water, a place to sleep, and a quirk. Telekinesis. It was my first power, and I loved it. I would spend hours every day, picking up everything with my new quirk. And then, he gave me a second quirk. Radar. I trained that one like crazy, making it a game to see how many people are in any given area at any given time, and mapping out low-risk areas for killing people and other crimes. And then a third. Volume. I loved to set speakers around shopping malls, increase the volume to around 80 decibels, and blast Space Unicorns by Perry Grip until the shopping mall was closed. Then, I would steal from the stores. Money. Clothes, shoes, anime memorabilia, TVs, you name it. Once, I even stole a car, and sold it to a buyer at a discounted price. Which, even though it was at a heavy discount, I still got a lot of money. My fourth quirk didn't come until I was 13. The doc gave specific instructions on how to use it, and when to use it. I didn't come up with a name for it, and I don't think it needs a name. It allowed me to convert my energy into concussive blasts. This quirk was really fun to use. I would lead buyers into abandoned alleyways, shoot one of these bad boys off, and then steal all of the money. I became famous across all of Japan. I never had an official name, really. They just called me, the Kid. Which, I guess is fair. I was so versatile in all my crimes, they couldn't really come up with something that properly fit with my style. So, whenever something happened that either they couldn't explain, or they chose to brush off, it was my fault. They usually weren't wrong. And that's when I joined the League of Villains. They became my family, and Kurogiri became my pseudo-dad. The doc was never really a father figure, so H became my best friend, instead. And everything was fine and dandy for another 3 years. I'm 16 now. A villain known throughout all of Japan, caught, and in my former dream school. What are the odds? That was, certainly a story. The man in white fiddled with the pen, thinking about what to write down on his clipboard next. The room was cozy, with soft, warm colors on the walls, pictures of inspirational quotes and happy families around the room, and comfy blue chairs that I would never like to leave. "What were your ways of coping with your early childhood?" the man asked me. "Well, I always just tucked them away in a little corner of my mind, and moved on with my life," I snickered. "Look where that got me." "Well, I would sympathize with your actions, regarding suppressing those feelings. Sometimes in the moment, the least painful action would be to push the problem away. Trust me, you're not alone in that sense, he said with a comforting smile. But, you can't run forever. Eventually, your legs will give out, and it will catch up to you, like it did a few days ago, he sighed. Dr. Maruki. How did you cope with your problems, I mean? I asked him. He chuckled. I met someone. Back when I was still a school counselor, I was hired for around half a year. During that time, I met a student with incredible resolve, and who ended up being the one counseling me, in the end, he chuckled. This particular student showed me that facing your grief is far more beneficial than hiding from it. Creating a world where you don't have to feel the pain of sorrow and grief will only make you feel more down the road. And the best way to combat these occurrences is with a confidant, who you trust enough to share with and help you through. He had a lot of those, he laughed. I see. Can I meet this person? I asked. He laughed again. Unfortunately, it feels like he's in another reality right now. However, his actions should not be brushed aside. Getting the help you need requires more than just a few simple words of encouragement, or mere advice. Go to someone you can confide in, and talk to them about it. But what if the person you love, you also don't want to hurt? What if telling them only causes more pain? I asked. It might. I'm not saying it won't. But, talking through it with someone you trust will be far more beneficial than talking it through with some weird guy hired by the school, he joked. But what if all I do is cause her more pain? I don't want her to cry anymore. I want her to be happy as she makes me feel whenever we're together. But what if that changes? What if she hates me when I tell her what I've done? Why I did it? I'll think about it. Thank you, Dr. Maruki, I said. Don't mention it. You take what I said to heart, though. I can't do it for you, though that would make both of our jobs easier, he laughed. Just give it a shot. I will. Bye, and with that, I left. I've been in counseling for a few days now. Ever since my breakdown in the nurse's office, Nezu has been sending me to him, to try and help me. The first few visits were nothing more than him introducing himself, and allowing me to grow comfortable enough to share. Unlike other counselors, he doesn't make me talk through my problems. He allows his patients to be comfortable enough with confiding in him, and then takes them through the steps of working through what they're comfortable with. And boy, is he good. I haven't talked to Najire since I brought her to her room. I did follow her, though, and I saw how sad she was. She goes to class, doesn't try during the hero's training, and then goes back into her room for the rest of the day. It really hurts me seeing her like this, but I can't go and talk to her. I don't want her to cry again. But what if she's crying in her room? Then I'd just be enabling the tears. At least when I was with her, she smiled. I walked through the halls of the school, not even paying attention to where I was going. I just kept walking. Unfortunately, I saw Mirio walking the opposite way. He was alone, thank goodness, but that also meant no one was around to see us. I felt the punch before I could do anything about it. In a flash, I was on the ground, 10 meters away, clutching my stomach in pain. I didn't fight back as the second punch came. I just let it happen. I deserve it. I made her cry. I'm making her cry. Mirio has every right to act on his threat. I lay on the ground, looking up at the ceiling. I felt completely, utterly empty inside. After the second punch, I saw Mirio look at me. I looked back, and I think he saw how this was affecting me, too. He sighed, laying down next to me on the hard tile. What happened? He asked. I can't stop making her cry. It hurts, and I can't make it stop. I confessed, my voice breaking at the end. He was silent for a moment, his lips pursed as he stared up at the ceiling. In the second grade, Najire got a new stuffed animal from her mom. His name was Arnold, and he was a small white rabbit, he said. Wah! She would bring it to school, every day, without leaving him at home once. Though it was just a small toy, she loved that rabbit with all of her second grade heart. She would spend all of recess pretending they were on an adventure together. He smiled, looking at me. But one day, Arnold got a small piece of dirt on him. It was tiny, and it could have been washed off easily. But Najire, as soon as she saw that piece of dirt, started bawling her eyes out. She wouldn't stop crying until she passed out, and her parents were able to clean the bunny. What does that have to do with? I was getting to that. You see, Najire really cares about you, way more than she cares about Arnold. So imagine her seeing you get injured, he said. So. What, then? It just makes me feel worse, I said. Just let me finish, he said patiently, and I kindly shut up. Even though Najire cried over the bunny, the next day, she was the happiest I had seen her yet, like nothing happened. That's just how she is. She cares about them, and hates to see when something bad happens to them. But, she's even more happy when she sees them all better, he said. Right now, she is suffering, because she doesn't know if you're okay, or not. Distancing yourself away from her will only make her hurt worse. And, seeing as how you didn't fight back, I think you feel as bad as her over this little thing. How do I fix it? I asked. You need to talk to her. Tell her that you're okay, and that you're incredibly sorry. And you make damn sure you don't do anything like that again, he finished. Thank you, Mirio, I said. No problem, and, Izuku. Try to restrain yourself, okay? I don't need to be an uncle just yet, he teased. A small blush flared on my face. All right. Okay, and with that, he left to go do what he was doing. I'll try to talk to her. Who, boy? Welp, there's Garbage Fire Chapter 16, for you. Persona 5 Strikers is out. Yay. I haven't gotten it yet, so no spoilers. Also, this story is number 2 in Izuku Najire. Well, thank you, I guess, it just came out of nowhere, so thank you, I'll see you on Monday, then, bye. Chapter 17. A mouse playing matchmaker. How am I number 1 in Izuku Najire already? But, thank you so much, Najire's Pav. My life is the doomiest, gloomiest life to have ever lived. Okay, maybe not the worst life in the history of lives, but it's definitely up there with the bad ones. My boyfriend hasn't talked to me since I saw him in the hospital room, and I haven't seen him around campus, either. I just want to talk to him. I want to make things right, whatever I did wrong. That's a funny word to call him, boyfriend, I mean. It's not like he's undeserving of that title. Far from it. In fact, I wouldn't have found a better boyfriend if I tried. At least. I think so. He's so sweet, and even though he's technically a villain, I've never felt like he's really shown that side to me. I mean, obviously he has, seeing as how I met him when he was still active. And, technically, the only reason why he isn't active is because of me. Maybe that's why he's mad at me. Is it because he's having villainous withdrawals? Does he need to go rob a bank to make him feel better? Although I don't condone those types of things, I think Guac and I will make an exception if it's necessary. Right, Guac? I looked over at him. He sat motionless on my bed, slightly squashed from where I was hugging him a few moments prior. Thanks, Guac. You always know what to say. Unlike me, I just cry. When Izuku woke up, I think he may have felt guilt for getting hurt during the hero training. Especially after seeing me. I guess I could have prevented that, had I thought rationally instead of bawling my eyes out in fear about him being severely hurt. Why do I always make situations worse? I can't just stay strong when people need me. I just make them feel worse. Or maybe it's because he's found another girl in the hero course, and he isn't seeing me because he's a delinquent scumbag who itemizes girls like me. No, that's not Izuku. The Izuku I know would probably just be feeling sad about making me cry. And, if I could just find him, I could tell him not to worry about me, and that I just overreact to a lot of things, and that he didn't hurt me by being so reckless. A knock on my door broke my train of thought, and I groaned at the thought of getting out of bed for anything. Groggily, I trudged along my room, making sure to take my sweet time so whoever was there would either leave or make things short when I finally arrived. I opened my door to see Mirio stare back with his signature cartoonish smile. Hey, Mopey. He teased. I'm not in the mood today, Mirio. What do you need? I asked, rubbing my eyes. It's about Izuku. I grabbed him by his shirt and threw him into my room. He looked startled, probably by both my reaction and how I was able to lift him, even though he's probably close to twice my weight. Talk, I said. All right. Geez, Najire, I didn't think you were so interested in. Put a sock in it, buddy. How is he? I asked sternly, cutting his teasing off. I wasn't one to get super serious, since it always makes me feel bad after doing it. Mirio knows this especially, because he's seen countless times where, After making a point, or intimidating people, I always profusely apologize. But not this time, I guess. He's not doing too well. He's super depressed about the effect he had on you when he got hurt, he said, making my heart plummet. So it was about my reaction. I took a small sigh of relief that it wasn't because he was cheating on me this early into the relationship, though that small victory was short-lived when it came to the actual reasoning. It is my fault. He shouldn't be feeling sad about my overreaction, and yet it's the primary cause in his distance. He really cares about me that much, huh? That he would go against his wishes to make me happy. Well, it really only made me cry harder, but at least it was something. Oh, gosh. I can't believe I messed up this bad, I yelled into my hands, which were firmly plastered on my face. It's okay, though. I explained how you overreact over things and people you love, so he understands that it wasn't completely his fault, he said. Oh, that's so good. Wait, Mirio, how did you explain it to him? I asked, my blood flaring in heat. The rabbit story. What? No. YUSNOOFLEBLOOPER. I screamed, throwing one of my pillows at him, before burying my head in guac. He just chuckled. Really, Nay? The last time you used that word was, like, 3rd grade, he said, rubbing the back of his head. It's your fault. What did he say? I asked, pouting through my loyal guardian avocado plush. Well, he laughed with me, and he got the gist of the story. All in all, I think it was a win, he said. What happened after that? I asked. I was really curious, to see if he was planning on seeing me sometime soon. Well, after that, we both got up, and I left to come here, he said. Got up? Got up? From where? Where was he? I asked. The floor, he said nervously. Why were you on the ground? I asked. Well, I may or may not have punched him to the ground, and then when I saw that he was really sad, decided to help him out. He what? What the hell, Mirio? I yelled, throwing my valiant warrior fruit at him to promptly destroy his face. Maybe I should invest in stronger soldiers. Listen, Najire. I told him that if he hurt you, I would murder him. With the way you'd been acting, I thought he did something, he defended. I mean, he isn't wrong. He did say that, I guess. Did he fight back? I asked. Nope. He took the first punch, although I know he saw it coming, and then I threw another punch, which he could have easily avoided if he wanted to. I think he thought he deserved what I was doing, so I stopped and talked him through what he was feeling a bit, he said. Oh gosh, Izuku. Did he say he was coming? I asked. He sounded like he was planning on it. I don't know when, though. I just came here to ask you how you were doing, and to tell you he might be coming so you can freshen up a bit, he shrugged. I looked down at myself. I had a slightly loose black tank top on that I've been wearing for who knows how long anymore, and a matching pair of short black exercise shorts. Thanks for the warning. I'll clean my room and take a shower before he comes over, if he does at all, I said with a small smile. Anytime. Oh, and I made sure to tell him that I don't want a niece or nephew yet, so I leapt out of my bed with a large blush and smacked him upside the head, earning a small grunt from the cartoonish boy. He left after that, and I sighed as I closed the door. I guess I should freshen up my room, just in case he comes soon. Walking over to the window, opened the curtains and released the hatch, keeping it shut, letting it fly open. I was met with cold air as it swept into the room, and shivered as my entire body felt the breeze. I quickly stripped from my outfit, and took a second to nitpick at the imperfections on my body, though a full-length mirror in my closet. I sighed, and petted my hair over the small imperfections in my form, letting the periwinkle locks drape over the small marks from training. I sighed and stepped out of my closet, feeling the cold breeze as it glided in between all of the folds and crevices of my body. I shivered, making haste towards my dorm shower. I grabbed a towel and threw it on the small towel holder thing, before hopping in the shower and turning it on. Time skip brought to you by my awful writing. After I finished drying myself off, I sat back in my chair and hugged my avocado. What if he breaks up with me? What if he comes here to end things, because he doesn't want to feel guilt about it anymore? I ask him. He stays motionless in my arms, the air filled with silence. Yeah, you're right. He wouldn't do that. If anything, he'll come here to apologize, and then we'll hug and be back to normal again, I replied. The plush avocado stilled, and I squished him into a hug. I don't know, Guac. What if we do more than hug? I asked. Silence. No, I don't think I'd be ready for that yet. The crickets are ever present in the room. But it did feel really good when I was on top of him, I agreed. Yeah, you're right. I could at least try to kiss him. It would be my first, so I want to make it special. Maybe I could bake something? No response. You're right, Guac. I would probably just burn it. Maybe I could take him somewhere? The avocado does his best avocado impression. No, you're right, then we would have to be watched. Wait. That's it. Nezu. I can call him to ask what I should do. Thanks, Guac. The plush does his best inanimate object act, to which I just squeeze him a bit harder and put him down. I pick up my phone and decide to call Nezu about this. Dialing his number, I suddenly get very nervous, before I brush it off and prepare for the call. Hello? His happy voice calls out. Principal Nezu. I have a question, I said. Miss Hato. What a pleasant surprise. Is this about a date with Izuku? He asked. Well, I was wondering what to do for him. He's still sad about being reckless during training, and I want to do something nice for him. I explained. There was silence for a moment, before he spoke up again. It seems Izuku is headed towards the third-year dormitories right now. Is there anything you could do in maybe 5 minutes? He asked. Izuku is coming now. As in? To see me? Here? In the dorms? Crap, what should I wear? Can you tell me what would be good to wear? For what type of situation? He asked, casual, formal, or perhaps more intimate. I blushed as he mentioned the last one. But maybe that would be a good idea? The last one, please. Gosh, I'm so nervous all of a sudden. What are you currently wearing? He asked. Nothing. I just got out of the shower. Okay. Put on a plain white tee, and a pair of black dolphin hem shorts. Is the black from the bra slightly showing through the tee? He instructed, walking me through the process as I put the outfit on. Oh okay, I'm done. Good. You should be all set, then. Good luck, and make sure to be responsible, should anything happen. And with that, he left me with a huge blush on my face. What the heck am I doing? Am I seriously ready to do this? Yeah. It's fine. It'll be fine. We just won't go all the way. I mean, if we go to anything, what if he's coming to break things off, or what if he's still really sad about what happened? Geez. This is all so confusing. What do you think, Guac? I asked, looking over to him. The room couldn't have gotten more silent if it tried. What? No. The avocado stared at me with his small dot eyes and smile. But what if it does? What if I'm not good enough for him? I asked. He continued to smile in all his avocado glory. No. You're right, Guac. I am overthinking this. I just have to smile, and everything will go back to the way it was. Izuku's POV. After receiving the pep talk from Mirio, I went back to my dorm to get ready. What if she's mad at me for being away? Who am I kidding? She's definitely mad. I sighed as I changed out of my regular suit. What would make her feel better? I fiddled with the UI on my watch, before pressing the call button. Hello? Principal Nezu? Can I ask your advice on something? I asked. Why, hello, young man. Yes, what do you need? He asked enthusiastically. What could I do for Najire that would make her happy? Silence fell over the other line for a few seconds. What is it you are trying to resolve, if anything? He asked, though he knows damn well why I'm calling him. It's about me making her cry. I want to do something special for her, but I'm not sure what. Can you help me? I pleaded. He thought for a moment. I would go to her dorm and apologize for being reckless, though that way isn't as G Radio's is, say, a declaration of love from the top of the school, before skydiving off towards her. Our budget is a bit too tight for that. Sorry, he apologized. No need to apologize. I wasn't requesting anything big. Actually, the smaller things would probably mean a little more. I responded. In that case, I'll notify Miss Chiazaki about you making amends, and she can donate a rose from her garden to you. Put on the blue button-up and black jeans, with the black belt. he instructed. Well, I hope things go well in general. Thank you for telling us about the League of Villains, by the way. We have many of them in custody. Except for a few who escaped when we arrived, he said. Wait, more than just Kurogiri got away? I asked. Yes. A girl with a messy blonde bun and a teenager with multiple scars on his body. Now, I have another person trying to call me, so I'm afraid I have to cut this interaction short. Good luck, and with that, the line went dead. Huh. I wonder who was calling him. I followed his instructions about clothing, putting on what I needed to. I quickly teleported outside, not wanting to deal with my classmates. I eventually found a small garden behind the 1B classrooms. There, I found a girl with long green hair, who gave me a single red rose. I thanked her, and started towards the 3A dorms. I hope this goes well. I hope things go well. So anyways, I'm incredibly thankful that I got number 1 in Izuku Midoria. Thank you for reading, we're getting close to the end, here, so. I'd like to say thank you for bearing with my sometimes cringy writing for this long. Bye. Chapter 18. A happy end, finally. Warning, there's a makeout scene in this chapter. I'll tell you when it starts and stops, so if you're 6 or something, 1. Why the heck are you on Wattpad? And 2. If you don't want to read that stuff, skip to where it stops. With that out of the way, onward, to the last chapter. In all my life, I have never been as nervous as I was in that moment. I wasn't this nervous after I killed my mother. I wasn't this nervous when I was first hunted by the heroes. Who would have thought those two pale in comparison to talking to a girl, of all things? I was a villain, for crying out loud. Am a villain. I am a villain. And yet, as I approached her dorm room, I almost couldn't quell my heart as it beat out of my chest. What am I going to say? What if she doesn't let me come in? What if she decides to cut her losses and never talk to me again? Is she even here? I mean, it's the evening, so she's probably out with friends, or something. Yeah, I'll just come back later, when she's here, I can just. I brought a hand up and slapped it across my face, focusing my thoughts for a moment. No, she probably is here. Mirio said she doesn't really leave her dorm room anymore, except for classes. She wouldn't be anywhere else. I slowly brought my hand up, curling it into a small fist. I let it sit, just above the door, for who knows how long. I looked down to the rose given to me by that nice girl in the garden. A beautiful, thornless rose, with perfectly groomed petals curled around the small bud. I took in a shaky breath, and knocked on the door. I heard a small gasp from the other side, followed by some shuffling. I tensed as the footsteps grew louder from behind the door. She was so close. She was just behind the door. I could almost reach her. The footsteps stopped just as they reached the door, the figure not 2 meters in front of me. Is she rethinking answering? Does she know who it is? Does she not want to answer? But then, ever so slowly, the knob on the door started turning. I expected the door to make a sound, but, like the rest of my world in that moment, I heard only silence. Najire. My eyes met with her stunning blue orbs, which watched hesitantly as she made herself visible from behind the half-closed door. The hallway I was in disappeared, my brain only registering her, as my infatuation with her eyes slowly overtook me. She stepped out of her room, cuddling her hair around her body. My eyes broke away from hers to glance over her. She wore a simple white shirt, and black shorts that stopped at around her mid-thigh. I felt a bit of heat trickle down my body as I noticed the faint outline of her bra from behind her shirt, though I looked away quickly. My mind went blank, and I felt like I couldn't speak. My gaze dropped to the rose in my hand, and I suddenly remembered why I was here. This is for you. I stuttered, thrusting it out to her quickly. She shyly grabbed it, her fingers briefly brushing against mine, before she took her hand away. She brought the rose close to her heart, before letting out a breathy laugh. Thank you, she said, her eyes only leaving me when she turned back to the door, gesturing for me to follow. I did so hesitantly, entering her room for the second time. The room was warmly lit by the light seeping in through the window. Her bed was neatly made, and the floor no longer had random articles of clothing or papers everywhere. The room smelled good, like a type of berry perfume. I followed her to her bed, where she plopped down and patted the spot next to her. I sat where she motioned to, and we sat in silence for a moment. Izuku. Najire. We both gave a small laugh, the air around us becoming a bit more comfortable. I motioned for her to continue, wanting her opinion first, before I say anything. I may ramble a bit, but I just want to get everything off my chest, okay? She said, fiddling with her hands in her lap. I nodded, and she took a deep breath. So, these past few days have probably been some of the worst days in my entire life. She confesses, making my heart plummet. All I've wanted to do is be with you, and cuddle with you like we did after our first date. But I never got to see you. Mirio came to visit me today, and he said the reason why you didn't come visit was because you thought it would be better for me if you weren't here. But that is so wrong. It was all I wanted you to do, and it hurt so much to not see you. My chest hurt, my heart clenching under her words. I made the situation worse, like I always do. Don't say it. Don't apologize. Just let me finish. She cut me off, and I nodded slowly. Mirio said he told you the story about my stuffed rabbit I had when I was a kid, and how I overreact about things I care about getting hurt, or getting messed up. I shouldn't have cried when you were injured, because you were ultimately fine. But I made you feel worse because of my tears, which led to you to want to distance yourself from me. I should be the one to apologize. So, I'm sorry I made you feel that way, she said. We sat in silence for a moment as I tooled in her words. I saw her tense, bracing herself for what I assumed to be a rejection. Najire. I think you should know about how and why I became a villain, and why I decided to distance myself from you in the first place, I said. She nodded, looking at me with worried eyes, and so, I told her everything. I told her about me getting bullied, neglected and abused, and then yelled at for messing everything up by my favorite hero. I told her about how I killed my mother and ran away from home, becoming a solo villain in the streets of Musutafu, and how I was taken in, was given the means to become more powerful than I ever thought I could be, and how I joined the League of Villains, until I met her. When I had first met you, I didn't know what to do with myself. In the 6 years that I had been a villain, I was always told that attachment was a bad thing. Of course, I have Kurogiri, and I had the doc, but I had never been in a position where hurting people had as big of an impact as I saw with you. I was way too reckless with Todoroki because I had never needed a reason to protect myself, so when I saw what my actions did to you, I freaked out, and I didn't know how to handle hurting you. So, I ran. I ran from you, and those feelings of guilt that I got from feeling your teardrops trickle down my chest, and the way my heart dropped at the sight of your crying. So, I am truly sorry for being too reckless, and I promise you that I'll be more careful in the future, I finished. I heard a small sniffle next to me, and I saw a few stray tears fall into her lap. Before I could do anything, I was tackled into a hug, falling back on the bed as she clung to me. I'm so sorry. No one should have to go through what you did, she whimpered as she hugged me with her whole body. I returned the hug, and we sat there for a long time, flourishing in each other's embrace. Should I say it? What if she doesn't feel as strongly as me? And Najire? She pulled away, looking at me with slightly glossy eyes. I love you. I said it with as much courage as I could muster. I watched as her face grew shocked, before the brightest smile yet formed on her face. I love you too, Izuku. And with that, we hugged again, now relishing in the words spoken. Eventually, I pulled away, only to scoot back a bit on the bed and grab her again. We continued hugging for who knows how long, enjoying each other's company. After a few more minutes, she sniffed and pulled away, and I saw the beads as they dropped from her cheeks. I brought my hand to her face and carefully wiped away the tears, before caressing her cheek, an action that caused her to lean into my touch. In that moment, I felt two things I hadn't really felt in quite a while. The first is total, absolute adoration for the girl in front of me. She really cares about me. I can see it in her twinkling blue eyes, and I care about her, too. I really do. The second was fear. Fear of losing her, and fear of making her cry. Fear of rejection as I slowly leaned forward towards her face, and fear of messing up what I wanted to do. I wanted our relationship to be perfect, and for her to enjoy this as much as I do. But, what if she doesn't? What if I pull away, and she's unsatisfied, or angry? Though, I see her lean in, too, a small smile on her face as she grows closer. We both stopped briefly, feeling our lips brush against each other, before finally connecting. How I felt in that moment, I almost can't describe. Some may say it feels like fireworks shooting off in your body, and some may feel sparks intertwining the two, as they connect on a deeper level for the very first time. Some feel warmth, as partners intertwine to mold each other's body heat together into one, and others feel totally, utterly happy with one another. But, really, it felt like all of those combined. She hummed slightly as our lips touched, sending a wave of vibrations through my body, and I felt that interconnection of sparks fly from me to her, and back again. The inside of my chest felt like it was exploding, shooting off around my body to fill every space. The warmth surrounded us, and I felt her hot breath on my face as she exhaled through her nose. And, best of all, I felt truly happy at that moment. It was like that feeling when you get something you've been asking for months for. That rush of dopamine in your mind as you finally get to play that game you want, or have that accessory you've been eyeing through the window of the store. But it didn't go away. Even after we pulled back to catch our breath, those feelings didn't disperse at all. If anything, they intensified, suddenly yearning for the gentle touch of her soft lips against mine once again. I looked down, seeing her plump lips open slightly, and feeling her hot breath against my skin, and the way her chest rose and fell with every intake and release of the air we shared between us. The sparkle in her eyes and the light blush on her face as she stared into my eyes. 2 hearts. Make-out warning. 2 hearts. I couldn't take it any longer. I leaned in, pressing my lips against hers again, and feeling the intense explosion erupt once more in my body. My hands trailed up and down her back, moving around to grasp her waist as she let out a giggle in between kisses. Her hands felt around for the lower button on my shirt, before undoing it hastily. She repeated the action for the first few buttons, before pulling her hands back and under my shirt. She gently felt around my chest, the delicate blades caressing every inch of my lower and upper body. Each brush of her fingers sent off fireworks in my mind, causing me to let out a low hum. She giggled as she absorbed my chest with her fingers, drawing tender circles with her palms as she peppered kisses against my lips. I ran my hands against her side, before lifting the shirt slightly to let my hands slip in. She giggled as I ran them over her abdomen, grasping both of her sides as we continued to kiss. Her skin was soft to my touch, and feeling her fit, perfect body felt so incredibly amazing. Hunger glinted in her eyes. As she met my lips once again, she wanted more. I wanted more, too. I love you so much, I repeated between kisses, making her face flush. I bit her bottom lip, silently asking permission to enter, which she gave me. When we closed the distance again, our angas intertwined, a hot electricity passing between us as we explored each other's mouth. My grip on her waist tightened, pressing her closer to me and earning a small noise from her. I want more. Grasping both her sides, I lifted her off of me, earning a small squeak. Not wanting to lose the feeling of her against me, I quickly flipped us over, before hastily lowering on her and pressing my lips against hers once again. After a few seconds, I broke away, taking in the sight below me. Her half-lidded eyes stared hungrily into mine, glimmering in the light that seeped through her curtains. My mouth hung open as I took in her breathtaking figure, heat trickling down my body as I observed how perfect she felt under me. Her shirt had ridden up at the hem, exposing the perfect porcelain skin of her toned abdomen. Her chest rose and fell as she took in short breaths, her arms bending in a W shape against the sheets. I want more. You're so beautiful, I marveled, a small giggle coming from the beauty under me. My hands lowered down her outer thigh, before running up the side of her perfect body and to her hands. I tenderly intertwined my hands with hers, the soft pads of her fingers resting against my knuckle. I pressed my lips roughly against hers, feeling a soft gasp against my face as I deepened our embrace again. I detached my hands from hers, gliding them down to her wrists. I tenderly grasped her wrists, dragging them just above her eye level, before pressing firmly against the sheets. Izuku, her voice wore a teasing tone as we broke away, giggling as she tried moving her wrists, to no avail. I lowered my lips to hers, feeling a smirk form against them as the beauty under me looked mischievously at me. I didn't think you were into this kinda thing, she teased between ragged breaths. Blushing, I loosened my grip a little. Is this okay? I asked. She nodded, her eyes briefly flicking down to the unbuttoned part of my shirt. Just be gentle, she whispered teasingly, her eyes staring at my lips. I responded by tightening my grip on her wrists, earning a small, high-pitched sound. I lowered myself on her lips, giving her a long kiss as I pressed her against the sheets. I need more. I pulled away for just a second, before pressing my lips against the side of hers. I looked into her eyes as I brushed my lips along her cheek, slowly and gingerly lowering my lips along the side of her neck. She turned her head to the side, her mouth slightly agape as I pressed my lips against the warm skin. She shuddered against my touch, a breathy moan escaping her throat and vibrating against my lips. I gently lifted my grip from my hands, moving her hands above her head, before applying pressure to both arms with a single hand. My free hand caressed the other side of her neck as I left slow, tender kisses along her skin. Izuku. She moaned my name as I brushed my lips down her skin, before resting affectionately on the crook of her neck. I felt her squirm a bit from my touch, and I smiled against her. You like that? I teased. She let out a small whimper as I breathed against her skin. I went back up to leave a soft, gentle kiss on her lips, before making my way down to her collarbone, leaving a small trail of kisses along her neck. Izuku. She moaned again as I circled my tongue around the space between her neck and collarbone, and I felt her shiver when I touched my lips against the sensitive spot. Her breath was short, the rise and fall of her chest growing faster as I continued to kiss her. My hand trailed down to her waist, grasping it as I intertwined our lips again. She hummed in relief as I soothingly rubbed my hand against her waist. Breaking the kiss, I looked back into her eyes. Izuku? Her brows furrowed as I met her gaze, the shimmering orbs looking around my face, waiting for a response. Is everything all right? I asked her, lifting my arm off of her wrists. She looked away. I don't think I'm ready to go all the way yet, she confessed, not looking at me. She had a slightly afraid look. Oh, so that's what this is about. Hey, is this about the teasing with Principal Nezu? I asked, and she nodded. If it makes you feel any better, I wasn't going to go all the way either, I assured. She sighed in relief, relaxing against the mattress. Oh, that's good. She smiled. Don't get me wrong. I really want to. It's just, she trailed off. You don't have to worry, Najire, I assured. I want to wait, at least, for a bit longer. She smiled. Okay, then. I lowered my head back down to hers, taking her lips in mine. She sighed into the kiss, her now freed arms wrapping around my neck to deepen the kiss. After a few seconds, we broke away to catch our breath, staring into each other's eyes as the tension slowly faded. 2 hearts. Make out over. 2 hearts. Looking at the time, I realized the school's curfew was almost here. I never got to stay over at your room that night, do you think? Yes. Please. She quickly yelled, before clapping a hand over her mouth. I laughed. Well, I guess that settles it. I reluctantly climbed off the bed to grab a few blankets that fell off, before immediately climbing back on. Najire scooted over and patted the space next to her, before laying down away from me. Throwing the blankets over her, I then climbed in behind her and wrapped my arms around her, snuggling into the crook of her neck. She hummed in approval, settling into my arms. My mind replayed all our time together. From the day we first met on top of that roof, to the courtyard. Telling her about me being a villain, and our first date. The morning after, where we both didn't want to leave each other's arms. And, finally, our reunion. The day I proclaimed my love for her. The day we reunited. My smile grew as I held her closer. I love you, I whispered into her ear. I love you, too, she whispered back, before relaxing again into my arms. And, at that moment, for the first time in my entire life, I felt truly, utterly complete. Well, that was steamy. That was technically the last chapter. I was planning on doing an epilogue chapter of them getting married, so stick around for that. I'm actually the most proud about this chapter. I feel like my writing was actually pretty good, for once, yay. And on the makeout chapter, too. I would brag to my parents about it, but, you know. Anyways, thank you for reading my story. It's probably the most fun thing I've done since COVID happened, so I hope I could at least bring some joy. Bye. Announcement. Hello. I was planning on ending the story here, but at MCMBC1 asked me to do a chapter of what Izuku and Najire's life would be after they were married. Now, though this isn't inherently a problem, my dumbass brain started thinking about what their life would be as heroes, and what they would face out in the field. And, then, I thought up what I think would be a slightly better than trash sequel to the story. Before I thought about doing a sequel, I already had an idea for another story. It would be Izuku Najire, but Izuku was a renowned vigilante in the underground world, kinda like John Wick. He would receive an offer from Principal Nezu for a teaching position at UA, as a combat instructor working alongside All Might. I thought it would be incredibly fun to write, and I think you guys would enjoy it, as well. And, then, I've had another idea about pairing Izuku Midoria and Psycho Intelli, since she's another one of my favorite characters. Despite not getting a lot of screen time, I also have a really good idea for that story, and since it's a pretty rare ship, I think it would be a nice addition to the small pool of stories with that pairing, and give people something new to read. So, I wanted to leave it up to what you guys want. Down at the end of this announcement will be those 3 choices, and, if you want to, you can comment which one you would want to see from me next. So, without further ado, please vote. Number 1. Sequel to Captured by Love. Number 2. Izuku Najire Vigilante O. Number 3. Izuku x Psycho Intelli. Number 4. Do whatever I don't get paid enough to care. Thank you, and I hope you all have a great day. Bye.